for, excuse me, for Wednesday, December 4th. Sherry, could we have a roll call, please?
Chair Colossi,
Here?
Vice Chair Nolan,
Here.
Commissioners Powers.
Here.
Corbin,
Here.
Lottis.
Here.
Terrific. Pledge of Allegiance. Ray, would you lead us?
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Ray.
Yes, sir.
First on the agenda is public communications. The time set aside for members of the public to address the Planning Commission on items of city business other than scheduled agenda items. And I don't see any cards here of anyone indicating a desire to speak. If there is anyone, speak up now or forever hold your peace. All right.
May I speak something before we begin?
You're part of the public.
I just want to acknowledge that today is the 2-year anniversary of the Thomas Fire that came through,
That's right.
December 6th. Some of us were impacted more than others. There is a community gathering happening tonight at Greater Goods that, I was asked to be at, but this is important as well. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that because much of what we're speaking about today and a lot of the issues that are coming forward now are in response to updates that have been needed since the Thomas Fire. So I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that.
Okay, thank you. All right, next on the agenda is our consent item, the minutes of the regular meeting of the Planning Commission, November 20th. And I'm wondering if there are any adds or changes to the minutes suggested by any commission member. If not, I guess I'm, Mr. Summers, are the people who are allowed to vote on approval of the minutes only those that were in physical attendance of the meeting, or all commissioners?
My view is that all commissioners can vote because you're not certifying what you saw, you're certifying that the minutes reflect what happened in the past meeting is reflected both having been there or having watched the video. So
Okay.
I think all commissioners can vote.
All right. Hearing no suggested changes, I would entertain a motion for approval of the minutes then.
All right, I will make a motion that we approve the Ojai Planning Commission meeting minutes from November 20th, 2019.
Second that?
Very good. Any discussion? Let's have a roll call, Sherry,
Commissioners
please.
Powers.
Yes.
Corbin,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
Colossi,
Yes.
Lottis.
I did watch the video, so I will vote yes also.
Okay,
Yeah, I think everyone can vote.
okay.
That's
I
a
didn't
good
know
point.
if you watched the
Yeah, a lot of
video.
times, yeah, that's a
But I
good.
did watch it.
Okay. Disclosure of site visits and ex parte contacts. We have just one site in this case, and that is the public hearing item 2, the Condor self-storage
It's
property
continued.
on Bryant Street. Yes, the recommendation is to take public testimony and continue the public hearing.
Okay.
But we have to open the public hearing and then take testimony and then close it again. But we also, for the record, should note if any of us have visited the site and had any ex parte contacts. So, Commissioner Lottis.
I am familiar with the site, but I intend to be going to the site for an actual closer look, but between now and January 15th.
All right. I have been to the site on several occasions, no ex parte contacts.
I've been to the site and have had no ex parte contacts.
I'm familiar with the site, have had no ex parte contacts.
I've been to the site and have no ex parte contact.
Terrific. Thank you all. Then we'll, excuse me, we'll go to public hearing item number 2, continued review regarding design review permit DRP 19005 for the expansion of Condor self-storage consisting of the construction of a new 35,000 square foot facility with boat storage space and RV space on the vacant property at 318 Bryant Street, continued from our October 16th meeting. I'd like to hear from staff on this if there's anything new to add.
Nothing to add aside from what's already in the continued staff report. We would ask this item be continued date specific or date certain to the January 15th meeting. It'll give staff an opportunity, a continued opportunity, I would say, at this point to work towards solutions and something that we can bring forward for recommendation and consideration.
Okay, basically, we're still waiting for the applicant to answer some more questions or clarify some information.
Both.
Okay,
Both.
very good. Well, then we'll open the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, and we will, I think this takes a vote, right?
Yes.
To continue? All right.
I'll move to continue to January 15th, 2020.
I'll
Okay.
second the motion.
Very good. Any discussion? Let's have a roll call, Sherry.
Powers?
Yes.
Corbin?
Yes.
Nolan?
Yes.
Quilisi?
Yes.
Modis?
Yes.
All right. Item 3, Ohio Municipal Code, Section 10-2, 1709, accessory dwelling units, text amendment. Could we hear from staff on this, please? Lucas? And/or Matthew? I think Matthew's going to get involved in this one.
Yep.
Yeah, so we've got Matthew actually giving a presentation, and we have a PowerPoint here tonight as well.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Should
TV
come
will
up
turn
in a
on.
moment.
Got to warm up. There we go.
There's one.
This one's not. Oh, there we go. I was thinking sharp
Okay.
would be the thing that lit up, but it's not. Okay. All right.
Wow. Oh, there we go. All right. So, good evening, everyone. What we have tonight is an amendment to the ADU ordinance reflecting some new state laws, 5 bills in particular, that take effect January 1st. As is obvious, we aren't going to have this ordinance done by January 1st, but that's okay. If a permit is applied for in the Delta, we will comply with state law to the extent required for that particular permit. And in the meantime, we're working to get our ordinance ahead. And we're ahead of a lot of other cities. Everyone's, as usual, when they do this ADU statutes, it comes down in September, October, and you have until January 1st to fix things. And that's always a quick process. The changes are somewhat substantial, so we'll cover them kind of as we go. And of course, you've read the packet, so I won't repeat everything. With that, let's go. First up is size. So for accessory dwelling units, and I'll emphasize that I'm going to use the term regular ADU a few times because now there's a new category, junior accessory dwelling units, which previously was purely an option, and so we didn't really worry about it too much. But now junior ADUs are required. This is the new law. Yeah, exactly. This is the new law, and I'll build in here some discussion of how we're proposing the ordinance to be adjusted to reflect that. So for regular ADUs, for sizes, the maximum size the staff's proposing is our current size limits. Attached and detached, 1,200 square feet max, or for attached, half of the gross floor area of the primary dwelling. So for those two, it's whichever is smaller. And then for minimum, 150 square foot minimum size. And then for junior ADUs, smaller maximum, 500 square feet, and then the same minimum, 150 square feet, which is apparently stated twice on the slide. The distinction between junior ADU and regular ADU, we'll cover in detail in a moment, unless that's the next slide. No, actually, let's do it. Oh, shoot, how do I go back? There we go. The distinction turns on 2 factors. One is size. The second is fixtures. In particular, a junior ADU, like a regular ADU, has to have sleeping and kitchen facility. So a bedroom or a sleeping space. It can be a studio, but a sleeping space and a cooking space. But a junior ADU can have a shared bathroom the same as the primary unit, whereas a regular ADU has to have its own bathroom. So it has to have complete independent facilities for sleeping, sanitation, and cooking.
And be lockably separate from the primary unit.
Correct. But a junior ADU, exactly, that's a regular ADU. A junior ADU, you lose those last two requirements. It doesn't have to be separately lockable, and it can have shared sanitation. So it's, to put it in English, you have a house, you have a back bedroom with a large back bedroom that has a hot plate and a fridge and shares a bathroom. That counts as a junior ADU. As distinct from the old ADU, which would be the back bedroom with a bathroom and a door blocking it off from the main house and its own exit to the outside. Junior ADUs also don't have to have separate exits. You can have one front door. I mean, most houses have several doors, but you don't have to have a separate access point. But they still do have to meet building code. So if it's the sleeping space has to have the two exits as required by the building code. The building code always applicable. So that's the distinction. Junior ADUs are both size and structure, or size and fixture.
Function, yeah.
Function, thank you. So this is a little chart that explains how and where we are now required to allow ADUs and junior ADUs detached and attached. So the legend is on the left. The tall one are multifamilies, and that's a big new thing as well. And the letter from the Cal Homeownership Group that was sent out today kind of emphasized that. Although I disagree with one of the readings. The new rule is that multifamily buildings, apartment complexes, and condos now have to be allowed to have ADUs too, that's completely new. ADUs was always a single family thing until these new sets of laws. And it's quite a change, and it is what it is. But there are some rules. So for multifamily, a attached or a detached ADU is allowed. That's numbers 1 and number 2 in the middle column. But not junior ADUs. Multifamily, it's ADUs, not junior ADUs. So that blocks 5 and 6. And then for single family houses, you can have attached or detached regular ADUs. That's 3 and 4. And you can have attached junior ADUs. That's 7. But a junior ADU can't be detached. That's 8. 8. And so a junior ADU's got to be part of the primary house. And it's worth noting that some argue that junior ADUs should be permitted to go with detached ADUs for triple density. But my reading of it is that argument isn't well taken, and I think there's strong support for cities to continue to be, it's a choice. Now you can choose a junior ADU or a regular ADU, but it's one or the other. And then that junior ADU, if you choose one, has got to be part of the primary house, which kind of makes sense when you think back to the function. It's the back bedroom with hot plate, but shared kitchen. But if you want to convert the pool house, or the guest house, or the studio in the back that's detached, that's got to have the full shebang. It's got to have the sleeping, the sanitation, and the kitchen. And then it's fine. So to kind of recap the standards here, ADU is the middle column, the left is the legend, and the right is the junior ADUs. ADUs can be attached or detached. Junior ADUs have to be attached. Size, same minimum, 150. The max for ADUs, it's 1,200 or half the size of the house if it's attached. And for junior ADUs, it's 500. The cooking facilities are a little bit different. They both have to have separate cooking facilities, but you can have an efficiency kitchen for a junior ADU, which is, I think the distinction as a plug-in hot plate versus a fixed stove. The kitchen requirements are lesser for a junior ADU. And then, as noted, single-family, multifamily is allowed for regular ADUs, but junior ADUs are just single-family. And we'll cover that multifamily point in a little greater detail. And then entrance is separate, and then the sanitation, you can have the shared bathrooms. And on the separate entrance, that one is a bit of there's arguments on both sides. And then we almost should have put this slide first. To cover the legislative point, and this is, I think, noted in some detail in the staff report, it wasn't just one bill that passed. 5 bills passed, or really 6, on ADU issues. And we've noted here, the bills had all of these overlapping sections. Section 1 does this, Section 2 does that. The sections that we believe are operative are cited here and in the staff report, because it was structured as if this bill passes and that bill passes, which one gets chaptered in which order dictated what the final language was. It's a little bit, what's the word I want? A little bit of tea leaf reading, because we are putting our best professional assessment of what the new law, how it will read come January 1st. And that's what's reflected in the attachments and in this analysis and in this presentation. We don't have a definitive statement from the state yet. That will come January 1st when the state publishes the new codes. So we will obviously check our work January 2nd. If there's any delta, we'll apprise as to what that delta is. And then everything takes effect January 1st, 2020. And the 6th bill, that isn't in the materials, but it's worth a brief mention, is AB 670. And it has a single provision. HOAs, management associations, that are true common interest development associations, or the deed-restricted HOAs, can no longer prohibit ADUs. In the past, they could. That's now thrown out, effective January 1st. But they can still impose, quote, reasonable regulations. So we will still see some regulation. And how exactly, where the lines are in reasonable regulation will be sorted out in lawsuits to come between homeowners and their HOAs. And we don't have too many HOAs in this city. I can only think 1 or 2. So it's not a huge deal, but it's worth noting. Now we got a couple slides on the new requirements. What's changed in this new law that we're reflecting in our code amendments proposed for your consideration tonight. First up is it's a shorter decision period. 60 days now from the date of the application being complete instead of the old 120. And it's not the usual streamlining act where it's an iterative process. Applicant submits something, city has a time to review it, back to the applicant. Then they submit something, time to review it, back to the applicant. This is a total clock. Complete application. Now we can still go back and forth on the application being complete or not. But once it's complete, we have 60 days to act instead of the old 120. But for an ADU proposed with a new house at the same time, that clock doesn't apply, which makes sense. You wouldn't force approval of the ADU when you're still looking at the house. So if it's built ground up new construction or remodel, house and ADU all together, then the clock doesn't apply. Then you can act on the house itself through the usual process, and the ADU rides along. But the key to note there is that the ADU can't be denied outright because we don't think that's appropriate for the community or fits. It's ADUs are ministerially allowed, but the house itself, of course, is subject to the usual rules for the house.
The 60-day clock starts once the house is approved?
They'd be approved together. So as I read it, the 60-day clock doesn't apply. If you approve them separately, once the house is approved, then it's 60 days for the ADU. But most of the time, we would approve the house as a whole unit with the ADU built into the plans.
And I think if I understood this
Correct, thank
correctly in the staff report, I believe it said that in this instance, the ADU would not receive its certificate of occupancy until the main house was complete?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah, you
Okay.
can't open the ADU before the main house.
Right, okay.
And they would probably be the same time. It'd be one CVO for the whole thing. The idea is that you don't get to build the guest house first before you build the main house.
Right.
Or rather, you can build it in that order, but you don't get to open it until
Till
the main house is also
signed
ready.
off. Okay. What if they wanted to live in it? I thought about that too, like if you wanted to live
You
in a
wanted to
small
build the
one.
guest house and then live in that
Yeah,
while you're building the main house.
I thought about that
Well,
too.
remember, a
You could
guest house
perhaps-
is different from an
A
ADU.
lot of people do
Well,
that,
we-
or they convert a guest house while they build their house.
Yeah,
I would think in that case you could apply for a temp CFO, and with the right facts, the city might well approve that as a
Yeah.
temporary solution.
I would consider something like that too.
And it could also be baked into the conditions of approval for the main house.
Okay.
That this is we are allowed to delay, but we don't have to.
Okay,
So if the planning commission was comfortable with the idea, and we had adequate conditions guaranteeing the approach, then yeah, we could approve. You can build the main house and occupy it, or the ADU and occupy it first before the main house is finished. But we would want conditions ensuring that the main house gets finished.
exactly.
And ideally we'd set a limit there. It's a year, 180 days, whatever makes sense, to ensure that we don't just have a bunch of half-built main houses.
Exactly, yeah.
I have another question.
Becomes the primary house, I guess, the big deal.
I think only if it was completely built and nothing built, but you wouldn't want to have, the half-built house, because that creates,
Want to ensure that there's completion.
right. If it was completely half-built, and then they just stopped, and you had framing up, but no,
They've had a disaster, we don't have money, and you're gonna tell them in a year can't get, because you make it so difficult here for people to get extensions.
And I think that's totally inappropriate because financial things do happen.
if that was the case, then they could certainly apply for an extension.
Right, but then the building inspector will say, well, you only have a year, and that's the rule.
Extensions
you're-
are permitted by the building inspector, though, so
I've
that,
seen that
that
rule.
may be the case that they would grant the extension.
We've had people come in multiple times on a project, the same project, and we
It-
give them an extension because financial hardship or they didn't get their loan or.
Yeah, no, it's certainly
Yeah.
not uncommon to
Yeah.
extend, although I realize maybe in the past it wasn't always done.
Right, in a downturn, the economy could equal more than just one off. You could be looking at a whole, multiple ADUs that are being used as a primary temporarily. It's interesting how that would end up working out, but it would probably be on a case-by-case scenario. Conditions would certainly be brought into the forefront that would allow us to govern that. And those could then be, the only concern that I would have is the ADU would need to meet the current standards as a main residence, not as an ADU. ADUs have different provisions, as Matthew had been mentioning previous. Setbacks certainly are out of the realm of what we're talking about here, and I think that would be a concern if we had a situation or situations where that was coming up, where we're trying to turn that into a main residence when it's not meeting some of those development standards we have for a main residence.
And the other concern that would come into place, again, case by case, would be, is the condition of the main residence safe? Is it an attractive nuisance for children, or is it properly fenced and properly secured? One of those you could let lie, the other you'd have to get it fenced or get it secured. But again, that's going to depend on the exact situation. I think one of the goals the city has of late is to work with folks a little more than perhaps in the past. So,
One of your
Sure.
earlier charts said that you were proposing the new ordinance to still have the 50% of the primary residence as a maximum. And I confess, I did my best to read all 5 of these bills last night. And they're contradictory, they're repetitive,
yep.
and all of that said, I thought I read in at least one or maybe 2 of them that you're not allowed to use the 50% rule at all anymore. Could you enlighten me on that?
I thought I read that too.
My read of it is that we are still allowed to set the 50% rule, but only for attached units, not for detached accessory dwelling units. And then there's,
Okay, which bill was that in?
so what I'm going to cite, I can cite a couple. One would be AB 881, section 1.5, which amended Government Code section 65852.2, the main ADU section. It notes in its subsection gotta get the Romans right.
I did a lot of that last night, too.
A1D 4. If there is an existing primary dwelling unit, the total floor area of an attached accessory dwelling unit shall not exceed half of the existing primary dwelling. The next subsection, A1D5, the total floor area for a detached accessory dwelling unit shall not exceed 1,200. So that I read it as still allowing us to impose this variable 1,200 or half the house for attached, whichever is littler. Although it is worth noting that all of these standards are as far as the city can go. You don't have to go that far. We could set a larger standard. You can always set a rule that's in subdivision G. It is less restrictive on ADUs. That's
But
always a
the-
choice.
Okay, but right here in the staff report, page 2 of 7,
Yeah.
prohibitions on certain size limitations, first paragraph, it talks about the maximum square footage must allow for an ADU of up to. So 1 square foot is up to 850. Is that what you really mean there? It says up to 850 square feet or up to 1,000 if the ADU provides more than one bedroom. And the 50% rule could be a good deal smaller than that.
Right,
And
and then.
so-
Oh, I see what you're saying. In other words, the 50% rule shouldn't
I
control.
don't think the
over
phrase
those
up
sizes.
to was in the legislation anywhere.
No, it had
Maybe
a
it
different
was,
phrase for
but-
that section.
And then
That was
this.
Up to is a most misleading phrase. 300 square feet falls into the category of up to 850.
And then this California for homeownership, this says, the city must not set a square foot limitation less than 800 square feet for a studio. or
Well,
one
see,
bedroom.
you're back to that phrase of up to.
So
Up to in the
This says must
legislation,
not
or is
set
it
a
in the
square
staff
foot
report?
Limitation
Staff report.
less than.
Okay.
the legislation says a couple of things. It says, first, local agency may establish a minimum and maximum unit size requirements. It continues. However, or that's a paraphrase. The actual language is notwithstanding paragraph 1, that paragraph. The local agency shall not establish by ordinance any of the following. And there are a couple of paragraphs. One is a minimum square footage requirement that prohibits an efficiency unit. So that's the 150. We've met that requirement. We're allowing 150. For maximum, you cannot establish, so again, a local agency shall not establish a max square footage requirement that is less than either of the following: 850 square feet, 1,000 square feet for an accessory dwelling unit that provides more than one bedroom, implying 850 is for the one bedrooms. Our proposed max of 1,200 or half is above that on the 1,200, but I see your point. You're saying that if the primary unit is 1,000, then half of that is 500. That would be smaller than those two maximums. So yeah, we could add that as a footnote to the max, to the 50% rule. And it continues
Well, I don't understand why we have the 50% rule.
because in the old law we were allowed to have it,
Right. It's old legislation from 2 years ago.
and it's still in this
Doesn't
legislation.
this change that?
So this legislation has two different size requirements. In the beginning, it says it's 1,200 or half this house. It says we can set that as the rule. 3 pages later, it says, but notwithstanding that, you can't block less than 850 or less than 1,000 if more than one bedroom. It has,
Right.
Okay.
it says all of that.
Now I get it.
So,
So what
Okay,
we,
so you can still have the 50% rule, but with limitations.
correct. And those would perhaps need to
But
be
those
expressed a little more
limitations
broadly.
need to be in the proposed ordinance.
Yes, I think we could add that more broadly, and that was perhaps the cow runners folk. So we should add that. We'll think about where to put it. Probably a footnote under the size limit. That's in
It could be in the same it could, because those 50% things are all in the Table A, aren't they?
Yeah,
So a footnote to Table A could be
work.
appropriate, yeah, okay.
And it would be easy to access.
And I'm
the
sorry to
information.
break
No,
the
this is
train of thought here.
no,
but
this is a good
This is
I
point.
want to be
good.
sure we do all this legally.
Just so you're looking at the most current version, the detached,
Yep,
out of your,
This
on
is-
the dais,
Yeah,
amended. That's the one, page 4 is
Yeah.
where
the
we're
one
at.
Sherry sent us by email, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Which, and the key change there is we added a whole discussion of junior ADUs.
right.
Another point brought up by the Cal homeownerships folk.
Question till you're done. It was on a previous slide about junior ADUs not being able to be put into a detached ADU.
Let's cover the junior ADU point in a moment.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're talking
Yes,
about a footnote under the maximum floor area size of units.
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere, I think anywhere in the table that calls out the 50% rule needs to have this footnote
Below the table.
below the table that restricts that 50% rule, if you will.
Clarifies, right?
Clarify, well,
That's
it's,
really-
It clarifies,
yeah,
yeah.
It's like a governor, if you will, saying that it
if 50% is less than 850 or 1,000, then 850 or 1,000 applies.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's really, yeah. I think we can add that as a note because the 50% point is stated across all the lines on the table.
Right.
So we could either just,
So just make a second footnote in each of those cells.
Yeah, we can add that as a note to the bottom of the table.
I would say it would be a footnote 4. We would add
think we're
footnote
up to
4.
what?
Or is it 5 now?
It'd be 4 now.
What is that?
Is
I think
it
we
not
have 3
4?
footnotes.
Be 3, and move down the proposed number 3 to number 4.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That's reasonable.
Point of order.
And for what it's worth, we actually already have this note. And I apologize, I didn't recall that. Well, we should adjust it. The new language in, so I'm on attachment A, the new one, page 8, towards the top, which is a new sub footnote. So bear with me here. We're in footnote 2, sub footnote G, which is the very top of page
Oh,
8.
right.
We've added, notwithstanding table A, we're allowing, no rule will be applied that prohibits 800, 16, and 4 foot. So that, I think, meets it, although we
That's
raise
a
that.
different part of the 800 square feet and 16-foot height with setbacks is different from the 850 or 1,000 square feet.
That's true, it is in 2 different sections, but can we combine them together? Perhaps it's better to maintain
I
them
don't
separate,
care
because
if
if you
make-
had,
Make a footnote 2G, I don't care, as long as we make sure that that restriction on the 50% rule is in there.
no, that's a good point, because if the setbacks are larger, you're not protected by that other subsection. If you have 5-foot setbacks, you're not protected by that
Yeah.
section. So,
I like it under the right under the
yeah,
table, if
we'll do it
possible, you know.
as a new,
That makes sense, yeah,
a new footnote.
just because it's easy to.
And we might even be able to just add it in that, where we already say half the house. We'll figure out the best place to put it,
Okay,
but we can add, it's a very good point. We will add that,
great.
and cover that point.
And you have a junior ADU and ADU?
That's the point where my best professional advice is, unless the city otherwise acts, no. There is an argument that we have to allow it in certain cases, but I think that argument is less supported by the text than the argument that no, it's one or the other. You get a junior ADU or an ADU. The person has to pick one. But the city could allow more than one. You could allow both. In other words, what do we have to allow versus what should we allow? The have to is the legal question, the should is the policy question. As the planning commission, you're empowered to make a policy recommendation to the council. So you can certainly recommend allowing more than, allowing 2. Allowing an ADU and a junior ADU. But I don't think we have to. Though we are waiting guidance on the state, or guidance from the
Okay.
state.
Sorry to break the chain.
No, this
Off
was a
there.
good point. So, you had a question on the junior ADU, but let's cover the parking first, then we'll go back to that. That might be a slightly more forward path. So parking. The standard rule, 1 space per detached ADU now. Attached, yeah. Yeah, just a space, doesn't have to be covered. And then the attached ADUs are out of parking. And the prior list of exceptions for historic districts or within half a mile of public transit, et cetera, those still apply. And the new one is the last bullet on the right. If a garage is demolished or converted, the primary unit space that was the garage need not be replaced. You still have to have the 1 space for the ADU, but that could be the driveway. This is new. The old rule was,
Parking for the primary unit can be on the street.
exactly,
Or the driveway.
or the driveway, depending how big the
They
driveway
don't
is.
have to put a carport in, they don't have to put a garage,
Yeah, the
essentially to replace it. yeah.
exactly. The primary unit's parking needn't be replaced.
So it used to read that you had to have parking somewhere on the property, but now you're saying it doesn't.
Correct,
Okay. As long as there's a parking space on the property for the accessory dwelling. unit.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the old rule was if you demolished a garage or converted a garage, and that garage was your primary unit's required parking, usually 2 spaces, you had to replace them somewhere else on the property. And the city was could let you replace them with not a garage, just spaces. But now it's entirely thrown out. If somebody converts a garage to an ADU, that's it. They can have the garage conversion, and we can't require that primary spaces to be replaced. But but still one space for the ADU.
Somewhere on the lot.
Usually the driveway.
Yeah, okay.
Fees, which we'll recall from our past discussions. This breaks into two categories: utility fees and impact fees. Utility fees means water, sewer, gas, electric, the services, the utilities. Connection and capacity charges. For ADUs of all stripes, they're not a new use, which is the same as was before. It just reconfirms existing law. So you can't charge the normal charges you charge for a new house for water, sewer, electric, etc. That's out. And you can still require a new construction ADU. That is a new build, whether it's out the back or a new in the back or a whole new house with a new ADU. Any kind of new ground up construction. You can require a connection to the utility system and
A separate connection.
exactly, and a fee for that. But we have chosen not to require that. The city doesn't require a separate utility connection. If the utility does, then they still can do that, but only for these new construction ADUs. An ADU that involves existing space conversion is scot-free on utilities.
Yep, that's,
And that's the new piece, that there's no, so what we saw in the past with the Ojai Valley Sanitation District charging a fee to ADUs converted and legalized, both converted and legalized, that's out entirely if those are not involving new construction.
and that was in, I think, it's either CCR Government Code 65220.
Yep, it's
And
in a
that-
couple places.
That happened a year or more ago,
And
and
it's-
the sanitary district has changed its policy.
And they, to their
As a
credit,
result, yes.
with some significant delay, they have changed. And I realize, of course, that was before your time on that board, but your colleagues there did take their time. But that's okay. They got to the right place in the end. And they are still allowed to set that requirement as, for the connections that are imposed, variable based on the square footage or the number of fixtures. It just can't be, for the ones for which you can impose a fee, it can't be just per unit. And I know the sanitation district is working on updating the fee schedule to accomplish that. So yeah, the sanitation district, to their credit, has now met the requirements, from my understanding, although the definitive assessment will fall to others. On the left, impact fees. This means development impact fees, school fees, mitigation fees. Those are blocked for ADUs less than 750 square feet entirely. They're allowed if it's over 750 square feet, but only if proportional to the square footage of the unit. So a per unit fee is out, it has to be proportional. And some impact fees are, some aren't.
Give an example of a calculation there. That provision confused me. Proportional to what?
The square footage of the unit. In other words, if the fee is, say it's a school fee, every new residential unit has to pay $10,000 to offset the cost to the school district of adding new families. Then that wouldn't fly, because that fee doesn't vary by the size. But if it's if the fee is, every new residence is likely to impose 2 kids on the school district, 2 kids cost X thousand dollars, say 10 for easy math, and the typical new residence is 2,000 square feet, then you divide the two. It's $2, it's $5 per square foot. That's the fee they impose. If their fee is adopted at $5 per square foot, now they can charge it if it's over $750. So it'd be, say, 1,000 square foot ADU would pay $5,000. So what this means is that the agencies whose development impact fees are already structured to be variable by square footage are fine.
Locally,
Those-
that's the case with the schools, at least.
And to be honest, I don't know how the school district here has set their
I
fees.
paid it, yeah.
That's a
Paid it 2
question. I
years
think
ago.
they did it fairly recently, so they're probably updated.
They did it on remodels as well.
And that's actually a point that,
And they don't call it an impact fee. There's some other provision in the education code that
Yeah,
allows them
here-
to charge by the
Per
square foot.
yeah, impact fee is a generic term in the ADU statutes.
Yeah.
Other terms are used elsewhere.
Yep.
I think the school district does now have it by square footage, so that means they can charge it on those ADUs above 750.
50, okay.
So could I reiterate what you just said so I can make sure I understood it?
Sure.
So there's no impact fee at 750 square foot. If it's 1,000 square feet, it's $250 square feet over that 750, so they get to charge on that 250 square feet.
No, my understanding is they get to charge on the full size.
Oh,
If it's 1,000, they're charging on the full 1,000.
Oh.
It's not 750 is exempt. It's not that the first 750 is exempt.
Well, that's why I asked the question.
No, that's a good point. Yeah. The first 750 isn't exempt. It's 750 or smaller, you're entirely exempt. Over 750, you pay on the full size. No, that's a good clarification point.
Square limit is over 500 at $3.20 a square foot.
Right. So for ADUs, they're going to have to up that. They're only going to be able to
Have
charge
to
it.
change that rule.
I just do.
If they call it an impact fee.
Right. Well, no,
Well, it's
this
any
definition
fee.
in this code picks up everything.
Yeah.
It picks up their fees too, even however they define them. If they're imposed under the education code sections that allow development impact fees. But we will obviously double check. Well, we can double check that. But my understanding is that this definition picks up any of the fees imposed by school districts under the Mitigation Fee Act and under the relevant provisions of the education code. That's a point worth
Okay,
confirming.
I did not see a reference anywhere to the education code. I did see the Mitigation Fee Act called out in one or another or more than one of these bills.
Yeah,
But I
it cites the
would appreciate
Mitigation
your
Fee
checking
Act.
that.
My recollection is that definition.
Not that it matters here, because it's not a city-imposed fee anyway. It's a
Right.
school district-imposed fee, but if we can clarify that for the general public, that would be good.
Agreed. We will do so. My recollection is that portion of the Mitigation Fee Act itself has a laundry list.
And
picks up the
specifically,
education
it
code, but
says
that's-
impact fees are not the same thing as capacity fees or connection fees.
Correct. Those are picked up on the right in this table. But we'll confirm the school district point.
But so your understanding of these 5 or 6 bills is still that a converted structure that becomes an ADU is exempt from connection and capacity charges, and a new built structure that is an ADU is not.
Correct.
Okay,
That's my understanding.
yeah.
And then the city doesn't require a utility connection.
Clarification though, I just want to clarify on that though. 750 is the Mason-Dixon line, correct?
For
That's
the,
impact
he
fees.
was asking about the utility.
Utility fees.
Utility.
Yeah, no, but
Thank
you're right. 750 is the line for impact fees. So it's this insane system. For impact fees, it's above or below 750. For utility connection and capacity charges, it's new build or existing.
Right, okay.
It's kind of your watchwords. And there's all for any particular situation, we'll deal with it as it arises.
More questions like general plan maintenance fee or seismic fees, state seismic fees?
Those all get picked up in the impact fee category.
So they would all not be a part of their building permit.
No, if it's under 750. Although the general plan, the state fees, seismic fee, that's one I'd have to double check whether that's imposed as a Mitigation Fee Act fee or is it imposed as a state regulatory fee. State regulatory fees still would apply. Same with city fees. We can still charge our regulatory fees, building permit fee, zoning clearance fee. We can't charge the impact fees. So for this general plan fee we impose,
It's
As I
an
rec-
impact fee.
I recall that's a regulatory fee, but we'd have to double check the math on how that was structured.
It's listed as impact in our master fee schedule, but we can.
Oh, if it's an impact fee, then it's out. Then that goes to the 750 above or below. So I think we have a little bit of homework to do with the fee schedule between now and the applications coming in.
Seems a little odd that you can charge or not charge a fee depending on what you call it.
Well, it's not. Well, it's by what we call it. I mean, how was it adopted? In other words, was it adopted as a mitigation fee under the Mitigation Fee Act's procedures, or was it adopted as a regulatory fee, not exceeding the cost of providing the regulatory service?
The 218 stuff,
Exactly.
yeah.
In 26 as well, but yeah. Because what you call it is a watchword for, or a terrible paraphrase of the power by which it was imposed. That's what's going to pick it
Okay.
up. In other words, the category that's missing in this chart is regulatory fees. Those we can continue to impose, provided that we don't exceed the cost of providing the service for which we're imposing the charge. But the cost recovery principles. And those continue to be allowed. That wasn't changed, hence it's not on the slide. But that's that third category of fees that one might pay when you come into the door. And you look at your ADUs. So another brief recap of the points we've covered. Here, again, the junior ADUs are given some passes because they're always going to be within the existing primary residence or tied to the existing primary residence. They're always attached. And the last line is a nice one. The old rule was that SCAG and the Southern California Association of Governments and the State Housing and Community Development Department always let us count ADUs in our RENA compliance annual reports as moderate income. That's now been codified. So there's one useful thing in here. And the key there is that ADUs count as moderate income units for production as the housing element cycle goes through. And we can count the capacity up front as part of our moderate income capacity, regardless of the actual rental rate. So for all of the other units that you count for your affordable housing units for RENA compliance, they have to actually be deed restricted. But ADUs is separate. They're presumed affordable at a moderate income, regardless of the actual rental rates. So that's a useful element in terms of our RENA compliance. And for what it's worth, there is an on-the-ground impact in that some portion of ADUs are rented, and some portion of those are rented at more reasonable levels, maybe not affordable, but more reasonable because they're littler. And because it's a unit within a house, or it's the back house or the back unit, not the main house. But the affordable housing advocates always point out that that's a bit of a fiction or legal fiction because they're not deed restricted to be moderate income affordable, which is very true. It is a legal fiction. In this case, is one that helps the city in our compliance efforts.
I agree with that.
It's a legal fiction.
And what's nice about it is there was homework that was done from a planning standpoint, from the city standpoint, that's been baked in here, which is actually, it's helpful for us to begin to bridge that baseline. And then the argument is still made for it, whether it's very low or extremely low from an affordable standpoint. But that work has always been required to provide that information. Now, instead, we start with a baseline of it's already considered affordable. It's just baking in that at what level of affordability.
Agreed. Question?
Is this saying that it no longer needs to have owner occupancy for an ADU?
Oh, yes, thank you.
That's right.
I had forgot about that point. That is true. So the new rule is that ADUs permitted from January 1st, 2020 through January 1st, 2025, and it's possible to get extended, do not have or cannot be subject to an owner occupation requirement, which means you can rent out both the primary and the ADU. Junior ADUs, however, remain subject to owner occupation requirements. You have to live in the junior ADU or the main house. And our code right now requires owner occupation for regular ADUs, but not for compliance program units. Those ones that were legalized if they existed before July 2015.
Non-conforming units.
Right. Those were not subject to it. Now, nothing subject to it in this window, this 5-year window. But existing ADUs that were already permitted before January 1st, 2020 remain subject to the rules under which they were permitted.
Right.
Unless the council chose to let them out of it.
There's another aspect of this, and I don't understand reading this legislation, but AB 881 and SB 13 at least both still say you can't sell or convey an ADU separately from the primary.
That is correct.
However, AB 587 says, notwithstanding that, you can, under certain conditions, sell an ADU or convey it, and I'm not sure what the legal difference is there, if the local agency allows. It sounds to me like the city can still say, no, you can't.
Yes, that's how I
correct?
read that section. And that's our recommendation in this bill, is not to take advantage of that opportunity. It's a relatively limited allowance. What it is that if you have an ADU and a primary unit built under a 3-party covenant system between the two owners and a qualified nonprofit, there's a list of acceptable nonprofits, then you can sell the primary and the ADU separately without actually subdividing them. But only under
Never
a
made
contract.
clear what ground belonged to each unit when that was done.
That tripartite covenant contract would dictate who owns which piece. And it doesn't have to be equal, it can be unequal. So that tripartite contract will have a bunch of provisions, one of which is dictating who owns how much. 2 is dictating access rights across the others if they have need easements. 3 is an affordability deed restriction for 55 years. And 4 is if either of them breaks the affordability, if they ever rise above the income levels or they ever rent it out to someone not at the right rental levels, then it goes back to the nonprofit. So it's heavily managed, separate ownership, separate sale.
Sounds like a way around the subdivision.
It is exactly a way around Subdivision Map Act entirely. It's expressly designed as a way around the Map Act in order to facilitate a certain type of ADU. And to give the legislature a teeny bit of credit, it's intended to work in places that are not Ojai, that are not anywhere in most of Southern California. It's intended to work in places that are urban, that have small, high-value lots, and where you have an established ecosystem of housing nonprofits that are well-funded, that are well-lawyered, and that are well-staffed to be able to manage these kinds of programs. I'm thinking of Oakland, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Sacramento, Long Beach, those kinds of places. That's what this section was meant for. It doesn't make sense in a place here where most of our wonderful housing nonprofits don't quite have the track record of 55 years of involvement because of a variety of obvious reasons. It makes sense in the right place, and it may not make sense here. But of course, again, it's a policy choice. Y'all are the recommenders, the council's the policy makers. It's not staff's decision, none of us. It's your decisions. Our recommendation is not to exercise that option and to allow that kind of separate sale ADU because I'm not sure it fits here, but that's only a recommendation. The choice is yours to recommend that to the council or not. But it is a way around the MAP Act. And the idea is, I think, to facilitate the kinds of shared equity programs that have worked in some places where you divide up the profit or equity stream or income stream from a property to allow people to buy in at a lower point, but you block them from gaining full value, reflecting the fact that they were allowed to buy in at a lower point as a way of promoting affordability. And thus, the delta has to be either blocked from being able to capitalize or flow to a nonprofit.
How does the Ventura County tax assessor collector handle subdivisions of a single assessor's parcel?
That's a terribly good question, to be honest, because the provision of the bill that creates this way around the MAP Act didn't address property taxes.
Exercise is left to the student. Yeah.
Right. I would expect, some educated guessing here, that the assessor would look at it and say,
You're going
there's
to
a piece
start
of land.
adding
There's a piece of
letter
land.
A, B, C
Right,
to
exactly.
the parcel number.
They're going to look at it and say one of two ways. There's a piece of land. The land is owned by Bob and Jill as tenants in common under an agreement. So we're going to send a tax bill for the full value of the land with the Prop 13 limits to Bob and Jill, and they can sort out how to pay it. Tax them both and let them figure it out on themselves. Or they might say, okay, the agreement's recorded.
It's not joint and several liability, though, for that tax.
Well, they own it as tenants in common. That's the other piece of this bill. Is that tripartite covenant
Yeah.
has to call out the two of them owning it as tenants in common, which does make them joint and severally regular tenancy in common.
Okay.
You are joint and severally liable for property taxes. So the assessor might just treat it as a regular tenancy in common and
boy.
assess them both. The assessor might also read their agreement and assess it by their percentages, say percentage of the land they own. I have no idea what they're going to do. It's a whole new provision. No one sorted it out. I expect the poor folks in the auditor controller community are trying to figure that out right now
Yeah.
as to how they're going to tax it. And it's unclear. And that's one of the things that the idea makes some sense, but there's some workability components that are missing. The other one that's missing is on the tax front, it's how do you assess to reflect the fact that it's under these restrictions? Does it get assessed at a lower level? So we'll see. I expect that'll be solved by some of the much more urban counties first, before the rest of us have to look at it. And
Okay.
like most of these provisions, it's optional now. There is a chance in 2 or 3 years, or even 1 year, it becomes required. Think of junior ADUs. Last year they were optional. Now they're required. So we may well have to deal with it as a requirement. But for now, this piece, this tenancy in common agreement allowing separate sale of ADUs and primary units is still optional. Just a couple more quick points. This is the point that Commissioner Corbin, you just asked about multiples. So as we look at it, all of these are not allowed, where you have 2 ADUs in the house, or an ADU, a JADU in the house, or 2 ADUs detached in the house, or a detached ADU and an attached junior ADU, or on the bottom, a house and a detached ADU with a attached junior ADU. As we look at it, all that's barred. You get one or the other, ADU or junior ADU, pick one. And then the multifamily piece, and I note the Cal Renters folks in their letters say we don't allow this, but they're missing one of our footnotes where we noted that that is allowed. And this was, I think, one of your questions, Commissioner Powers. Should I go back? one?
Yeah, the previous slide. So when you say they're not allowed, if a does that mean we can't make a recommendation to have them be allowed?
No, not at all. So this is this is an assessment of what are we required to do by the new laws.
Got it.
You can go further. You can definitely go further. So you could recommend to the council, I would like to allow up to one each, junior ADU and ADU. Easy. Under some rules and regulations. Yeah, that's definitely an option. This is as our reading of what do we have to do, not what
What
can
else
you
can
do.
we do?
What you can do is go further, if so desired. On the multifamily side, you can have several attached multifamily ADUs. You can have a maximum of 2 detached ADUs, but you can't have 3. So the third one goes to the bottom. That's out. And 2 more minor requirements. The question.
Can you have multiple attached ADUs and 2 detached ADUs?
Yes. On multifamily, if you can fit them. More or less, as we look at it, there's no unit count limit to multifamily buildings. It's for ADUs.
So there's no attached ADU limit either?
No. It's the limit is the physical building. What you can physically fit on the space given setbacks and height and FAR and all of the other things we use to regulate
Right.
size
Plus
of
2
multifamily.
Plus 2 detached, if you
Plus,
can fit
if you
them
can fit them
on
on
the
the land.
property.
Yeah. And this multifamily ADU, as I noted, is a whole new world. How exactly it's going to work.
Yeah, interesting.
Because if you think about a condo complex, for example, the common area space is owned by the HOA, which is controlled by each member in common, 1 vote per member. So you need a majority of members to approve an ADU. But then who would own it? It'd be owned by the HOA, as run by the members. It gets complicated. Not saying it's insurmountable, but it's not not exactly.
Matthew, can you clarify something for me
Sure.
here? The regulations, the state regulations that I'm seeing here, that has a provision in here, and
Which page are we on?
these pages aren't numbered.
A1C.
It's little e.
Oh, E1C. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I
I
do.
double I.
What page are you on?
It's
Did we give them this document? We did.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, they don't have that
Oh, you
one.
don't have it. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought it was, you were in this document.
Can you do me a favor?
Sorry.
Can you make a copy of this?
I think he's probably looking at one of the bills.
I think
Yeah,
it'd
just
be
trying to-
helpful. Okay, can you read that provision? I'm having Suzanne make copies for everyone.
Oh, good.
Just so that we're all on the same page with
Oh,
that
good.
with that document.
Oh, thank you. So this is the one this is the multifamily ADU limits. And you're right. This is the piece I was missing.
25%, right?
A local agency shall allow at least 1 ADU within an existing multifamily dwelling and shall allow up to 25% of the existing multifamily dwelling units. So Lucas is right. It's not no limit. It's 25%. That's the piece I was forgetting. Thank you.
25% of the
Number of units.
Existing
habitable
number-
units in the multifamily dwelling.
Right. So if you had a 10-unit apartment complex, you could add a quarter or another
Plus a
two.
junior.
2 or
Plus-
3.
Yeah, 2 and a junior. And then they also allow there's no more than 2 detached units. And I agreed these is all
Okay, so,
ands, not or. So
well, let's just say it's an 8-unit apartment.
Yeah,
Then you can have 2 attached units and 2 detached units,
correct. If you can fit them all.
if you can fit them all. Plus, the setback has been changed from,
Right,
the code says 5 feet,
it's 4.
and this now says 4 feet.
Right, and that the
Side
setback
and
drops to
rear.
4
So
for the
does-
side and rear. The front, we can continue to impose our current front setback.
So
So
just,
if you had,
go ahead.
go ahead, if you had a condo complex with 4 units on it already existing,
Yeah.
could they add,
So if they had a 4-unit condo complex
can they only
and there's
add
room in the
one?
land, they can add 1 unit that is
Attached.
within the existing building, and they can allow 2 detached.
It's within the existing building or up to 150 square foot addition to the footprint.
As I understand it, the 150 square foot addition to the footprint only applies for single-family dwellings, not on the multifamily side. The multifamily side, I read it as only
Okay?
within the existing building, or the detached. The detached obviously don't have to be within the existing
So
building.
a 4-unit condo gets 1 attached and 2 detached.
Correct. If you can fit it all.
So I had a question for multifamily. So we're talking about an apartment building, usually the apartment units are being rented or leased. So the property owner is the one who would be applying for the ADUs, most likely.
Correct.
But then when you get to like, say, a condominium or a townhouse, typically there's a homeowner, so an HOA. And in that case, or I guess my question would be, typically they could be owned by an individual, the units. Could somebody, they can't do a junior, is that correct? They only could do the ADU on the
Yeah, the multifamily is only the regular ADUs.
Okay, yeah, that's where I'm getting a little, all right. So then it would have to be essentially the HOA that would be applying to do the ADUs.
Would this apply?
Not the individual property, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah,
unit owner.
as we understand it, and that's covered in the prior paragraph,
Okay,
multiple accessory dwelling units within the portions of existing multifamily dwelling structures that are not used as livable space, including but not limited to storage rooms, boiler
Right.
rooms, passageways, attics,
yeah.
basements, garages, if the unit complies with the building standards. So, as I look at it, if you have a condo or a townhouse complex, we have individual ownership,
right,
you can't subdivide your condo. It has to be non-unit space, existing non-habitable space that's converted,
okay.
which would mean to be done by the owner of that space, which is probably the HOA in most modern condo complexes.
Right.
That's for the
Okay.
attached ADUs.
Right. And then the detached, it's just, wherever you can fit it.
Does it fit? Yeah.
But in most condo complexes, most land that doesn't have a building on it is owned by the HOA.
HOA, right.
Although I suppose it does raise the question, if you had a condo complex where you had non-required parking, non-HOA owned land, then the individual owner could put in a detached ADU there,
Yeah,
if that
that's what I was
existed. But
thinking.
that's,
Because sometimes they
fairly
actually have
rare.
their own kind of a yard or garden space.
yeah, if you had your own garden space, you could put a detached
It
ADU
would
in it,
detach,
if you
yeah.
can fit it.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. yeah.
Thinking outside the box a little bit here, I was thinking about these condo projects where maybe 10, 12 units, but then they also have some sort of common open space area. I guess the question that maybe should be raised is that area, while it was required as a part of the requirements for it being approved, could that area then be partitioned off, meeting these requirements to have ADUs?
Yeah, I think
singular
it
or
could now.
plural. So that's kind of what I was.
Wow.
Yeah, I think now with this new law, the condo complex could force the city to accept converting that common area into ADUs if they met the rest of the rules.
So
Which
they would reduce their required open space to allow
That's
for
what I
more.
was wondering too. So
Yeah,
the lot
I don't
coverage
think we
now
can-
changes.
Wow.
The lot-
Somewhere in one of these bills, it said, nothing in this bill is meant to change any of the CCRs
Right. So
of an HOA. However, you can do this, this, and this, and this. now,
That does change it,
which changes it.
Well,
I
and-
think.
And one thing to remember with the CC&Rs, that's a contract among the owners.
That's true.
They can change it. Although most modern condo approvals have a clause that the city has to approve certain changes. But assuming that the city approves it or can't disapprove it, if the owners chose to give up their common space, then they could build a detached ADU in it instead. And I don't think we could block it based on lot coverage or the fact that it was originally conditioned. Because this new allowance says, notwithstanding other law, you have to allow these kinds of multifamily ADUs. So which is another new change in that we can't impose our usual lot coverage or common area requirements to block ADUs in a condo complex. As a practical matter, most condo complexes I'm familiar with can't agree on anything. So,
Except the
Let alone-
fees.
exactly.
Let alone,
The board always raises those. But a lot of the condo complexes I'm familiar with, the boards are ineffectual at best. So they, I'm not sure I would lose sleep fearing every condo complex will be converted to an ADU, to add a practical element to it.
I have a question about this.
Yes, please.
So, did I hear you say if it was a 10-unit apartment, you could have 2 detached ADUs and 2 JADUs?
Not JADUs, 2
Okay,
attached
attached.
ADUs and 2 detached.
Okay, if they'll fit.
Right, if the land has enough room for it.
Is it allowed to build 2-story structures and each story is a separate ADU with separate entrances? Let's say there's an outside staircase.
Yes, if it is 16 feet or shorter, unless the city chooses to give a higher height. So the height we have to allow for the detached multifamily ADUs is 16 feet,
Got it.
which you can, well, the typical sill height is 8 feet, so it's hard to fit 2 of those because you've got to have a
So you could
ceiling.
do 20 feet and,
Yeah, if the city allowed 20 feet, you could do it.
But then that would come to planning commission.
because it's 2-story.
Unless the policy choice was made to allow in the ADU ordinance.
That you could have it without coming to planning.
yeah,
Right,
I'm
20
just
feet.
addressing the if it can fit and you
Yeah.
build up instead of out.
Yeah, you could choose as a policy choice to go beyond the minimum 16-foot height requirement, or the minimum maximum. The lowest we can
It's-
set the maximum, and go higher.
Yeah.
If
I mean,
that was
right now,
desired.
the city allows a single-family, single-story residence to be taller than 16 feet.
Right, we allow 24 feet in most cases.
Right.
Just can't obstruct the neighbor in a certain, the pitch of the roof.
Right, we have the whole
Solar access
piece.
and all that,
And
yeah.
then knowing you're going to be now potentially 4 feet from the property line rather than 5 with the setback change. But that doesn't mean you couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Or that
Yeah,
you'd be
I-
open to it.
I'm
Yeah,
making a list of questions.
yeah. No,
Good.
it's
That
good.
was one of them.
That is a good question.
It is a good one, yeah.
Okay, just 2 or 3 more slides. Actually, that's it.
Oh,
Is that it? Yeah, that is it. So the only other point I'll add is on this letter received today. So on their bullets, we've already dealt with the first bullet about the 850 limit not blocking the hat. In the fight between 850 or half the house, 850 wins. We've dealt with that. Multifamily, I believe we already addressed, but we can always add that further. And they are incorrect that it doesn't become void if we're not completely compliant. That's false.
I
That's
didn't
bluster.
read that in any of the
No, that's
legislation.
bluster. They're,
It said
Yeah, I
we
saw
may,
that.
we may have HCD
yeah, the state can come, yeah.
tell the
Yeah.
Attorney General that we're not compliant, and then the
Well,
Attorney
this-
General could decide what to do. But there was nothing about
Completely
voiding.
void.
No, there's nothing that
Local
voids the
ordinances,
ordinance if
yeah.
it doesn't match all of state law, because honestly, I mean, every ADU ordinance in the state's void. That's not what happens. If we haven't fully met state law come January 1st, then 2 things happen. One, if somebody applies January 2nd, we have to meet state law. And 2, and we know where the delta is, so we'll be able to deal with that. And 2, the state could decide to sue us on January 2nd. But they're not going to. And the reason I know that and can state that with some confidence is because they've been as clear They are more than willing to fight cities who buck the trend and fight the rules. They've made that very clear. But they also recognize that we need time to
Figure it out.
put all this in place. I'll note, the new law allows that HCD to adopt guidelines, regulations, implementing and filling in the gaps in all of these laws, and they haven't even done that yet. And it also allows HCD this pre-clearance process where we take our ADU ordinance and we submit it to them, they get to comment on it, and then we get their comments back. And if we have to either accept our changes or explain why we disagree with our changes. And then if they disagree with our assessment, then they can go to the AG and bring a suit. All of that process happens while our ordinance may or may not comply with state law. So I disagree with this assessment from this advocacy group that were thrown out come January 1st. On their next bullet, the JADU point, which I'll cover in a moment, that's the addition, the difference between the draft that was presented tonight and the draft in the packet is that exact point. Their point is well taken. We've provided a section at the very end expressly calling for junior ADUs. And that I'll just walk through briefly. And did you have a question?
This
before I do
is-
so?
Well, I was
Exhibit
just
A, page
wondering
9,
about
you mean?
this on the last page of that letter, I think it is, or the next to last page, where it says, the ordinance defines a junior ADU, but does not otherwise explain that junior ADUs are permitted or provide for the development of a junior ADU and ADU on the same parcel as is required by Government Code Section 65852.2, and then a bunch of letters afterwards.
Right. That's what we've added in the new subsection L, is the express allowance for junior ADUs in the right cases. So
But
that's
it
since.
says both, and we said we can't have both. You said we can't.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's the point where we disagree with their reading of the statute. And the basis for my there's 2 points there. One is my reading of the statute is a recommendation to you and then a recommendation to the council. You make the recommendations on policy choices, and the council has the policymaking power, which means you can choose to allow more. You can choose to allow an ADU and a junior ADU. That's fine. That's legal. I don't think we are obligated to do so. I think it is your choice and the council's choice, not the state's choice. And
But
the reason
that's not what they're saying.
they disagree with that.
Right.
Their basis is if you read 65852.2 E1B in isolation, it says that if you must allow a attached junior ADU that is attached to a detached ADU separate from the primary unit. They say you have to allow that. But they're reading that in isolation. That section begins with, in the prior subsection, let me get my text so I can articulate this slightly better.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at
E1,
One that was-
E1A says one or the other.
right, the one that we just
And-
passed out, which apologize doesn't have page numbers. So I'm on the fifth page, in the lower half.
Yeah.
And what this document is this is our best assessment of how all 5 bills stitched together for the law to read come January 1st. We took the time, sat with all the bills and all the different sections they amended, and stitched it together into a single document. That's what this is. It is not definitive because the state hasn't issued its definitive statement. It's our best advice to you. So I'm turning to the 5th page, and in subsection E, E1, so E1 says we have to allow the following. E1A is one ADU or junior ADU, and then with some rules. So, turn, there, yeah, E1.
Oh, that's my page 3.
I'm sorry, faces, 5 faces. There's
Oh,
3.
so, okay.
So,
One,
1,
two, 4,
page.
2,
5,
3.
okay.
It has,
Got it.
Also
lower middle
5
part of the
faces.
page, it has
Okay.
E1.
Yeah,
Sorry,
okay,
we
now
need,
I'm.
clearly page numbers would have been better.
All right, E.
So E1A says 180 or junior 80 within some rules and regulations. And then turning to the next page,
Next phase.
The next phase, thank you. B, one detached ADU that doesn't exceed the setbacks, and then it says the ADU may be combined. But that may begins with the section that starts with, we shall approve to any of the following. So I read the may there as a choice for the city, not for the applicant. The other reason I read the may there as a choice for the city, not the applicant, is a textual-based reading that sentence is a passive voice sentence. The ADU may be combined with a junior ADU. Every other sentence in that section, and in most of this ordinance, when the subject is expressed, it's the local agency. The local agency shall, the local agency may. So why would they change in this one sentence? Why would they change the implied subject to be the applicant may? The subject, if implied, should be the same as every other space where the subject is stated expressly. Subject is always stated as the local agency. So I read it on the textual focus that the local agency is the implied subject, which means we have the choice. You have the choice.
The city
not the
can
applicant.
say yes or no, right? Yeah.
Correct. I realize that obviously their argument is that no, the implied subject is the applicant because the stated subjects are always the agency, and if they wanted to say agency, they would have stated agency. This will take resolution by perhaps amendment, definitely HCD guidance, and probably a lawsuit. Ideally, some other city.
But
So-
but that very
When
same
we-
paragraph then says a local agency may impose the following conditions on the ADU, total floor space of not more than 800 square feet. Now, how does that square with 1,200 or 1,000 or 850? All
They're
of which
all-
we see in other places.
They're all different. So
But this is saying that the local agency, namely the city, could be more restrictive in terms of the size of an ADU than the state law.
because the state law is for all ADUs, this section begins with doesn't exceed 4-foot side and rear yard setbacks. So if you had an ADU that had littler setbacks, if permitted, we could impose different size requirements. But they don't. Your
but the-
reaction is one of the challenges here in that there's 5 or 6 different size requirements and they don't stitch together well.
Yeah.
So we'll do the best we can, and we'll submit it to HCD, and we will get the guidance, and
Yeah.
there probably will be follow-up legislation.
Oh, guaranteed.
To clarify,
They'll tell
so,
us what they really
so
mean.
we'll do this step by
Still
step.
hashing it out.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, we've been doing this step by step
Yeah.
for 4 years now.
Yeah,
Every year they do a new series of ADU bills. It seems to be on a 2-year cycle as to how big they are. The bills in 17 were fairly large. You'll recall we had a whole lot of development. The bills in 18 were minor tweaks here or there. 19 we had a flurry. I expect next year's election year we probably will get a lot because ADUs are a pretty big election issue. They're one of the bread and butter issues these days. But Commissioner Laws, you're completely right. We are going to see a whole lot of development in this area, and we are going to get HDD's guidance. And when HDD's guidance comes in, then we'll bring that back to the council and the commission, and y'all can choose to, where you want to fight, where you want to say sure. And to your point, Commissioner Powers, all of this discussion is the limits. You can go beyond. That's guaranteed in subdivision G. And the key that I note there is that if we think about density or CEQA, the usual rule is we can't throw the general plan out. Density is density. But if you do it through ADUs, if you said 2 ADUs or pick one, you get 2, whether it's 2 juniors, 2 regular, or 1 each. If, as an example, that doesn't trump, if you do it through this section.
Existing law says
Section.
ADUs don't add to density.
Exactly. They don't add a density, they don't require growth management plans, so you can take advantage of that exception. But that's the policy choice. I think staff's not recommending doing that because you don't have to, but you can certainly choose to do so if you wish.
Where do mobile home parks fit into this, if at all?
Entirely separate. Mobile home parks, that is the kind of mobile home park where the land is owned by one person and rented to owners of the dwellings, which are state-certified mobile homes that meet that definition from the 70s, and are separately owned, are entirely exempt. Mobile homes are out of this entirely. Their density is limited by the applicable general plan provisions or zoning codes. Mobile homes aren't captured. Mobile home parks
Parks.
are separate from this.
Okay, so an owner of the land of a mobile home park could not apply to build an ADU on that property?
They could apply to build separate dwelling units, but it wouldn't be an ADU.
Ah,
It would just be applying to increase density.
got it.
I wouldn't, because the reason I say that is because the multifamily allowance here is for multifamily dwelling structures. A mobile home park is multifamily housing, but it's not a multifamily dwelling structure.
Right.
It's not one building. Mobile home parks, but a mobile home park owner could choose to apply to say, hey, I want to build a few units in the back. Can I? And it would go through the regular process. And we'd look at their density and
Okay.
the other issues. And that is the end of my long lecture. We are available for questions. Do you have anything you wish to add, Lucas?
I have more.
But yeah, we're here for questions. We're here for recommendations. We're here for changes.
I have some recommendations. If Chair Quillisi wants to go first.
No,
you're
please, go
welcome
ahead,
to.
Ray.
Just
you-
kind,
But should we have questions answered first?
Yeah, it seems
Yeah.
like we should.
Well,
And then do
I think we're at the stage where we're asking questions of staff,
And then do
since we've gotten the
recommendations,
staff
once we have
report, yeah.
everything kind of gelled and.
Yeah, questions
okay,
would make sense.
so my question, and I'll hold the recommendation. My question is, you
Cite a
cannot
page.
put a junior, you're not allowed to have a junior ADU within an ADU structure.
No,
So if you have you build a 1,200 square foot ADU, are you or are you not allowed to make part of that 1,200 square foot ADU a junior ADU?
as I read it, we are not required to allow that, but we can choose to. But I will note that the cow renters, or this homeownership group disagrees with that assessment of the law. So it's not definitive.
Does that,
Where do they say that?
does that
Baked into
ADU,
the first bullet on page 2. The point that was just made is in their statement that the ordinance defines a JADU but doesn't otherwise explain that JADUs are permitted or provide for the development of JADU and an ADU.
Okay.
That's their reading of it.
Okay.
I think, as I look at it, that's a policy choice. You can, but you don't have to.
I'll hold my second comment on
Okay.
it until we get to recommendation.
Yeah, I figure questions, then discussion.
Steve, you-
Nobody,
okay.
we should do that, yeah, at some point.
I'm looking at the staff report, page 3 of 7, and about the middle where it says, "2, the state JADU law requires a city to require permit, the state law requires." Second bullet, a city to require a deed restriction, 1, prohibiting the sale of the JADU separate from the sale of the single-family residence. But as I
Yes.
read 65852.22, it says, "The ordinance may require permit to be obtained for a JADU and shall do all of the following." And this is 65852.22A2, and this says require. That says must. The ordinance shall require, and the staff report says prohibiting. That's
Okay.
oh, here, 65852.22, A2, the end of it, owner occupancy shall not be required, if the owner is another government agency, land trust, or housing organization. What is a housing organization? Like an HOA?
No, housing organization is defined,
Is that like the county that owns Whispering Oaks?
yeah,
Is
it's
that a
not,
housing organization?
it's not defined in this subsection, but it's defined in one of the other sections, and it's gonna be that kind of qualified nonprofits. So it's gonna be the county, the city, a nonprofit housing corporation, a nonprofit housing developer, not a standard landlord. Or not a for-profit commercial landlord. But I confess I don't have that statutory definition in front of me.
All right, but otherwise, owner occupancy of a structure in which there is a JADU is required.
Yes.
Okay.
As distinct now from regular ADUs, for which we can no longer require owner occupation for this 5-year period we're in. Although I do expect that'll get extended.
Okay. Moving over to page 4 of the staff report, under ADUs and existing multifamily dwellings, it says at the bottom of that section, without specifically amending the ordinance to address these situations, the state requirements would apply by default. I'm sure that they do in any case, but since we have the language, why don't we modify the ordinance to reflect the state language? Otherwise, I mean, because the ordinance right now does not refer back to Government Code 65852.22 or .2 or .26 or any of those things. So how would a citizen reading the ordinance know that that state law prevails over the ordinance?
That's why we recommend in the amended version of the ordinance sent out or put on the dais tonight, adding the new subsection L that expressly provides for junior ADUs. To answer that question, we had a further discussion about it on our end. We realized
And specifically ADUs and JADUs in existing multifamily dwellings.
no, that section.
That's the title on this section of the staff report.
Right, I see where you're coming. Right, so the
So have
The
we
discussion-
covered that now in the
Oh, it is not
revised
covered. I thought-
proposed
it is not
ordinance?
covered currently
No,
within
not that piece.
the revisions that we're seeing here, but certainly, and I think that was, we had a conversation yesterday in regards to the junior ADUs, which is now baked into here as a
The
proposal.
definition of the JADU is now in here, yes.
Correct. However, the multifamily was not, and one of the reasons why in our discussions when we went round and round about that was to have the discussion here as to whether or not it should be baked within this code as we move forward as a recommendation to City Council. So it's the way Matthew has been talking, and certainly his presentation speaks to the choice of either having it in or not having it in. So that's a choice that this commission can certainly weigh in on.
Okay, well, I'd
And-
like to see the state law reflected in the ordinance so that people who read the ordinance know all of the requirements.
That's fair. So we can add an express discussion of multifamily ADUs.
Okay?
But,
Look, go
Uh,
ahead.
okay, but I thought you were saying it's a choice of whether we,
That was my understanding.
Yeah, I see that as a choice. I'm hearing the request to do so, but perhaps we need to
Choice.
get a
That's
sense
what
of the
you're
full
saying?
commission.
I
There is
was
a
talking
choice.
about the choice of, do we put the state law language in the ordinance or not? I would opt for yes.
And then you're
oh,
talking about.
I would,
There's neither a repetition of the state law nor a reference to it.
but if it's a choice, we don't have to allow both, you say,
I'm not
both an
talking
A.
about the substance.
I
the matter.
believe you were talking about two
Talking
different
about-
points.
They are talking about.
You are, you were talking about two different points.
Please, okay.
The first point that you're discussing, Chuck Willesee, is whether we amend the ordinance, the proposed ordinance, to discuss multifamily dwelling unit ADUs at all, or do we rely on the state code and
Or
by
do we
default?
leave the municipal code silent on the matter?
Right.
And expect that some owner of a multifamily dwelling is going to figure out there may be some state law that applies too?
Correct. Or do we write it in the ordinance either with
Or
the
do we at
reference
least
to it,
cite
or
the state law?
right, cite to it, or bake in a discussion of
More
it?
Yeah.
clearly?
And that's a
That's the choice I was
ideally
talking
write it more
about.
clearly.
Which is a
Okay.
good
The
point.
second
Make it clearer for the citizens. yeah.
Correct. The second point that Commissioner Lottes is speaking about is the choice that Commissioner Powers is speaking about of whether allowing an ADU and a junior ADU, or only an ADU or a junior ADU.
Right.
Two different points.
Right.
Both valid for discussion, but two different points. On the first point, as noted, we wanted to have this discussion of should we add the multifamily element, this piece on the slide, to the ordinance or leave state law by default. And And there is always a middle ground of saying a single sentence. ADUs and existing multifamily dwellings are allowed as dictated
Are
by
subject
site
to
two.
government code so-and-so.
Right, we could cite
At
to
least
that.
somebody knows to go look it up.
Because we're not necessarily looking at, well, we may, but altering it at this point in time.
And we could either
Okay, but-
cite to it, we could,
Yeah.
we could bake it into the code and fill in the gaps as best we think makes sense. Or let the state law control by default. Those are your choices. I think, I'm not sure if we have a recommendation. I suppose if you're going to include it, I would rather add a whole little subsection for multifamily ADUs where we can cover the gaps that need to be covered rather than just include a sentence that says, go see the state code. But I understand the point about adding it in so that a resident can more easily use this document and not have to understand the laws that they might not be aware of. That's a
Staff
good-
is
fair point.
staff is certainly supportive of adding it in, but we wanted to have that discussion tonight. Certainly, we are supportive of that.
Clarity.
It makes me
Yeah.
think ahead to the other item that we have on the agenda tonight, animal keeping. The code is currently silent on animal keeping,
Correct.
and therefore, there are no rules about animal keeping.
No express rules.
No
Yeah.
no rules,
No,
period.
no express rules. There is still the public nuisance requirement, but that's a, We'll discuss that
separate
on that
rules,
item.
yeah. There's no specific rules about animal keeping. If the code is silent on JADUs or ADUs in or around multifamily dwellings, if it's silent, does that mean you can or you can't? Or you need to go look somewhere else to figure out whether you can or can't?
if the code is silent, it means we are obligated to do that which is dictated by state law, which means you would need to read the state law, sort through what it requires, and then we'd have to do that. And when you put it
It
that
get-
way, perhaps it's better to include it in our code.
It does get a little confusing, especially when we're at the counter having that conversation or on the phone having that conversation. And suddenly the conversation becomes, well, I have a multifamily use. Where are my provisions at in this case? And our response, as it currently is
Go look
being
it up.
proposed, is look it up.
Well,
And
it
then
doesn't
bring
even
back a
say,
proposal
"Go
that
look
will
it
go.
up." It's silent.
Correct.
Yeah, so staff
we
at the
should
counter
say
would say, go
something.
look it up, but we can,
Let's put it in there because.
I think we should-
we're
The
trying to
code
be a
should say
friendly-
something. Yeah.
we'll add it.
Friendly city.
Proactive.
right?
I would
I agree.
go along with that also.
Yeah, I would,
I'm hearing
yes.
good reasons and a strong consensus. We'll add a new subsection M on multifamily ADUs and
Great.
figure out. Say again? M for multifamily, exactly.
Matthew, on page 3 of 7, you have this language that says 1 ADU and 1 junior ADU per lot, and then has things that it has to
If all the following
comply
apply.
with.
That's on the new one or the our old document
That's the old one.
on page 3.
Page 3 of the staff
Staff
report.
report?
Oh, yeah, there we go, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so that's,
Oh, yeah, I wrote that too in my notes.
yeah,
And that's the
That
staff's
reflects our-
interpretation of what the state law now require or will require?
that's that and on the top of page 3 reflects our internal debates with among within us and within each of us and as a group as to what the rules require. I think we've updated our advice to take the position that we don't have to,
Okay.
but it's a
That's where
choice.
it's a policy choice.
Correct.
So,
And we keep coming back to
So-
it.
I mean,
Yeah,
because we don't really know how all of this is going to play out, and I'm really concerned about potential parking impacts. I mean, really changing the character of neighborhoods with some of this that we are required to do. And, I mean, my preference would be to go about this, not dragging our feet, but as slowly as we can, really, to see how it plays out. We've got a 5-year period of time that they're clearly setting forth as a trial period. And so for this, where we could allow one ADU and one JADU per lot. Oh, no, wait.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a single family, okay.
Yeah, for single.
I'm
family.
getting mixed up with multi-residential and single family.
Right.
You know, I would take the conservative approach and just allow one, really. Maybe in the future, a couple years, change it, because things are working out pretty well and we like how it's happening. and we have sufficient review and so forth, but, anyway, that would be my suggestion. I can't see just jumping into this, just like all in, everything goes, anything goes, and we'll wait and see how it, what all the consequences are.
I had a similar thought when I was, reading my packet this week. But I also thought, what about, now, could you do this, because this is being, beyond what the state's requiring? Could you say lot sizes above a certain square footage that you could do the combination?
I think that'd be reasonable.
I think, to me, that'd be
Or
more
within your
reasonable.
power.
Or subject to, at a minimum, design review.
Yeah.
Something where there's additional,
Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking of, okay, like a
Review on
lot in
that. Goes
Persimmon
against
Hill
the
that's a couple
intention
acres and
of
the
the
houses are
legislation.
large, that you potentially could do a junior ADU and you could add an ADU. And you'd still have sufficient parking. I mean, we don't have a
Well,
lot of those lots,
in
but we
fact,
do
you
have
could,
some.
you could put up a guest house right now,
Right,
and then by right, you can build an ADU on the same property.
Right.
That's existing law.
Yes.
so.
What happens if you want to convert the guest house to a junior ADU
has
or
to
an
be
ADU?
It has to be in the house to be a junior.
Not if it's, not,
No, with
yeah,
an
it does.
ADU.
If
Yeah,
the
the
guest
junior's
house-
gotta
this
be
is a
with the
single-family
house.
residence. We can
Right.
have a detached JADU, right?
No.
No,
No,
you can't.
junior ADUs have to be attached,
To
They
the
have to be
primary
attached,
house.
okay.
Guest house
Or-
typically isn't.
depending on how you wish to allow it. You could allow a junior ADU to be attached to an ADU, but a JADU can't be within its own four walls.
So you,
It's got to be attached
Yeah.
to
That
something.
makes it an
so you
ADU.
can't take a guest house and make it a JAD.
No, yeah, a
Make it
guest
an
house,
ADU.
you could make a regular ADU,
Regular, yeah.
but not a junior ADU.
Right,
But if you had a house, an ADU and a guest house, you couldn't convert the ADU to, the guest house to an ADU, because now you'd have two ADUs, unless we
Right.
choose to allow two.
Gotcha.
I like the
okay.
flexibility on, and
But
I,
you could build the
on a
ADU
larger
with the
lot,
guest
maybe
house
to
there.
start
Right,
with.
right.
But if there's an ADU, you can't build a guest house.
No, that got changed.
No, that's,
The old law, yeah, so that, the ordinance before.
Changing all the time.
Where did I miss that?
Or am I missing that?
You can do it in the one order.
Oh, no, you're right.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. That does depend on
You have one, you can't-
That's,
order of building.
that's
That is our
been in the
current
code for a
Oh.
long time, and I never understood it.
Yeah,
No,
like
that
if
is
you're-
our
If you
rule.
build things in the wrong order,
then you're out.
either can or can't do it.
is that, well, does that
Exactly.
make any sense?
Doesn't
No.
make any sense.
None at
That
all.
doesn't make
So-
sense at all.
I've asked about that about 100
Yeah.
times.
Yeah.
It's
So
not
that
logical.
seems like that's, could be, I'd be.
We can
Totally
change that if you
Okay.
want.
Add that to our
I
recommendation?
think we would.
Yeah.
What, how,
Just-
Just to
Discussion.
clarify, we're
That's
talking
so
about,
unfair.
we're talking about going from a guest house
If you
which has no
have a
kitchen,
guest house,
to
you
a
can build an
jun-
ADU, but
to an
if you have
ADU.
an ADU, you can't build a guest house. The way
Look
it's
it up.
Independent.
now.
That's the way it is right now.
correct.
If you do it in the wrong order, you're not allowed.
Yeah,
And the reason that it reflects that now is because the current rule was drafted to reflect, or to only go as far as we had to.
right, but nothing's.
ADUs are protected, guest houses aren't.
Right,
Right.
So if you wanted to build an ADU, we have to let you build an ADU, but we don't have to let you build a guest house. That's why the order matters for the
Okay.
current codes.
Oh.
Because the current code on this, some of our other fronts, the code was drafted to go beyond. On this piece, the current code was drafted to go only as far as we had to. So you
So,
could recommend a change that would say, adjust it or rationalize it, or say you can get guest house irrelevant, or regardless of your ADU count. One of the past concerns about guest houses and ADUs was that it becomes easy for a guest house to become another ADU,
right,
um,
right,
without a permit,
right.
and that may or may not be a concern, given your policy goals.
Somebody sneaks a kitchenette into a guest house, and there you are.
Right. And that may or may not be a policy, that, whether that's a concern is a policy choice, which I will leave to those in whose bailiwick that lies.
Okay? I have a question. We talked about the side and rear setbacks being reduced from 5 feet to 4 feet.
Yes.
However, in the staff report, page 3, and again on page 5, it says with side and rear setbacks sufficient for fire and safety. What does that mean? Does that mean
That-
4, 5, or some other number?
there's impediment, like,
That means as judged by the fire department. and the building department.
I would guess, like, let's just say it was 4 feet or even 5 feet and you had a large oak, with a 4-foot circumference and now there's no way to get behind something, then I could see that that would not. you'd have
I
to make a
don't, yeah, see,
modification.
I don't know what the criteria
I'm just
are.
thinking about fire inspections that I've been on.
Yeah, I mean, that piece of the state law doesn't pick up, it doesn't have a numeric requirement.
Right.
Other portions of
It
these
doesn't
bills-
even say who decides. Presumably, it's the local agency, but state law can always trump that.
Right, I
And
would
here,
argue,
they've chosen,
Clear access.
they've chosen not to trump any local numbers, but they have also chosen not to put in any numbers.
correct. And it's worth noting that definition, a subset for sufficient for fire safety setbacks, applies for ADUs within existing primary dwelling units or within 150 square foot expansions. That doesn't apply to proposed new construction.
Yeah, it's just,
So that's where the presumption is that the building official and the fire department look at the existing construction and decide whether it's sufficient for fire safety, as distinct from a new ground-up construction where it's 4 foot.
right. So you have to go back up to,
So it depends on how you're constructing it.
I thought it was the other way around. If it's existing and it's 4 or 5 feet, that's okay?
There's another section that says that too. There's a couple sections that govern existing construction. One is 4 and 5 feet are fine. Another is the building official gets to judge fire safety. Well, it doesn't say building official. It's also passive voice. We would read that as the building or fire department. Building and fire departments assess that.
Okay, it's 65282.2 C2C.
Yes, which is there. And that's the one that says, for our size limits, we can't set a size limit or any other zoning code limits that block an ADU that is a minimum, or an ADU that is at least 800 square feet, 16 feet in height, 4 foot setbacks. So that says we can't,
Be constructed in compliance with all other local development standards.
right,
Which could
except those
include
listed.
sufficient for fire and safety.
Correct. But
So
not
it's
if,
still the city's option as to what the front, or what the side and rear setbacks have to be if it's based on fire and safety.
I think arguably,
I think you would say it's more.
although there's a risk
To be
that HCD
clear.
would take the position that fire safety.
Yeah, it's the last sentence.
Yeah, well, and that's the challenge is this, so if you look on that page where we have C's at the top,
Right.
the bottom. The bottom says notwithstanding A through D. Notwithstanding C, you have to, then we can impose this fire safety requirement. So they don't fit together nicely. They stack in an odd configuration. I would,
Well, E1A3 repeats the side and rear setbacks are sufficient for fire and safety.
not repeats, that's where it is. The prior C1, C2C doesn't mention fire safety.
No, it just says comply with local ordinances,
But all, right,
development standards.
yeah, all other.
Yeah,
So,
which could include fire and safety.
correct. So I suppose you could take the position that if the building official determined larger than 4 foot setbacks were necessary for fire safety, we may be able to enforce those. I think that'd be fair.
Okay?
I'm not sure. The HCD would argue that the 4 foot language is clear, that all other means other than what's listed, other than 4 foot. But it's unclear how the two sections sit together because E1A3 begins with notwithstanding A. Because E1 begins with notwithstanding subdivisions A through D, we have to permit things that meet these rules, one of which is setbacks are sufficient for fire safety. So if the building official said 10 feet was the minimum safe.
Up to you, yeah.
Then the building official could argue, I'm not permitting less than that because this says I can preserve fire safety. And the applicant would point to the other section that says, no, 4 feet's fine. And the resolution would come to a court in the end, depending on who sued who. I would contend, realizing that throwing everything to court isn't efficient, I would contend that we should probably set it as 4 foot, but know that the building official can take the position if in any particular case, 4 foot's not safe, we can rely on the other language to say 4 foot's not safe and argue that, impose that.
Okay. Staff report, page 5, at the bottom, prohibition of owner occupancy requirement. That says for 5 years, the city is prohibited from imposing an owner occupancy requirement for ADUs. So you can rent, you don't have to live on the property where you propose to build an ADU.
Correct. You can rent out
Okay.
both pieces. If it's permitted during this window.
And then then the top of the next page says this prohibition does not preclude a city from requiring a deed restriction and prohibition of the sale of the ADU separate from the sale of the single-family residence. Okay? But someplace else in the staff report here, it says you can't. Says AB 587 adds 65852.26 that says under certain conditions, you can sell it separately.
Correct, but recall that AB 587 has an option. City is not required to exercise that option. The allowance under AB 587 for selling an ADU separately from the main house and under that subdivision map act workaround is an option. It's not required. The city doesn't have to exercise that option. And we don't recommend doing so for the reasons we discussed earlier.
Oh, if the local agency allows. Okay, got it.
Correct.
Got it.
That's a pure choice. One of the few pure
Page
choices
6 of the
left.
staff report, the section entitled Sale of ADU by Qualified Nonprofit.
That's the 587 section.
Yeah. The.
I realize we didn't put the bill number there. That's-
Line 6, it refers to the property in question. Does that refer to the ADU or to the primary or to the parcel that they both reside on? I don't understand the reference.
That section, that reference is to the land on which the ADU sits. Because it requires that it be developed.
You don't build the property. You could develop the property, but you couldn't build it.
Yeah, that's, I think, imprecision in language. The property in question means the land
Developed, it says, both, yeah.
must be built or developed. I think that's colloquial phrasing, building
Okay.
property. You're right, you don't build property, you build structures. But the reference to property in question means
Means the parcel?
the parcel, the land, has to be owned by a qualified nonprofit who can then sell it to qualifying low-income families.
It has to be owned and developed by a qualified nonprofit.
Correct.
Okay? But as it stands, I believe the proposed ordinance is silent on the matter. Is that correct?
Correct. And silence means we are not exercising that option. It takes affirmative exercise of the option to allow this separate sale by qualified nonprofits.
Okay, as an option only and by ordinance, the city may allow. Okay.
And if we don't adopt an ordinance that does so, then that doesn't apply. And so, and as noted, we're not recommending doing so. Of course, staff makes recommendations, you make recommendations to council, council has sets policy, we don't have a vote, but that's our recommendation for your choice.
I would
Okay.
support that.
And I think we may have covered this already, but top of page 7, the first paragraph, HOA and CC&Rs.
Oh, this is the one where we neglected to discuss that AB 270, which, or 670, I'm sorry, 670, which does override certain HOA provisions. So that's a correction to the staff report.
Okay.
HOAs now cannot prohibit all ADUs.
Or unreasonably restrict.
Right. Cannot prohibit or unreasonably regulate ADUs. And what reasonable regulation is an open question. I would argue that imposing
for a
regulations similar to those imposed in other situations is reasonable. And the statute, I should say, adds a little bit definition of that. It says that a regulation which effectively prohibits, increases the cost of, or renders infeasible an ADU is an unreasonable regulation. So it's more than the
Yeah.
city can do, but it's less than bars.
And that's in in the civil code.
Yeah, this,
Civil 4751.
that's the one.
A
Yep.
says any CCR that effectively prohibits or unreasonably restricts ADUs is void and unenforceable.
Correct.
Sounds like a topic to be settled in court.
I guarantee some of the larger HOAs, think of the parts of Orange County where half the city is an HOA. They'll be litigating this furiously.
Yeah.
And we will see who wins in the Court of Appeal and report back.
I do have a question on just the wording. It's in the proposed ordinance, page 7 of 10.
This
The
is
new
attachment
version,
A.
tonight's
Yeah.
version. Number 1 under notes, and it's talking about the setback. I just, when I read it, I have a hard time following it. A setback of no more than 4 feet from the side and rear shall be required for an accessory dwelling unit, not converted from an existing structure. Okay. Does that mean new? A new structure?
And it says or.
Or a new structure
But then it's-
constructed
yeah,
in
and
the
then it
same
goes-
location.
Or a new structure contained in the same location, and the same location as what?
As an existing structure.
So if you took down a shed and you put an ADU there, is that what they're
Right.
referring to,
I
kind of?
think we need to adjust that
You could
slightly.
you could take
I
down your
thought we were saying
garage,
it
leave
was-
the slab, and build a new ADU
Oh,
on that slab,
okay.
I guess, right?
Yeah, so to clarify this, if we go to our how 65852.2 will read, flip to the second face, and then about halfway down the page, there's a large paragraph that begins Romanet 7, no setback shall be required. That's where this language comes from. And what it's saying is that if you convert an existing structure to an ADU,
Okay.
then
It's already there.
no setbacks required. You can keep your same
You can,
footprint.
keep whatever the existing setback is.
And we
that's-
can impose a setback of up to 4 foot, side and rear, for something that is not converted or not built in the same location. And we only put in this note, we only put in the not.
So it
We only put in the second
grandfathered
piece
the
of that.
footprint of an existing structure.
Exactly. You can use an existing footprint, whether it is or is not.
Yeah, okay.
Just keep.
Yeah,
And that could be clarified
I
better.
just, yeah, it was just, to me, it's
Yeah, it's kind of like,
I couldn't exactly figure out what it was saying, so.
Yeah, I think we put in the second part of the rule, but because we
Gotcha.
dropped out the first part
Okay.
and stated it somewhere else, it didn't mesh well. I think we could adjust that.
right.
Um,
Read it a couple times and you go, okay, now I get it.
But I thought we said that 4-foot setback, I mean, I hate to be redundant here,
No.
because I'm confused, but,
We have to get even
For
more
a new-
careful
Yeah.
if we're talking about the draft ordinance than we did about questions about the staff report.
Right.
but I thought a new ADU only needed a 4-foot setback. But even though we say, as set forth in the zoning district, the unit is proposed in for the setbacks, front, side, and rear. But I thought maybe I got that from the staff report. I
This is in
thought we were
Table A.
saying that it was 4 feet in the side and rear for a new ADU.
yeah,
Correct. That's for the new, not.
So are we saying that in this ordinance?
I think that's what the intention of the combination of the note and the table is that a new ADU is a 4-foot setback. And if that new ADU entails conversion of the,
An existing
Unless it's a
structure Or the
conversion.
location
If it's
of
a
an
conversion, anything goes.
right,
existing- Yeah.
If it's new, 4 feet on the side and rear.
correct.
Okay. I think that just needs some clarification.
Yeah,
Because
we
I'm
can-
confused.
State that a bit more plainly.
Okay.
New ADUs, 4-foot side and rear conversions. Okay, I think we could clarify that to be plainer.
Okay.
That was really the only, I mean, I think I could follow. I haven't really reviewed the last part under junior accessory dwelling units, but,
Can I clarify or
Please.
yeah.
try to get clarity? Are you saying that if I build an ADU It needs to be 4 feet from my back fence. And then my neighbor behind me can build an ADU, and it has to be 4 feet from the back fence. So there could potentially be 8 feet between the
Right.
2 ADUs.
Correct.
Yeah.
Up to 16 feet high, right?
And 16 feet tall.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what the state is now
Yeah.
desiring.
I mean, that's what that's why I'm saying, I think we need to take this step by step. I mean, the goal is laudable. The state is really pressing everybody really hard on this. And it's because we haven't succeeded in providing the necessary housing in other ways. And I get that, but
Because we
Like-
can't force developers to build houses here
Not yet.
that are affordable. Not yet, yes.
we have to get more creative in our partnerships and really, there's lots of ways to skin the cat on this, but we haven't been good at much of any of it, really.
And we've,
Including inclusionary housing, I might add.
which, as you'll note, doesn't exist in our current code, although I'm sure that'll be part of the next housing element update. The state, I think, has taken the position, with some backing, that ADUs are a great solution to the housing, or portions of the housing crisis, because they're more or less infill development. They go in your existing residential neighborhoods. Now, there's parking challenges, there's noise challenges,
Yeah, the
there's,
parking
there's,
challenges.
there's,
They
there's
even.
real challenges that are worth
Yes,
considering.
Physical challenges, the
Right.
proximity, I mean, really impacting a neighbor.
And it can change the
In many
character
ways.
of a
Right,
community in
yeah.
in many ways.
Yeah.
But it's perhaps less impactful than a 4-story apartment building being built in the same lot, as Senator Wiener
Which
I
thought.
don't know,
Yeah,
because
with the bill that died.
four-story apartment building, it gets site review, it gets parking,
Under current law.
yeah. Yeah.
You'll
Are they
recall-
gonna change that too?
Well, you'll recall the bill that died this year. Senator Portantino killed it in the Senate, one of the committees, SB 270, which was similar to last year's SB 35. Or I might have the numbers flipped. Carried by Senator Wiener, they would have provided that in areas near high priority, high quality transit, including light rail lines, bus stops, I should say not all bus stops, sufficiently frequent bus stops, 20-minute headway or 15-minute headway, and light rail stops and light rail lines within a half a mile, 80-foot housing, no density, no CEQA, ministerial approval, zoning notwithstanding, and within a mile, 40-foot housing, no density, no CEQA,
I
no
know.
other rules.
That
That bill died, but he's going to try again next year. He's
Yeah.
already said so.
I mean, when so the burden of this lower quality of life living falls on the poor people. And, so we're going to take away their open space, we're going to take away, a decent living environment that,
But if
I
you-
don't know, I mean,
if you live and work in Sacramento, maybe you don't care.
yeah. Well,
and some are,
well,
yeah, and
a lot
that's
of the pressure is coming because of Northern California.
right, and that's the
Have
thing
been
that
completely resistant to addressing the housing challenges up there.
a lot of the smaller suburbs in the South Bay, where we have Google and Facebook and Apple and
Yeah.
Netflix and all those
They haven't
companies,
done anything.
haven't built housing in years, and yet they have.
And when
Palo
they,
Alto's almost completely infill these
Yeah.
days.
and when
It
they
was
approved,
30, 40 years ago.
Right.
when those big giants were approved, this communities did nothing to require mitigation.
Yeah,
Nothing.
they made choices that were rooted in jobs and tax revenues,
With
not
no
so
balance
much
at
in
all.
housing.
So,
Yeah.
anyway, but
Yeah.
that's over the water over the
Well,
bridge.
and
but-
it's
Yes,
worth
but
noting.
we're just as guilty because we had a housing project for 28 rental units that was shot down because half of us said they couldn't get through with one parking space per unit, and they agreed to pay an in-lieu parking fee. So this is what happens.
Yeah.
We have to be more creative, and we can't just say, oh, there's not enough parking. You have to be more creative.
Yep. But
We're just as guilty.
I
on
agree.
our own
Oh, I know,
scale.
I know, I agree. But,
And one of the things we'll be looking to do as we move into the next housing element cycle and the broader general plan update, which the contract was recently approved by the council, is looking at holistic, comprehensive solutions. What can we be doing that we aren't doing
Good.
about the housing program and about our housing program? So we'll be looking at
That's
inclusionary housing
great.
ordinances. We'll
I
be
guess we
looking
really-
at ADUs, of course. We'll be looking at these broader questions.
We really need to have a hard look, you're right.
Add that to, as a sub-question to topics for our meeting with the city council that
Right.
we'll discuss another
Yeah.
time.
And it's definitely a planning issue, and we have to look at it comprehensively. I read something a couple of weeks ago, and I've shared this in a couple meetings that I was at, but it was basically said, the climate crisis is actually due to the way we've built our houses and where we've built them. But when you think about it, it
Yeah.
affects transportation, the building materials, it affects food and agriculture, everything.
You're right.
And water, and air quality, and, where's our work, it's an hour away,
Right.
just all of it. So it's, even though I know we're in a small community here, we still need to look at it
Yeah,
from a holistic
yeah.
approach, I believe.
Are we on questions still?
I still have questions, and I have errata on the draft ordinance as well. If,
And at some point, we also need to open the public hearing. I realize there's a dearth of persons present, but we need to open it, then close it.
okay, then
Perhaps
we'll,
now.
we'll pause in questions and comments to staff and open the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to speak? I have no speakers cards. No.
Oh,
Okay.
if you don't recognize, Mr. Fisk is the assistant city manager.
No, I
No, we know.
Yeah.
We all looked at it just in case.
think he's
Although he is, of course, welcome
watching
to
with
speak.
great interest, but
Yeah.
not choosing to speak. Okay, then we'll close the public hearing again and get back to talking with staff about this. Anytime one of you wants to break in, I've got a number of things yet that I'd like to
A lot of my
bring up.
questions have been answered.
Recommendations and.
Okay,
Questions, but
well, I have errata and questions. Starting with Exhibit A, page 1.
This is the new,
Yeah, the new draft ordinance amendment, yeah. Yeah, I printed my own copy. I was telling Sherry just before the meeting.
I didn't get home.
I saw her email just as I was about to read this, and I stopped and I printed the new version and punched it and stuck it
Oh.
in my
Oh,
book.
you're lucky.
Nice.
because I
So-
had already marked my old one up,
Yeah. I was
yeah.
not that far along. Anyway, on the first page, section B, definitions, items 1 through 7. This is just errata. They're missing lead quotes on the terms.
Oh,
Oh, you're right,
you are.
yeah.
Thank you.
There's a new item 10, floor area, but the word, or the definition of passageway has been deleted. It doesn't show here as being deleted, but in the old ordinance, passageway was in there. I'm wondering, was it deleted because the term itself doesn't appear anywhere else in Title 10?
Mr. Chair, it has been relocated in alphabetical order. It's on the next page, is number 19. For some reason, the
Thank you very
strike-through.
much. Okay.
Oh, the strike-through didn't show that,
Because,
yeah.
yeah, 65852.2A1D1 talks about you can't require a passageway, so I'm glad it's in there, good. G1,
Yeah, I think we reordered everything to have a slightly more sensible order.
and you have a recommendation to make. I would invite you to do that before I do my next recommendation. How's that? You have some?
I have several, so.
Okay.
How would you like to do this?
Well, I don't want to be the only one talking here, so why don't we
Okay.
For it.
start in? Go for it.
Start in. Where do assisted living places fit in terms of multiple family? Or I know they're not in multiple family, but how is an assisted living property assessed in this?
I would think assisted living properties are gonna probably come in as multifamily dwellings. Although it's gonna depend on how it's structured. If it's one of the ones that's deed restricted to persons who are over 55, then it wouldn't be multifamily dwelling. But I think that one would be perhaps bear some further discussion. Thoughts?
More of a
the
business,
crew?
though?
We have-
Assisted living, like
Well,
somebody has a.
it is a business, and we have a number of them in town.
We do have a number of them.
Business rather than residential. I mean, even though people do live there, but it's run.
I think it in part depends on how it's structured. Some
Yeah,
assisted
it's
living
different.
complexes are condos that you own with the service provider. Others are
Oh, well, that's true. But that's not assisted.
legally
living.
long stay hotels or long stay apartment complexes where you rent a room with services going with it.
Yeah. So that was a question I had where that,
So your
Compulsive
question
homes
is,
are
where is that
CE
topic in the
currently.
code?
wait, hang on,
Right.
Louis.
They're not treated as, well, of course,
Straight residential, and they're usually under a conditional use permit.
right, because they're not
Treated the same as typical multifamily.
usually, which is, I think we would take the position that they're,
It's typically individuals that live there, although the Gables is different, that's,
right.
Yeah,
that's
proportion-
families.
proportion
or
is assisted.
potentially families, but the gardens and the place that's just across Grand from the Gables, that's individuals again, it's, I don't know, is it a skilled nursing facility? I don't think it's that, I think it's a step down from that, like the gardens is a step down from skilled nursing.
Right. I'm not sure that we actually have we can go back and take a closer
at
look at
that,
that and look at some examples and see how that plays out.
Yeah,
But
I'm
that's,
just trying
that's
to
a good
cover all the
question.
bases.
Yeah, that's good. Agreed.
Junior ADUs. So the question is, for deliberation, should they be allowed as part of an AUD? So, if you can build a 1,200 square foot ADU that's detached, which is a fairly large structure, could be, that's
Bigger than a lot of homes in the city.
yeah, that could be a 3-bedroom ADU. Why not allow one of those bedrooms be a junior ADU and qualify for that?
It's
So that's
functionally the same as a rented bedroom? No,
Does it will have a little
it's a
kitchen or-
rented bedroom
It
with a
would have a
kitchenette
hot plate,
included?
right, but it would share the bathroom in the
Share the
ADU.
bathroom.
I'm just trying to
I
stick to the
wouldn't have any
goal,
objection.
I'm trying to honor the goal of providing housing and affordable housing. So I know a lot of people that rent bedrooms in homes
Mm-hmm.
and don't rent whole
I mean,
homes.
this doesn't,
Prohibit.
all of this does not address renting a bedroom in a house
No, I under,
or an ADU. It could be
well,
better,
a junior ADU,
How do you know that?
because you can't prohibit that.
Yeah, we can't prohibit people from renting bedrooms in their house, provided the rental term is longer than 30 days. That we can't prohibit.
right, but
That-
we're
right, right,
talking
right.
about a junior ADU though has a kitchenette and
Right, so
simply
there's
shares, so I'm talking about a
somewhat more
junior,
facility for
I'm
living.
talking about a junior ADU and I'm suggesting I want to have a discussion about whether we want to recommend that to council or not. I personally think it's a good idea and adds more truly affordable housing for people if there isn't room in the
Well-
primary residence to create a junior ADU, or they don't want to.
Well, again, I'm concerned about taking too big of a step all at once, really. And I'm also concerned about cramming people in to a teeny space and.
Well,
without-
how's that, if you have a 3-bedroom ADU and
I mean, for the
there's.
1,200, the 1,200.
That's
square
1,200,
foot.
a 1,200 square foot one. You might have a family move there. I mean, are you cramming it, or is it the same amount of people anyway? It's just one of the rooms gets qualify with kitchenette as a junior ADU within the ADU.
You know what's an interesting thought about that? All right, so let's just say there's a primary house and somebody puts in a junior ADU, and it has to be owner occupied. Then with the an ADU and possibly adding the junior portion, the question becomes, is the owner living in the ADU, or is that a rental, which would mean you couldn't have an ADU there? If you were renting it out to the
couldn't have
non,
a owner
live in
to a
either?
non-owner,
Occupied,
because it
right.
wouldn't be owner occupied.
Yeah, but can the owner live in either?
Well, that's the question. If the owner did live in the ADU, then maybe that's a clause or a way to get that.
What does it matter?
Because
Who
right,
lives there?
well, right now, the new law says if you're gonna put a junior ADU, it has to be in the primary residence.
Right.
And it has to be owner occupied.
That's the state law.
That's the
Right.
state law,
But
the
we
new
have the
one.
ability to make it more generous.
Yeah, I guess that's true too.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, that's what I'm
Yeah.
addressing, is to expand.
So can we,
All
How
our
generous do we want to
options.
be?
yeah, how
At the-
generous do
for
we want to
step one-
be?
For step one, how generous do we want to be?
Yeah.
Right.
So
So
I
in
would,
other
I
words,
would
then-
rather than err on the side
Right.
of
We don't
Not-
not allowing less and then adding things, I would rather
Add more.
open up the
That's a fair
social
point.
experiment, see what happens, and then pare down. It's all a social
Well, it's harder
experiment.
to
But
do.
once you've allowed it, you can't take it
Yeah,
back.
that's
that's
the
harder to
problem.
do.
That is the
Well,
problem.
you can't, because
Yeah,
Yeah.
all the ordinances are all controlling what happens in the future.
right.
Yeah.
I agree.
But with a
Everything that's here is already grandfathered.
right?
Yeah, it is true. If you
It-
permit
it-
something, you can't,
Okay.
within reason.
Well, it
There are
doesn't-
some within bounds.
It just, it
There are-
doesn't make sense to me to have 1,000 square foot or 1,200 square foot ADU and not allow a junior in there.
Well, we're making it a lot easier to have any ADU. We're making it a lot easier.
Right.
And no parking, the setback is reduced. I mean, it's
Right, but
no design
let's be
review.
realistic
So
about,
we're making big, we're actually having some pretty big changes coming through here. And I think that there will be people who look at this and go, oh, yeah, I'm gonna do this.
more
In fact,
doable.
I've kind of thought about it myself.
I mean,
I-
we are making some big changes. However, realistically, 1,000 square foot ADU is still gonna be, in this town, it's still gonna be $2K a month, which is not necessarily an affordable housing. A junior ADU, being able to rent a single bedroom with a kitchenette within that ADU, then might be affordable at, $700, $750.
So now we have the house, we have an ADU and a junior ADU.
In the ADU. So
No,
you're saying the
that's what he's
junior
talking
one
about.
is in
No, yeah,
Within the ADU.
yeah, so,
So we have two people renting from the owner
so
of
they
the
convert their
primary-
garage.
Yes.
That's the
They
part
convert their garage, where they remove the parking for the original, for the house. So we've got the ADU taking over the over the garage, and then you add another JADU.
Right.
So now you have one parking space for the whole thing. I mean, the impact on some of these neighborhoods
It's gonna be pretty
in
bad.
Ojai is gonna be severe. And that's why I'm saying, I know that we, in the future, we're, with climate change and dealing with climate change and probably, hopefully getting by with fewer vehicles, and vehicles being electric and riding bikes and walking and all that kind of stuff. It's good, and we are gonna have to change, but it's gonna have to be kind of an unfolding and a evolution of change, not just like jumping from one thing to a
I
big.
guess I'm more concerned
So-
about meeting the goal of truly affordable places for people to live than
I
how
hear
many
you.
cars on the street, which our culture is gonna shift around.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
I
a
just-
transition for
I-
it to happen, yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's why I'm saying, being able to plan more logically for a broad perspective of the built environment when we look at an apartment building versus this, where we're gonna just have cars parked all over the place. It's gonna be stressful for some neighborhoods to have this kind of change. It's gonna be very stressful. And I'm concerned about that.
What if we take the other approach? You know, people who live in urban environments don't have as many cars as people who live here. I mean, people who live here have like umpty-ump cars in their house. But, you know, I just spent 2 weeks in cities on the East Coast. They don't have cars like that because there's no place to put them. So if we make it crowded, it's the same approach as changing the way we plan our cities. If it's harder to park your car downtown, you're not going to take it there. I didn't have a car for 2 weeks. When I needed to go someplace, I took an Uber, I walked. I loved it. And I think that if we don't keep allowing for the cars, we will impact that, and it will make people change and not have as many cars if there aren't spaces for them. And
Well,
it
that's
may,
why I'm saying things should unfold.
but you're not,
Position, she's
Because
saying. Right.
I mean, do what we have to do, but I don't know about being more generous right off the bat. Maybe being more generous a couple years after we do
but
this, the
I
first
think,
step.
I'm in agreement with Ray that the junior ADU is actually the more affordable of all of that.
So on that note, that kind of gets back to what we generally had discussed earlier. I wouldn't be opposed to saying that you could do a junior ADU in the primary unit and build an ADU on the same parcel, same lot. Maybe we'd have.
Subject to whatever other restrictions there are, sure.
Right, and if we want to transition, and I understand where Kathy's coming from also, that we could put a lot size restriction on it. That doesn't mean we couldn't change it later, but almost like to
Oh, lot
test it
size
out.
restriction. We can do
Right.
that?
Okay,
I thought we
'cause-
couldn't do
Well,
that.
I thought we could
That's
not
if we-
also.
Well, if you're more
No,
generous,
This
you
is more
could do
generous
that.
because it would be allowing not only.
It would be
both a
allowing 2
junior
units.
And an ADU, whereas right now we're saying you could do one or the other, but this option, when you could do both. But I'm saying, if we feel like, you know, it's overbuild immediately, maybe restrict it to larger lot sizes
I-
and test it out.
Yeah, I would be fine with,
Can-
if we were. had
I
that
think we
agreement.
can do
I
that.
thought this legislation said you cannot put a minimum lot parcel size
But this
on
is,
someplace where you're doing an ADU.
For the ADUs that are protected by the bill, if we take the position that we aren't required to allow both an ADU and a junior ADU, then if we lift that prohibition and we go further,
then
we don't have to go, we can set limits on how far
Right.
further we go.
Well, that's very interesting.
I think you
that's
could,
what I'm
I think you
thinking.
could do that.
Because
The-
then
the-
theoretically, maybe there's more space on the
Maybe.
driveway or whatever for some
Right,
cars.
because
I
if it's a
would
larger
say-
lot,
If the JADU
yeah.
didn't remove the garage, for example,
Yeah, you could put some restriction
I mean, if
on
you
it, but
could put some
at the same
restrictions.
time, it's still more expansive.
Yeah, I think that would
Would
be
be a way
very
to do
interesting
it.
to explore that, and
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
On some
we'd
of the
have to look
larger
at it.
properties
Yeah,
where there's much less chance of really, you know,
yeah, I use like
severely impacting the neighborhood.
Persimmon Hill or something, for example, where the parcels are like, you know,
Yeah, or
acre or
theoretically,
two,
yeah.
and you have like a 4,000 square foot house, and now there's one person living there.
Yeah.
Oh gee, maybe
Yeah.
I'll make a portion of it a junior ADU, but I still have plenty of room to build an ADU there.
Yeah.
And I have a 300, 500-foot long driveway or something.
Those are
Or you use the garage as the ADU and you put a junior ADU in the house and you still have that
Yeah,
extra
more choice
space
because
where
you
you
have
can
more
park.
choice.
Yeah, no, I think,
yeah, so,
I agree, that's
The state law
reasonable.
forbids us from putting parking requirements on this now.
Right.
well, we're just using that as a scenario. If it was a larger lot, you
No,
would.
Matt's saying that if we're going above, if
I
we're
think we can
allowing
condition a-
additions.
We're
Yeah.
not putting a parking requirement on it. We're saying that to start out with, you can do one of each if you have a slightly larger lot size.
To be determined, that would have to be determined.
I'm challenged with all the limits that I guess where I'm coming from is be as modular as we can. If first of all, pragmatically, it costs a lot of money to build an ADU any way you look at it.
I know.
So the number that are actually going to come through our city, I don't think is going to be that great. That doesn't mean it won't have impact, like you said, the ones that do come through. But You know, I remember when we
Well,
started
that's
these conversations, we were like looking at worst-case scenarios, and, you know, and every
There are
other.
more permits for ADUs than there were. There
Um,
are.
So,
That's
but,
why
well,
I
let me
s-
finish my thought,
okay.
though. So, you know, there's this discussion of tiny home houses on foundations, which could be 200 square feet, right? But if we're not going to allow 2 ADUs on a property, I don't think we should restrict them from building a 400 square foot ADU and making one of them a junior an ADU, you know, split it up and you have 200 square foot places.
But
And one's a ADU
tiny
and one's
homes
a,
is not currently legal either.
no, what I'm saying is,
Foundation, though, you
what
could-
I'm saying on a foundation,
Yeah, it's a small house.
I want to have, you know, I would like someone to be able to build a 400 square foot place and make
And have more units
one
in
of it a full ADU and the other half and a junior ADU that uses the restroom of the other one. And then that, since we're not allowing 2 tiny homes, 2 ADUs on foundations, you make a 400 square foot and 2 people can live there. I don't want to restrict that because that's true affordable housing. And that's the whole goal of this.
Yeah, I think that one of the other questions that would come down to too, especially if the junior ADU isn't required to have a restroom, and we're talking about potentially a shared one. You know, who are you sharing your house with? You know, is it just a random person coming in or,
Well, it can have its own bathroom.
but it could have its own bathroom.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
What could?
could.
A junior ADU can but need not have its own restroom.
Yeah.
And the same thing with the entrance, it could have 2 entrances. Now it sounds like we're talking about a duplex.
Yeah, that one I'll need to confirm. My recollection is that
Yeah.
you don't have to have a separate entrance for JADUs, but
Yeah.
then our slides say that you do have to have it, so that's
I
where I
saw
gotta
that too,
double
I saw
check.
both of them, yeah.
But
Yeah, I
putting
gotta
a door
double
is
check
not
that
a
point.
big deal. It's just when I hear you talk about Persimmon Hill, I mean.
I just use that for an example.
No, I get that, and you know I'm all for that. I wanted to, you know, one of my suggestions is a whole zoning overlay that someone with acreage can, you know, build a cluster village
Which I
there
agree
and,
with.
and
Yeah.
b-
Right.
build
I-
several things.
Yeah, I hear
So, but there's not that many properties like that. And that's one of my other recommendations, and that's, before the meeting even started, that's what I was talking about. Does the zoning overlay recommendation fit into this conversation of allowing larger parcels to build multiple ADUs, you know, with a common use building kitchen, or however they want to design some kind of, you know, progressive pilot project
Yeah, and there's different ways to legally set
and,
those up.
and
too.
legally set that up. So,
I would note that the purpose of this agenda item tonight is to try to get the municipal code legal in terms of the new state law.
no, I got it. That's why I was
And-
asking if that
yeah,
was an
and so the
appropriate
question is,
conversation.
how much farther than that do we want to go tonight? Because I've got one as well that is off topic.
But I think what Ray's talking about, I mean, that's laudable, but I think that's more policy discussion for the general plan.
Okay.
I really do.
Yeah, I do
because-
too.
Because
The
it's
housing-
very innovative, and yeah, it probably is something we should really be thinking about.
And be
but-
part of the
but-
housing element.
But Chair Quillisi's
So-
right. I mean, it would be
Okay,
better to
well, that's
focus-
why I asked if that was appropriate now. So I'm hearing it's a conversation another time. But I do have another comment on the junior ADU.
And before you jump to the next comment, we did just confirm with the text. The city can require junior ADUs to have a separate entrance. Obviously, if they have shared bathroom, then there's gonna be an internal door.
Yeah.
But we can still require a separate front entrance,
But we don't have to.
but we don't have to.
Right, okay.
Okay?
And credit
From
to
my
Suzanne.
understanding, to have a JDU and a JADU in a private residence, it has to be owner occupied? Is that correct? I don't get that either.
That is.
I don't see why we would want to impose that.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought it was a requirement.
I thought it was
It
too.
is part of it, yeah.
The ordinance shall require owner occupancy.
Owner occupancy.
in the junior ADU. So that, but then it adds, as I recall,
Oh, it says to include a separate entrance.
yeah, no, it does have separate entrance.
Jeanette and
As I recall, we can still go further if we want to.
65852.22A2 allows requiring owner occupancy in the residence where the JADU is.
You don't have.
It allows.
Yeah, I think that's the same bucket. You don't have to require owner occupancy if you don't want
So
to.
my suggestion is not to require that. I don't,
Yeah, but now how about, do we, if you want to put a JADU as part of an ADU,
right.
then does the owner have to occupy the ADU? And then who occupies the primary?
I'd say let them rent the whole thing out.
Rent all 3 units.
Yeah. I mean, what goal are we trying to achieve? And that's what I keep looking at.
I recall having read all the legislation last night, and I'm a little fuzzy from it, I will admit. I don't recall seeing the word affordable anywhere. They're trying to get more housing,
Okay.
Right.
period,
I-
with the hope that housing will become more affordable.
And I think
But they
there-
don't say affordable anywhere.
Yeah,
Right.
and didn't we start the whole thing with the owner occupancy to prevent people from coming in and purchasing multiple pieces of property and just renting them out?
the vacation rental.
Yeah, for,
Right.
Well,
for-
long-term.
even if it's 30-day rentals, it's still different than what you're imagining, which is people actually living in these things.
Got it.
And I think
So-
that was the issue, because that was kind of skewing the prices on rentals and making fewer rentals for people to actually live in long-term.
I agree.
That was.
So
part of the
that's where that
conversation.
started with us, with our
Yeah.
ordinance.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, I see that point.
Because you can definitely make more money even on a 30-day rental than you can on a year-long rental, if you're willing to deal with that.
So if the owner wanted, let's say we allowed a junior to be part of an ADU. Would you want to allow the owner to live in the ADU, rent the room in the junior, and then rent the primary residence?
I don't know that it matters as long as there's an owner on board
In
somewhere.
either one.
Yeah. Because we're trying to encourage people who actually live in town.
I understand.
And there's many, many reasons for that.
I understand. So there's no provision we can make to be able to rent primary ADU and junior, and there's nothing
We can, but there's
nothing- but
implications in that.
Nothing we can do to prevent someone from just doing consistent 30-day rentals and as a vacation rental. There's nothing we can, I mean, there's a ban on that.
If they're
No.
30 days or longer, it's legal. State law says that. 29 or less, that we can prohibit.
I don't.
And have prohibited.
I don't
And,
see.
and have
problem with that.
prohibited, which means that it is illegal to rent a property for the month of February.
Because it's less than 30 days.
True.
So,
Uh,
so if I'm renting, if
Technically,
I'm
that's true.
renting you a house month to month, I can't rent it to you for February.
Rent someplace for.
As I recall, we built in somewhere in the code, and we wrote that in.
Is that-
But I think a lot of it does use 30 days. And
You
this
could
is,
say that with the
I
exception
was
of
just
February.
curious if the phrase less than 30 days
A lot of
is in
places
state law someplace, or is that something we did to ourselves?
we adopted less than 30 days.
Well, I suggested to the city council a
remember
long
you
time
did.
ago
Yeah,
that the phrase be for less than one calendar month.
that's
Oh, good.
better.
That is better.
Because what about leap year
Yeah.
and?
Right.
Yeah.
Even leap years, you
29,
don't get to
28.
30 days
I
in
know,
February.
I know.
We could look at adjusting that.
It's currently illegal.
So I don't know how
30 days
to
isn't state law.
further deliberation or make a recommendation and how all that, because I'm having a discussion about these things.
Exactly. Yeah,
I
which is
hear
good.
where Commissioner Lottis is coming from regarding you know, considerations about parking, and I'm kind of consideration about affordable housing.
Although it's
and
more than
less
that,
concerned
too. I mean,
about-
it's having a fairly good-sized structure, even if it's small,
Yeah.
like almost right
I
in your
totally
rear
get
yard.
it.
This
No,
is,
I,
this is what happened in Palo Alto.
And then they build
People
a,
do not have backyards anymore. They have houses in their backyards.
I just don't,
Streets are flooded with cars, the driveways are flooded with cars,
And there's water in the street, probably because there's less permeable surface.
you know?
and they build a
More runoff.
fireplace in their ADU, and the smoke comes out, and it comes right in my backyard.
yeah, but here,
there's a lot of
but there's a
things that
distinction in what you're saying, because legally, anyone can build an ADU anyway, so whether, you know,
Well, that's,
so that's gonna, you know, that density you're talking about could happen whether some of that ADU is a junior ADU or not.
yeah, and it's also ministerial review. So there's no public hearing, there's no public input, it just happens. So there's that factor. And there's a factor where we're allowing this additional density, which could end up being pretty significant over a 5 to 10 year period. And,
But we're not allowed to consider it to be additional density.
right, but it is, We've got multiple families now being able to live on one property, on a single family property. And we also have a lot of properties in Ojai that are very small and I mean, they're crowded on some of these streets near the downtown. And, so
And there's no room for an ADU in a lot of those.
maybe, I don't know. Well, there's room for a JADU.
If you cannot.
You convert the existing space.
A minimum lot size,
Yeah.
And anyone can do it.
then anybody can build an ADU in their backyard. It might be larger or smaller, depending on the yard,
But they can do it.
but everybody can do it.
Yeah. So it's the potential for that I'm just a little worried about. I don't want to make the people who already live here, having severe negative consequences that aren't very neighborly.
I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, I think what Ray is pushing for is if you have a single-family residence on a lot, then you can have an ADU and a JADU, and the JADU could be either part of the primary or part of the ADU, and the owner has to live in one of those three places. Does that summarize what you were shooting for?
That's what I would like to see. He doesn't even want the owner to
Yes,
have to live there.
yes. I mean, I'm not too concerned about the owner living there or not, but yes, to what you said.
Yes.
I mean, because
Um,
we've had people
and-
here, even people that don't live in the city, come and complain about short-term rentals, and people come in and it's crowded and it's noisy, and I can't do anything about it because the owner isn't there.
And let's look at the bigger picture.
And that's why a
of
big reason why we don't have any short-term rentals in the city anymore. Because we had people from outside the city, legal short-term rentals.
So that, you know, there's
We've
been
cracked down on most of the illegal ones.
Yeah.
there's been a lot of conversation about the traffic and commuters coming in, and so, you know, that's part of the conversation. If more junior ADUs are allowed, more affordable housing is allowed, then we don't have the commuter traffic coming in. Our carbon footprint is lower, and yes, maybe there might be more cars parked on the street, but, you know, which is the worst of those two evils? You know, how do we look at that? Either way, the culture is, you know, it's either going to stay the same or it's going to shift, and we'll adapt. I would rather see less traffic going in and out and some cars on a street.
Well, if we become more generous, I think we do need to put, I mean, some kind of parameters on it, just not go full bore, like,
Okay.
you know, do whatever. Anybody can do whatever.
But Chair Quillisi is correct in his assessment of
Yes,
what
that was a
I'm
very good-
suggesting.
That was your goal.
Very
Yeah.
succinct way to summarize
Yeah.
that.
I'll hold off on my other suggestion and let someone else speak and come back to it.
Yeah, I knew.
Yeah, let's take
Oh,
a,
you gotta go.
take a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Ray.
That was recorded, Ray.
Back on the
Thank you.
record, thank you all
That's good.
for indulging a short break. I had a question, this is on Exhibit A, the proposed ordinance, page 9, the junior accessory dwelling units definition there. And if I look at that versus Table A explicitly excludes ADUs and presumably JADUs in PL. And since there are presumably no single-family residences in the PL zone, although I don't think that's true,
No, there are some. There's at least one I can think of.
yeah. Yeah, and
One on,
the prohibition on ADUs and JADUs for multifamily might impact the school district's, at least discussions, of having multifamily dwellings on the back part of that PL property
oh, that's a good point.
behind the old Ojai Elementary.
The Shepherd.
And if there are some single-family residences in PL, in fact, there is at least one right now at, 107 North Ventura.
Yep.
The old World University has a residence on it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Always has, so far as I know. But Table A explicitly excludes it by not allowing it.
Right, so I think we need to adjust that zone chart to add PL.
Currently, the PL says that you can only have, the only residential use you can have is a caretaker or employee quarters.
Oh, that's
But
right.
there are some existing non-conforming uses.
Right, there are some legal non-conforming, but it is a special zoning district and not a residential or mixed-use zone that allows residential.
The intent is
But
to,
is that caretaker's house a single-family residence?
it is a legal non-conforming single-family residence.
Okay.
The one on World University. I'm not sure who's living in it or anything. I don't know the facts about what actually exists. From a zoning perspective, it's a single-family house that's legal non-conforming. But if it's being used as a caretaker's quarters, then it is conforming. I don't know who lives in there. And presumably, if the single-family residents left, or have left, or already left, then they would lose that legal non-conforming status and be only a caretaker's residence, only be usable for caretaker's purposes.
Unless the
But
property
we're
is
not-
rezoned, yeah.
Unless the property's rezoned, but we're not litigating that property tonight. But yes, I think we need to either add to the zone table or rely on the reality that a non-conforming single-family residence under state law can build an ADU, regardless of its zoning status.
So-
We don't, in other words, whether it states that
I
in
think
our.
that's what the state law says now, is you build an ADU by right, no matter what the zone is.
Correct. So if it's
As a single-family, multifamily, mixed use.
I
PL,
read it as any residence,
any single-family
residence,
residence
regardless
as
of
a
the
use,
zoning.
or just residence.
Residence is existing residence. In other words, I read it as
Could
trumping,
at least carve a JADU out of that caretaker's house.
Right.
As I read the law.
Okay.
And I may be wrong, that's why I'm asking.
provided that caretaker's house is not a caretaker's house, but is run as a single-family residence.
Okay.
If it's a caretaker's house, that's not a residential use.
I
Or that's
think,
not a single-family dwelling, rather, that's a separate
They're
use.
higher.
I think it makes sense to come back and take a look at the PL zone as being incorporated. I think by
Okay.
doing that, I think we probably need to have a little bit of discussion at a higher level in terms of what that use has in terms of different areas. We're talking about the areas that we're familiar with.
Right.
Let's also look at all the other areas as well. I want to
Yeah.
make sure it's inclusive.
And I think
that
it's, I
discussion.
think it's table 2.6 in the land use tables that we've been talking about up to now that has PL.
Oh, as part of the Title
And
10
under-
discussions.
Under.
use chart.
Yeah, it has PL and IR 1, 2, and 3 and SP or something, I don't know. But the categories of land uses in there include one super category that says residential uses. And under that is where we have caretaker's house. Yeah.
Right. Caretaker's house, employee quarters is a separate land use from single-family dwelling. But to Lucas's
But it's a
point,
residential use.
correct. It's a special type of residential use.
Right, because they're getting paid to live there.
Right.
essentially.
It's tied to the job.
It's tied to the job, yeah. Or
So a caretaker's quarters, it's
Means
actually a
an
caretaker's
ADU is
quarters.
not allowed by right there, or a JADU?
Correct. I would argue that because an employee caretaker quarter is not a single family residence as a land use. I realize the buildings look like a house, but the land use is different. It's not
Okay.
occupiable by a single family. I will note that the PL zone point also needs clarification because both subdivision A speaks to zones that allow residential uses, and subdivision E, this exception to subdivision A, speaks to residential mixed-use zone. So we may be able to take the position that PL properties don't get ADUs. Although subdivision E includes, we can't require correction of non-conforming zoning conditions. So how those two stitch together
Yeah, and
bears further thought.
to my point, once again, I think it bears a little bit more research, and then we'll come back with something.
Yeah,
Leave
I
it.
agree
Okay.
on that one.
Have we exhausted staff and ourselves with questions and comments?
No, I have a
Oh.
couple.
Have at it.
You spoke about,
Tell us where you are, please.
Yeah, we can go to that page.
huh? Oh, I'm not on a page. I'm on my notes that I,
Oh, okay.
all my notes are on one Commissioner Powers page. That you would need a decoder ring for, but I don't. So there was a conversation about an ADU being sold, which I'm pretty sure I understood.
Yeah.
Profit,
So that's the part. Now, that's only for nonprofit.
And it's still the city's option whether to allow it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The city can choose to allow ADUs to be sold separately from the main house by qualified nonprofits to qualified tenants.
So
If
he,
the city chooses to do so.
okay. So here's another conversation that, again, might be for a later date, just like my zoning overlay on larger properties is. And that is the idea of land trusts or land leases.
that ties in with cluster housing
Like,
potentially.
well, single-family residence, the owner doesn't have money to build an ADU, but I do. But I don't have money to buy the land, so, but I have the money to build the ADU. Can that landowner do some kind of land trust with me or a land lease with me and allow me to build an ADU on their property?
Under current law, they can do a lease. You can lease a portion of your land to somebody, and you as owner can apply for the permit to build an ADU, and you solve the money between the two of you. As long as the applicant for the ADU is either the lessee or the owner, has a right to build the ADU on that piece of the land, then they can build it. I mean, just the same as if you have a single-family house and you lease the entire property to someone. Provided the lease allows for modifications of the property to be made, the lessee could apply for permit to build an ADU.
Okay.
If you had a lease of a portion of the property, the same thing would be true. But it would provide,
And then would it?
provided that the lease confers, and I think our position would be, we'd want the application to be signed by the lessee and the lessor, meaning the landlord too,
Okay.
because we want the owner to confirm that they've granted to that person the right
And who
to
would
modify
have
the property.
who would have the title?
They would sort that out between themselves.
They would sort that out.
Right. I
So
know, I
that's-
know people who've done that in the unincorporated area, and they had a separate legal agreement among them.
Okay.
There was an issue when one person wanted to sell, but it was resolved.
Yeah, from the city's perspective, it would be one property.
Right.
They would have leases among
Right.
themselves for
And then,
pieces of it.
and then the piece that was built was considered to
Okay.
be an ADU.
And it
So-
would be tied to that one property.
Yeah.
Got
It
it.
wouldn't be separately sellable. They could sell it together. They'd have to sort the money out themselves,
Yes.
and they'd have to presumably have a carefully crafted agreement to govern their future
Right.
relationship.
Right.
But we would view it as one lot with a house and an ADU assessed as a single lot owned by whoever the record owner is,
Yes.
and they would, if they chose to lease portions of it or by contract provide for equity benefit in the future
Okay.
rise in value to go to one of their
Okay.
buddies, they could do that.
I wanted to explore that scenario because even though we're not allowing tiny homes on wheels, we're allowing, small footprint on foundations. So someone may want to build at their expense on someone else's
Yeah,
land.
sounds
a
like
tiny
that can be
home.
done with a private agreement.
Okay.
Right.
That was my
And
question on that.
One clarification there, just for those recalling that earlier discussion, the little house on a foundation has to meet building code.
Yes.
All of this has to meet building code.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm assuming building materials is Title IX? Like,
It's part of the state building code, yes.
so we're not allowed to discuss that necessarily.
It's,
You could separately recommend to the council to add that to the agenda, either of this
or
commission
we
or the
could
BAB.
recommend it to the BAB that they do
So
something.
I recommended the BAB
That would
and
work, too.
and the city council to look at all of new building, but especially ADUs, to look at conditioning those builds to only allow materials that are non-toxic materials to address, I don't know if we can do that. But we all know that when fire hits and earthquake hits and things start decomposing, and there's plenty of research regarding cancer and home environments and the toxins in building materials, that it's something to look at.
Off the top of my head, that's one I don't know the answer to. I know the state has preempted a whole lot of regulation and aspects of regulation of building materials. I don't know if we could impose a rule that was tied to toxicity of building materials. Staff would be happy to look into that if the council directed us to do so. So I think that would be a request to council, perhaps in the agenda item in a bit when we talk about future topics.
For clarification, we're talking about for ADU, junior ADU, correct?
Well, I'd like to see it for any new build, but yes, for this conversation, I'm applying it to that. And the flip coin of that, and it more has to do with county permitting, is allowing for natural buildings materials such as monolithic adobe and whatnot, but that's the flip side.
But you are right, that's part of Title IX.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be a broader conversation
And
with
then-
the council and the BAB.
And then I want to mention this obscure thing I brought up during the break regarding noise, and there may be nothing to be done. So we get all this worked out. We start getting applications for ADU builds, and we get 5 in a row at the same block. Is there a way a city can stagger when a build out happens? For instance, where I've
Yes.
lived, there's been 3 construction projects going on at once. It's super noisy. One just finished, but there's 2 others. So how do we? And I heard your yes. Thank you.
The city can adopt what some cities call construction management programs, where you set reasonable, keyword, regulations on timing of construction projects. For example, one of the other cities I represent has a subset of the city that has very antiquated subdivisions with very narrow streets, and they only allow in one exit into the neighborhood.
Oh,
And so they only, in the middle of a fire zone, so they only allow 2 projects at a time, not on the same street, preserving access routes to get out of the community.
Okay.
And
Not because of noise.
in that case, it's because of fire access, but it could, the basis for the similar program could be noise. The rule is that it'd have to be reasonable, and it would need more thought than we could do in this moment. But yes, the city
Right.
could adopt something like
Right.
that. As long as it's reasonable, it doesn't block all building forever.
yeah, I just wanted to address that because construction's noisy. Now, Chair Quillisi brought up something regarding, inflation, and if something's put off for a year,
It's a financial
No.
penalty.
Oh, yes.
it's,
for
you're
those that
kind
are
of
farther down the
favoring the
list.
people that came first if material costs have gone up within that time.
And it does
and
create,
how do you weigh that?
Well, they might go down.
Or they might go down.
Not likely, but they might.
and it does,
Well, at some point.
yeah.
the
And
clock
those
might
programs
run
create a rush
backwards.
to the permit office,
Okay.
especially when you think about how they interact with the rainy season grading prohibitions that many
Right.
cities have as well.
I
There's a
don't,
narrow construction window, and you end up with races.
I don't want to, make lightly of the nuisance of noise and construction in our neighborhoods, because our little city's pretty noisy constantly.
Another one for the council.
Well, I'll make a
Okay.
motion
All right,
that we recommend staff come back with these changes discussed to mostly for clarification, I think, in the proposed ordinance, so that we, in view of the time constraint, to try to get this thing done January, February, somewhere near the beginning of the year, that we focus on the scope of what staff is presenting, but that we do, well, we could do the rest of this later, but that along with this proposed ordinance, we would recommend to council to consider adding an option to allow both ADU and JADU with some parameters such as minimum lot size, and also consider construction management plan requirement, and that further modifications that would be more policy-oriented in scope, such as considering the zoning overlay and alternative building materials, be subjects or topics for inclusion in the general plan discussion.
Is that okay to have in one motion, or would
I'll-
it be easier if we
I think that would,
back down?
Point of clarification, the PL zone we were discussing earlier?
That's some of the
Inclusion?
clarification
Okay.
that I would, I don't have a good list of everything that was,
oh, but I
We've
think
got
Matt and
notes.
Lucas and Suzanne have been taking a lot
Yeah.
of notes over
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Diligently over there.
Would you rather have
I-
more than one motion? Or
I think it's okay because none of it's final action, so I think
Right.
it's one
and you're
motion.
coming, you would be coming back.
Back.
And I think our vision would be if we can pull it off to come back at the next meeting,
Great,
um,
love to do that.
on the 18th, which if we,
18th,
if we
yeah.
set that as the continuance date, we don't need to renotice. Continue to that date certain.
I'd like to second
Oh, and
that
continue
motion.
to, yeah.
Oh, and continue
To-
the item to the 18th of
The
December.
18th of December, yeah.
I'll second.
Okay. Discussion of the motion? Sherry, let's have a roll call. Oh, I'm sorry, did you?
No, I was going to say it sounded good to me.
Great, okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes,
Yes.
all right.
Good
Boy,
one.
that was fun.
Now on to
Thank
the
you
next
for
one.
putting up with a complex set of issues. We look forward to further discussion.
Yeah.
It's, could you somehow arrange for our legislators that are making all these bills to talk to each other before they?
Let me just pull my magic wand out of my bag.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Were there hard copies of Sousa's email and the letter from Elizabeth? Here's the guy that always saying, I want digital copies and not a hard copy.
Yeah, a hard copy.
Oh,
Yeah, we don't,
She not should familiar with have.
the letter you're referring to,
Oh. But you know, I remember,
maybe we read it as part
Ray, I remember, I didn't
have
print
it
it.
here.
Oh, you do have it, okay.
Was this, with this attachment, you mean?
Have it on our phone.
This we got earlier, but she sent one this afternoon, I believe.
Oh, I didn't catch this afternoon's.
Yeah, hers wasn't long, it was Liz's that was
Just something, I'm not
longer.
gonna make it tonight, you know. It should-
Some of it's her comments, and then it's a letter from Elizabeth Capsula, her husband, who spoke with.
I am familiar with that.
So they just made 2 comments on the ordinance. Some inclusions.
I don't want to call this an ordinance, but I
Or-
certainly
or-
want to say term sheet.
Term sheet, yeah, term sheet.
Progressing towards the
Okay.
draft ordinance.
Got it on that.
All right.
Okay, so here we are with item 4, animal keeping ordinance.
All those
Um,
You know,
You want,
letting that-
aha, okay. Staff has another PowerPoint presentation for us.
I do. This
Excellent.
one's not as long as Matthew's. It's a little shorter, a little cuter, if you will.
It is very
Uh,
creative, yeah.
So I'll keep my presentation short, but I'll definitely cut into the meat of what we're hoping to have discussion on tonight, and that is the term sheet. We all know that this went before City Council on October 22nd. We also all know that this came before the Planning Commission for discussion as a term
Last
sheet.
meeting, yep.
And certainly we had, I would say, pretty healthy discussion regarding the item itself, and certainly took back quite a few comments and suggestions and recommendations moving forward with a revised term sheet that gets us closer to a draft ordinance. We believe that we're getting closer. There's potentially still some work to be done, and certainly I think some discussion regarding this term sheet tonight. Some of the standards which have been folded into this term sheet, I think, which are worth noting, it's that humane treatment of animals is now included within here, and covered pretty specifically. I think there is potentially some strengthening to that language. I think it's a really good start. The prohibition, and this is pretty specific to both roosters, peacocks, and peahens. That's pretty specific.
Except the
certainly-
existing ones are grandfathered. Right, or not right?
No, I don't think that's the. Well, I mean, that's up for discussion. I think that's. I don't want to start making hard lines in the sand just yet. We can certainly have that discussion. The idea is for it to be a prohibition throughout, citywide, regardless of the time in which that prohibited fowl.
Just thinking out loud, because I've got at least one rooster and 2 peacocks in my neighborhood. Well, within 2 blocks. The peacocks are a couple blocks away.
Okay.
Are they noisy?
They can be.
They can be very noisy, yeah.
Are yours noisy?
Right.
Yeah,
And
they
that's-
can be obnoxious.
On occasion.
Right. So then,
The roosters are always noisy.
so in addition to that, we have
To get fertile eggs.
some definitions and distinctions regarding large, medium, and small animals. We're putting them into categories, these animals, and we're doing it with specific purpose. And that specific purpose draws from these regulatory, I would call them baselines, in terms of the large animals having this regulatory baseline or standard. The same thing is true with the medium sized animals, which we have examples of, as well as the small animals. And then in addition to that, there was a lot of discussion regarding water quality, air quality, fugitive dust control, and certainly making sure that we have some sort of standard, not something that requires a permit. It's just something that you do in certain instances. And those exist now within this term sheet. And then there was already something in the code, or not in the code, I'm sorry, the term sheet, that spoke to separation between structures and corrals. That is still in there with a little bit of strengthened language. And I will have to admit, the term sheet that we had from November 20th versus the term sheet that you see tonight, typically with something like this, it makes a lot of sense to redline so you can see the strikeouts and the nuances that exist here. There were so many in terms of how we were looking at it that it just made sense to just do a rewrite. When we take
Makes
this
it hard to
forward, the
read.
intentions hopefully are to do a strikeout so that you're seeing those revisions and reflective of the discussion. So I have a couple examples here. I have 3 actually. As it references the size of lots, and I have different sizes of lots, and I thought it kind of made sense to start large and then go somewhat small so that we can get an understanding of the number of animals that would be allowed on the said lots. So for instance, we have for a site of a little over an acre in size, 46,609 approximately. With this lot, the way in which this term sheet reads for large, medium, and small animals, you would be able to have 3 large animals. Those could be horses, those could be cows. With medium, you would be limited
On a 1 acre lot.
on a 1 acre
Roughly.
lot. On a 1 acre lot, correct. Well, a little over 1 acre here. And the way in which, if you're looking at the term sheet, it has a baseline, and that baseline is 20,000 square feet. Once you go beyond that baseline, then it allows for additional animals depending on the size of that lot. Here, we've got a lot of a little over an acre. That then provides an opportunity for 3 animals. The same thing is true for medium-sized. The medium-sized, I want to make sure that I'm correct with the square footage. Yes. It's 20,000 square feet. That is the threshold. So really, that lot, and that is something that came from our meeting on November 20th, is this baseline of 20,000 square feet. That's what we're drawing from. I know there was discussions of the large animals, certainly the horses. I think the real estate community seemed to be pretty specific in saying typically it's 2 large animals per acre. And it's hard to put that into and bake that into a code. However, if you use square footages, which is consistent to a certain degree, I think we're being a little bit more aggressive about it
Could use a
from
square
a
foot
footage.
number instead of saying 1 acre.
Correct. It becomes easier to enforce and certainly easier to calculate in terms of the number of animals.
Now, you
But
said
how are
3 animals on a little over an acre. That's because you got 2 for the first acre. And then if you want 1 square foot over that first acre, then you got the 3rd animal?
Correct.
Okay, so it's,
Which
Oh,
that
I thought it
lot
was
is.
20,000 square feet
It's 20,000 square feet for that
for
first.
each animal.
That's how you would qualify for a large animal, right? Let me make sure I've got that correct here.
it's
Well, you say
20,000.
one
So-
additional
Where
for
one
each.
large animal is allowed for a lot at least 20,000 square feet in area, and 1 additional large animal for each 20,000 square feet thereafter.
Or
So-
fraction thereof is what you just said.
Correct.
I think it needs to be
So 20,001
20,000 each, no,
gets you 2 animals.
no.
Okay.
So 20,000 is a little less than half an acre, and you
Right.
get.
It is.
Yeah.
You get 1, and then at 40,000, you're still under an acre, and you get 2.
Yeah, but
And then if you had
Do
a
you-
full acre or more, you could go to 3.
Right. So let me show you something.
Over the 80, or, excuse me, the 40 at that point.
Right. So
I get it.
that's correct. That's
But
correct. So it becomes this.
Do we
It-
measure parcel sizes here in terms of square feet, or do we do it in terms of acres?
In terms of square feet. So the way in which this would be measured is by square feet. And certainly that's something that we do on a daily basis.
With the 20,000 square feet. being the
correct.
base.
The math is,
I
the
don't know
math
why the
becomes,
3rd horse would only require,
1 more square foot.
yeah, that doesn't, I mean, if a horse needs 20,000 square feet, each horse needs 20,000 square
Which
feet.
would be 60,000.
Sorry, which would be 60, yeah.
right.
I mean, that would be my argument. I can't see why the 3rd horse only gets a fraction.
Well, it's the same thing is true for like for instance, my second example, a lot of about 24, almost 25,000 square feet. That lot would allow for 2 horses. I mean, if you look at the rear of the property,
Over the-
it feels
Yeah.
large enough to house two large animals, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. Rather than having the 20,000, and then you've got to get to that next 20,000, and I think that's what you're
Yeah,
alluding
oh,
to.
so you're
Yes,
suggesting that's too restrictive, is what
If-
you're suggesting.
it feels restrictive, and when you look at other codes in other cities, those codes don't necessarily match up with what's being discussed there.
So you have.
Follows in
If
line
you
with
have
what
one
we're-
house on 20,000 square feet, you still have one house on on 30,000 square feet, you don't have the house, so you actually have more land on the second chunk of land.
Right.
Over the-
That's one thing. This talks about the size of the parcel, and it doesn't say anything about how much of that is already taken up,
Right.
Is open space.
habitable structures.
Right.
Or even non-habitable, yeah.
So on,
Correct.
on the slide, if I'm understanding correctly, in this example, are you saying that I could have 2 large animals? Is it and 7 medium and 11 small, or a combination, or just one of those?
I'm sorry,
Hi,
I think
Joe.
there might be a little, hi.
Yeah, I know, I read it in
Now
here,
I'm
but I
here.
just wanted to be sure if I
Um,
understand it correctly.
I think there may be a little inconsistency, and first off, these are talking points, so
Right.
we're looking for input. I think the way it reads, if we can go back to the previous one, the 1 acre. What we're suggesting is the keeping of large animals be permitted on a lot with a minimum area of 20,000 square feet. That's your baseline. You need 20,000 square feet before you can even have one. One large animal is allowed on a lot at least 20,000 square feet in area, and one additional large animal for each 20,000 square feet. It doesn't say fraction thereof.
It doesn't,
It does not.
but that's
But
the
that-
interpretation that we got.
And I believe that may be just a mistake here.
So should it be
on
2
our
rather than
our
3?
part. It should be 2 for 1 acre, if that's what the planning commission desires. Again, an acre, looking at it, we could craft it very, very differently. We could say 1 per 20,000 square feet. However, if you have an acre, you can have 3, something like that. I'm not an animal person. I'm not a horse person, so I can't tell you what.
Acres 42 plus?
43,560 is an
43,
acre.
560.
So, again, and then the second part of the question was, this is in combination. So whether or not this math works here, we are recommending that it be in combination. 2 or 3 large animals, 10 or 11 medium animals, and all your small animals, all of those
Could be on
would
that.
be on a large 1 acre lot, which would be reasonable.
I have a question, and I know this came up last time. Where did you get the 20,000 square feet? How did you come up with that number?
We compared several local cities. Some have
This
50,
is,
local cities, some have as low as 15,000. We could go to 15,000.
yeah, I was looking at the 15 also, but I wanted to ask you first, because I know this came up in our discussion last time, was there an optimum, square footage for a large animal?
No, I don't think so. And some of our discussions,
Where did the numbers come
some
from?
cities actually require that you have 2 horses. You can't have you cannot have only 1 horse. None of the local cities, but in
Right.
our internal discussions, because they're very social animals and whatnot.
Right, and that's
We,
they're actually more settled down. Even like a dog sometimes won't bark if it has a friend, a partner.
correct. So we weren't really going there. It doesn't seem like that's
Okay,
the,
so 20 seemed to be the common number, but between 15 and 20.
between 15 and 20.
Okay, because I had wrote down 15 on my notes.
And 20 we thought was more
I'll
appropriate
ask you.
for,
You have a question.
again, within the Ojai city limits.
Yeah,
20,000 is probably more appropriate.
I have a question, since I'm definitely not an animal person, but like, does a horse need a buddy, like some dogs do? I don't know.
I don't know.
He
I
said
don't
some
know, but-
places think so.
Some places think so, but I think most cities don't. None of the local cities.
Okay.
A lot of people have 1 horse.
I have a question as well. Where it says more than 10 requires a CUP, is that just for small animals or all of them?
Let me go and
Because
see
it's
what
not
it-
on a separate line, it's after small animals.
And
What's it
says
say in here?
19, and then it says more than 10 requires a CUP.
Yeah.
If you take a look at attachment A, page 3, about halfway down, it's
Yeah.
10 of per type. So if you get above 10 of any type,
Oh.
then you,
Right.
under the current proposal, then it requires a CUP.
Got it. So
That would probably be-
that sentence in parentheses is actually a separate sentence down below it all?
Correct.
Okay,
Right.
That's
got
for the
it.
Well, he would do-
20,000 square feet.
In this example, it would apply to the medium and the small, but not the large.
Correct.
Okay.
You've already got the restriction on the
So
large.
I overheard someone say, wow, that's a lot of animals.
That was me.
Okay, Commissioner Powers. That would require a CUP to have that many animals. Therefore, they would be before the planning commission, and the planning commission could make that determination and add conditions as they see fit.
Okay.
And again, there's no magic to these numbers.
And what about what Commissioner Corbin mentioned earlier about the build out on the land? How much of the land is actually building versus open land to have
That's where the
animals?
that's where the performance standards come in. If someone, it wouldn't necessarily apply as much on this lot. Let's go to the next one. Here we have a lot, 24,000, but let's say it's half an acre, which is a little less than that, about 21,000 and a half. Which is, it's a big lot, but it's not enormous. It's like an estate-sized lot, about half an acre. So someone could theoretically have a very large home with a large swimming pool and ADU and pergola, all of that.
Yeah.
That's when the other performance standards come into play in terms of distance between, for example, large animal containment areas shall be maintained at least 50 feet from any structure used from habitation other than the owner's residence. We can say that someone may or may not want a horse right up next to their home. Some cities actually require some separation between the main residence.
And then the
you know,
setbacks.
And the setbacks and whatnot. So
I
it's.
could understand setbacks from the neighbors, but from the main home, that's their stuff.
Correct. That's why we didn't put that in there.
Yeah, okay.
But again, people have a choice. Do they want to build a large estate, or plant a small orchard, or keep some horses and llamas? It depends on how they choose to develop it. We all know that sometimes we're going to get that person who wants
But
all
this-
of it.
This 24,000 square foot lot, are we talking about if somebody buys a 24,000 square foot lot and decides to build on it? Now we're talking about the animal keeping? Or are we talking about an existing 24,000 square foot lot that may have a 4,000 or 5,000 square foot house on it, and a driveway, and a garage, and a pool,
Correct.
and an ADU?
Existing. And
How much of that 24,000 is left over that has animal on it? You could still put 2 horses on it.
well, in this case, this was.
Could be
was-
5,000
this should have
square
been-
feet, and you've
This should
got
have
2
been
horses.
one horse.
I don't know if
on
that's
this
good or
one.
bad, but it
Correct. It can
sounds
get-
a whole
it-
lot less good.
It can get pretty tight. Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, but you might have, that's a large animal, but maybe you'll have a medium animal or small animals too.
But according to this, you can have all those large animals and all those medium animals and all those small animals.
And in this case, this is a fairly large lot with a fairly small house on it, which might accommodate such a number of animals. But again, a large lot like this, it could also accommodate a large home and a swimming pool and all those other,
And a small area for the animals. Yeah.
a small area for the animals.
That's, the reason I ask is because the only size discussion that's here is the size of the parcel without regard to any of the non-animal keeping facilities.
That's correct. That's correct. And those animal keeping facilities, it's like anything else. If someone had a 7,500 square foot lot and built it from
There's a lot of those in town.
built the home from setback to setback, and they might be precluding themselves from having a swimming pool, for example. The one thing we haven't gotten to yet in this discussion is actual zoning, which is when we focus this discussion, we'll bring this back when we have the ordinance. What zones, not lot sizes, because we're not saying that every lot of this size in Ojai should be able to have a horse. For example, in the straight R1 zone, regardless of lot size, it's not appropriate to have a horse. You may have a large lot at the end of a cul-de-sac in a regular R1 type neighborhood, and it's still not appropriate to have a horse, even if it's a large lot. So we would be looking at the RO type of.
Okay. So so did the other comparable cities that you looked at all allowed like this combination of animals that you're talking about here?
Yes, but not necessarily to the degree that we're dissecting it here. Here we're looking at large versus medium versus small, where in basically all the other cities that we were looking at, this is kind of a nuance here. It's either large or small. And I wouldn't even say that it's large or small. It's a category of barnyard animals versus large animals versus domestic animals, yes. This is a little bit different in terms of how other cities have done it. But at the same time, we're taking those core ideas and we're transposing it onto something that provides regulations. I do have a third example that I wanted to show you, and it's one that we can shift back and forth between these three. And of course, this is the smallest one. This is the one that doesn't qualify for large or medium, but does qualify for small. It's a lot size of 15,000 square feet. The interesting thing is when, and it looks pretty well. I mean, if you look at the lot, it looks like it's pretty well used up. I mean, it's got concrete to the rear. It has several structures on it as well as a water fountain. So it doesn't really provide a whole lot of room, at least from an aerial, for any other animals than what you would see potentially as the small animals.
Because it's built out, but what if it wasn't and had didn't have the, a smaller house and what have you?
Right. So that is the question. I was looking at a worst case scenario here for the small.
I was looking at possibly, I understand like the 20 for the larger, but maybe having it down to 15,000 for the medium-sized animals. But that's my opinion.
That's a good discussion piece.
Yeah.
The research that we had done in looking at other cities, 20,000 seemed be a little bit more richer than what we were seeing in other cities. 15 seemed to be kind of the baseline,
right.
Consistent baseline throughout. However, we are not other cities. We are Ojai, so it's a matter of discussion and as to what that baseline looks like.
Mm-hmm.
So Kathy, you're saying for the medium size, instead of 10, go to 15?
No, right now it has,
Or what am I?
it has it at 20, which is
For medium? Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Top of page 3.
I see that, yeah.
Yeah, changing that to 15.
You could go to 15.
So if somebody had, let's say, a 2-acre parcel, and they had 22 chickens, they have to get a CUP for that?
That's up to the commission. If we think that's, if we think
I mean,
20
because
20
people
chickens.
tend to have a fair number of chickens.
Right, and you
And-
want to have enough, so you get enough eggs.
Exactly.
And they're only this big,
I mean,
Right. But 22 chickens is a
Logically,
lot.
I don't think, I think.
yeah, I just don't have a sense for what actually is out there, generally speaking, kind of the, spectrum that doesn't include the two extremes, but just kind of, I just have no idea, really. I mean, I know there's horses out there, but like 11 or 12 or whatever, how many medium animals in addition to horses, and it just seems like it's stacking up, but what I don't, the missing link is I don't have any way to peg it to
Like, where would that be?
what we actually have in Ojai. Like, yeah, where does Ojai fall? And
Do you know, for example, at the 20,000-foot level, how many lots are there in Ojai?
Didn't we have it in here, it was like 800
yeah, it was
and
800. That's
something.
quite a few.
Here it
Well,
is.
While Lucas is looking at,
They're
803.
right.
somewhere between 3,500 and 4,000 parcels in
Here
the
it is.
city?
Here it is.
Yeah.
It's page 2 of the staff report.
Those are over 15,000.
Over 15, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Right,
have
so we-
almost three in the city.
We have, I was lucky enough to have Sherry, who has a handle on, I would call it an Excel sheet that we have every single lot within the city.
3,000
And what's nice
parcels,
about that,
okay.
we also have every single lot that has the square footages.
Right.
So we were able to break it down in terms of the number of lots for 20,000 that are at least 20,000 square feet in size. And of the 2989 parcels, there are 692 that are over
692.
20,000 square feet. Now, for the 15,000,
Zone.
we're looking at, of the 2989, it's 803.
Yeah, that's the one I had, yeah.
But of that 692 parcels that are 20,000 or more, how many are in zoning, or in zones that?
That's
That's
the next-
that's the
Didn't
next
have the
question.
number.
Yeah.
Correct, correct. That's the next filter we would have to get to, because some of those lots are commercial. We're just talking of all the lots. Some of
Right,
those lots
right.
might be
Oh,
R,
yeah.
R1.
There's data and
or-
metrics
or-
missing, as well as
Cor-
people
And
who
correct.
that's
own
parcels
animals.
across the board.
Animal
Correct.
owners.
We're just looking now at
Correct.
residential or
So,
the other
Yeah,
zoning.
we need a better,
I mean,
better
there's
set
some-
of numbers
there's
just
some
for
mo-
residential, if that's what we're talking about. Also,
We can't do that? I was going to ask you that question. I don't know if we had that data. Okay.
Sherry, yay, Sherry.
somewhere I thought I saw something that said this does not apply to household pets. But I can't find it now. Because small animals are what? Small animals means pets.
no, I think we were calling
Dogs and
pets.
cats as
pets
well?
is domestic animals. We have a definition for
Dogs,
domestic
cats,
animals.
fish, birds, rabbits, hamsters, guinea pigs.
Correct.
Oh, there we are. Okay.
Really, when we were talking large, medium, and small animals, and you can give me the blame or the credit for the medium animal
Fowl come under small, I guess they do.
Yeah, see,
definition. We were kind of
talking
thinking
about large, medium, and small animals, and domestic animals is, a domestic animal is neither large, small, or medium, because it's a different term.
correct.
Right.
We also have the category
So
fowl.
there's
That's
no
correct.
limit on domestic animals.
The chicken.
We were proposing a limit for domestic birds, and I think we had something here for dogs and cats.
The current proposal is a limit of up to 4 dogs or cats.
Correct. We just didn't want to get into counting someone's fish,
Oh, no.
because they had
And
a
when
fish tank with 40
When we
fish.
get to it, I would like to have a discussion about that, because I'm not sure if I'm in agreement with it. But that's about any combination of 4 dogs or cats may be kept in a residence. I mean, maybe you have 2 cats and 2 dogs. What if you have a couple acres, or even a half an acre? More, you could have more.
Yeah,
I think
and
the
then
point is, are they being taken care of? Are they a nuisance? Or if they're not, then you should be able to have more. But, once
So
again,
we've
my
only-
opinion.
We've only put an absolute limit regardless of parcel size on domestic animals.
is that in the state? We have,
That doesn't seem right.
I don't think we have
That's
that
the-
many.
Yeah,
Current proposal, but the commission could change it.
agreed.
And as noted, you could also adjust some of these limits that are tied to parcel size to be instead tied to unbuilt parcel size. But recognize, as one component of that decision, it is easy for an applicant in the city to determine parcel size. We look at the record, we look at the APN, and it's right there.
Yeah.
It's more challenging.
The
to
applicant
determine-
and staff.
Yeah. Say again?
The applicant and staff.
Exactly. It's much more challenging to determine unbuilt square footage.
Right.
Yeah.
Particularly when we think about some of the older, more established neighborhoods which may or may not have had work done that may or may not have had permits for that work. We start counting up the square footage that's built and then compare that to what's in our plans, and suddenly their house is being reassessed.
Yeah, yeah.
And so that might discourage compliance with the animal keeping law if the trigger of the animal keeping law triggers reassessment of your house when, for the work that was done 20 years ago without permits.
Right. The more effective way is to just look at total lot size and some of these performance standards, distance between buildings and setbacks for corrals and things like that. The previous agency I worked for had an equestrian type of area, and it was fairly self-regulating.
I just feel like on some of the larger lots, the number of medium-sized animals were pretty big, pretty large, and the combination of animals seems like we're really,
Farm.
yeah, it's a farm.
Yeah, when I was running the numbers myself, it did feel a little bit large. However, I still wanted to run the numbers so that we could see that. That was
Yeah.
kind of the
Yeah, no,
point of this
that's-
exercise.
They're very helpful,
Yeah.
very helpful to
It-
see that.
And the other thing is the limit that we have, the 10 limitation, the 10 animals, either small, large, or small, medium, or large. And then beyond that is the CUP. That was just a number. I can't tell you, that doesn't exist within any other city. That was just a number that we came up with
Oh, okay.
as kind of a feeler and then a discussion piece. Yeah.
Question mark.
Well, I would also, where's the dog thing? Where's the domestic?
Page 2, before at the bottom. Is that the count?
Oh, so yeah, I'd be okay with upping the four dog limit, or the 4 dog and cat limit to something a little bit higher.
That would be 2.
And one compromise approach you might consider there would be to set a rule that 4 or 6 or whatever the number is chosen, by right, no permits, no trouble. More than that, look at a permit. Maybe it's not a full CUP, maybe it's something less, but that could work as well.
Right.
To really give the city a chance to test that
Yeah.
the intangible we're searching for the
Right.
word for, which amounts to ownership care.
Exactly. Well, with the performance standards, they were trying to incorporate, that would be a reason for why we could potentially go for a little bit higher number.
Correct. And-
I
and-
think, I think 4 dogs and cats are actually plenty.
Well, for
They
me,
live
it could
next, they live next door to me, and they're a pain in the neck. I mean, that lot is large, my lot is not, but those dogs bark at absolutely everything that comes by. The cats are always in my yard, and
Well, yeah,
that's inappropriate.
yeah.
And that's part of the challenge in Ojai is that we
And then-
have such
and
a
then the
variety of
question
lot
is-
sizes and densities mixed in.
Right.
which-
And then the
which
question is, what happens if there's a complaint? Who does the complaint go to, and how is that actually handled? And then he's gonna come out and he's gonna take a look,
We don't
Do-
want them to leave.
do we have animal control?
City contracts with the county for
Ventura
formal animal
has it, right.
animal control services.
Correct, but there is going to be overlap in terms of what's code enforcement and what is animal control. Animal control really won't come out unless it's probably either a licensing or a dog nuisance, bite or
Right.
bark, something like that. But and humane treatment. That's when animal control.
And all that, that's more gonna be a city.
More code enforcement and strictly just the numbers.
Right.
If someone has, say you can have 10 chickens and they have 12 chickens, animal control is not going to come out on that. That's going to be up
That's
to
code,
us.
that's code.
Right,
code
and the
enforcement.
chicken coop is right next to my fence, and there's flies all the time. It's not dusty. Well, the whole town is dusty, but.
Well, that could fall into a lot of these performance standards.
Right.
The manure management or whatever. There are a couple of animals that I don't see mentioned. First of all, you're saying if you find a peacock or a peahen, they have to leave the city.
Papers.
I mentioned that before, but this same property, which is on the corner of Bristol and El Paseo, they have two peacocks or peahens or one of
Oh, I
each,
know what you're talking
I'm not sure, and 2 emus.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The emus are actually rather entertaining. They can make a noise like somebody beating on a kettle drum. But they're not mentioned anywhere in here. They are birds, large birds greater than 6 inches in overall length. I mean, they're 5 feet tall.
Emus and ostriches.
But this says of the parrot family, and so they don't fall in that category.
But the peacocks are prohibited.
That's
He's
what it
talking about
says.
emus.
Correct.
Yeah,
And-
But it doesn't say if emus
Or ostrich. right?
or
Yeah,
ostriches.
ostrich.
And,
Eagle would be, put it with like a medium animal.
I think we started the conversation with the
Doesn't it-
discussion of whether they're legal non-conforming or not. I would suggest that those existing ones are legal non-conforming. If we received a complaint, the burden of proof would be on the property owners to show us that they've had 2 peacocks and 2 emus.
But how can
for-
you tell if the peacock dies and they got another one?
We don't license
can't.
peacocks, and we don't license horses either. So that could be a challenge. And for
I
example,
mean,
we had-
maybe if there is a certain number of complaints, then there you go.
again, these things do end up being sort of self-regulating.
Yeah, that's true.
The other thing that I wanted to ask about, the top of page 2 of attachment A talks about reptiles and amphibians, but those are all non-poisonous. And you get over here to exotic and wild animals, and it says reptilia, and that's a mix of poisonous and non-poisonous reptiles.
Oh, my
And that's
God.
the only place that poisonous reptiles are mentioned.
That's
pit
an inconsistency we should look into then.
I mean,
I think we would take the position that any poisonous animal is going to need a CUP. At least
the
that'd be the
least.
recommendation from staff.
Correct.
And
I'm
perhaps
fine,
no
I
is
just
the
would
answer.
like to see it somewhere in writing.
Yeah, certainly we can make that revision. It was turtles and tortoises was provided within the reptiles, and then you had the snapping turtles,
Which aren't they outlawed or?
Alligators
Some
and
places- Some
crocodiles.
places they are, but
Right.
I
Some
don't
of
know.
them
if
are.
And for what it's worth, any of the state law prohibitions on exotic animals
they're- Right.
are going to overlay over all of this. For example, tigers. I think the state now bans private tigers, but we have a CUP. Rattlesnakes? I don't know the answer
Unless
to
they're
that
part of
question.
your church?
I mean, there are people that keep snakes in their snake room or whatever. I've heard,
And there's all kinds of snakes.
Yeah.
There's
There's boas.
all kinds of
They're all
snakes.
over the
Yeah,
place, yeah.
pythons. Oh, God.
But
They're
but
not
yeah,
mentioned
any
here either.
Snake in my.
any state law prohibition on one another animal is going to apply on top of this.
Right.
Ferrets is a good example. Those are prohibited in California as,
Right.
as pets.
Really?
And so we can't grant someone a CUP to keep a ferret because state
Because
law
of
says no
state law.
I
ferrets.
didn't realize that.
Exotic
It's
animal.
not terribly well enforced, but it is the law.
I think they're.
Interesting.
I
They
think it has
changed
to do with. No, I think it has to do with agriculture. I think they're invasive.
Right, they're not good for the farming
But
communities.
what
But
what
how
I would
many-
like to do
I
is
think it'd be good to have a reference somewhere, a citation of state law as to prohibited
we
animals.
could do that. Is
We could add that, although the only challenge I'll note is that there are quite a lot of differing and constantly changing provisions in state law that ban those animals. So if we sign up to cite it now, then we have to keep updating every time the state changes it.
Can you just put the clause, or like the heading?
It's not all in one place. That's the problem.
Oh,
Part of
okay.
it's in the penal code, part of it's in the food and agricultural code,
Oh.
part of it's
Yeah.
in state regulations adopted
Oh.
under the food and agricultural code. There's no one place for it. I realize the goal of
Yeah.
providing better access to our residents to state law. So we'll spend some
Maybe
time
at
thinking
least-
about how to do
Maybe
that.
at least say, other provisions of state law prohibit the keeping of certain animals.
we could put some language in there.
That'd be fine.
Let me
Yeah,
let me bring this back to the really what we,
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
the biggest concern in these issues is always number of animals. Is the planning commission fairly comfortable with the
Maybe
number?
that's all of it, I don't know.
Is the planning commission fairly comfortable with the numbers of animals, other than we're gonna look at dogs and cats. We'll come back with something. But in terms of large animals, medium animals, we can change to 15,000 square feet, and then small animals,
If you change it
leave
to
it.
15,000 square feet, though, I think
For the medium?
you ought to rethink the combination of animals, because you could have, if we go to 15, that's even more medium-sized animals. it's
Right,
the-
and that's a
It's the
lot.
total combination that seems like it's really
We would have to revisit.
big, so.
right, I think well, we go back to, let's recalculate this. So 46,000 square foot lot, they could actually have 2 large animals.
Right, instead of,
11 medium.
He's doing it.
Let me,
It's not the fraction, it's the whole number, right?
Oh, okay.
correct, it's not a fraction thereof, so,
So they'd have to go to
11.
60.
if we left it at
35.
15,000,
Okay.
if,
That seems a lot more.
but again, if we left it at 15,000, they could have 5 medium animals for the first 15,000, so that would be 5, and then
that
2
three-
additional animals for each 10,000 square feet thereafter. So if I took 46,609 minus 15,000,
Oh, that's 31, yeah.
That's
So you've got
31.
a 10 and a 5 in there, and some excess.
correct, and 2 additional animals, so they could have 6 more. For the 30,000, they could have 6 more, so that does come up to 11. And
And that breaks you into a CUP
then you're,
according to the performance.
so let's just say 10. Really, I'm just kind of gonna assume that the person's gonna just do what doesn't require a CUP or not tell us about their extra medium animal.
Yeah.
So 2 horses and 10 goats on a 1 acre lot is probably not a lot. In the right zone,
Right, in the right zone.
in
And
the
I-
right zone. And
Yeah, and then the part about the small animals, 19, I think we just need to look at the more than 10 requires a CUP. I think we just need to define that more. I mean, maybe it's more, if a combination of large and medium, but then the small animals, like we were talking about with chickens, I mean, if you have more than 10, you have to get a CUP. That seems a little, doesn't make sense to me.
But we weren't talking,
And we can look
But
at that and give the commission,
and did not talk about,
Did it just say
it was
large and
10 of
medium?
any category.
Oh, it said large and medium or small shall not exceed 10 of each, 10 of
each
each
type.
type.
10
Okay,
of
that's a
each
different-
type
that's
per
different.
lot.
Okay,
So,
that's a little bit different.
It would still pick
So
up,
it still means 10.
so you could have, on an acre, you
So then
could have
30?
4 horses? Is that
on
right?
1 acre, you could have 2 horses. On the way it's written,
Right.
you could have 2 horses.
Two horses, you could have
Right, though.
11
I'm sorry,
goats.
you have 2 horses,
10 medium animals,
Because that changed to
10
10.
mediums, and you could have 10
probably,
small animals.
I didn't calculate the small animals. 5 small animals are allowed on a lot,
Does that
10,000
mean
square
if
feet.
you had 2 horses, could you have
I think
chickens? Would you
No,
need to get
no.
a CUP
You'd have
for
to get a
those
CUP.
20?
you'd have to get a CUP, because you'd
I
have,
think that needs to
more than
change.
10
Or just be
10 small animals.
defined.
Something.
If you've got 20 chickens, are you running a business?
No, because
Yeah.
I've had 20
20
chickens
chickens
and I'm a
to feed your
resident.
Oh, you
family?
have? It's easy.
Yeah.
A lot of people who have chickens have that many chickens.
Have that many?
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I walk around the Arbolata, and I haven't seen anything that had more than 4 or 5.
Well, I had a dozen, and it was just me.
yeah, and I just, me too.
Wow.
Yeah.
How long do chickens live? 2 years?
Well, they pretty much after 2 or 3 years the production goes way down
Yeah.
too, so they're not
I
all
mean,
producing.
they
So you
live
have to
a lot
kind of
longer, but they don't lay.
reflock every year, every couple of years, so. Anyway,
Yeah, the medium animal seems high and the small animal seems low to me. I mean, I don't know from animals, but.
well, I've had goats before.
Right, and I think that's kind of where we're thinking.
Those
Someone might
medium
have
animals seemed like about the
5
right,
goats.
right
So we're saying 10
space to
right
me.
now. Yeah.
So could
But-
someone summarize what this conversation? I was tracking it, but then.
Well, it's really more the part where the 10, more than 10 animals requires a CUP, and I was just saying, I
That
think
seems
that needs to
crazy
be
to chickens,
more
because you'd need to get a
defined.
CUP for your chickens.
Right, you'd have to have a CUP if you had 12 chickens,
Right.
And how
which
big
to
is
me
your lot?
seems kind of unreasonable. But I just think we need to come back and revisit that. I don't know if we want to figure it out tonight, but
Do we have an administrative use permit in the city?
Not
I
yet.
just, I mean, I know I'm the CUP queen, but even I say,
well, it's
I think it's burdensome, and it seems like maybe a lower level kind of a review might be
what
more
we-
appropriate.
We do have the tool in our zoning code, but it's very limited into what it can be used
Oh, okay.
for.
Yeah.
And in our Title 10 discussion, one of our early discussions, we had discussed expanding the allowable uses for, I think it was,
Certain types of,
correct, it was like a director
Yeah,
level
yeah.
approval
Okay.
for someone who wants to have 11 chickens or 12
Yeah.
chickens or.
maybe the small animals isn't included in that.
Correct, we could,
Maybe it's
we
just
could do
the
that.
10 the
Well,
10
that-
The medium
okay.
and the large would make sense. to
That,
me.
that actually is a good,
Yeah.
good process. So maybe we say,
say,
max, where were we?
maximum number of large or medium animals shall not exceed
Exceed
10 of
10.
each type,
Right,
and the maximum number of small animals not exceed 20?
2 dozen.
well, I don't know, we'd have. to-
There's all sorts of round numbers that are possible, yeah.
Right, and for small animals, I would be more comfortable saying something along the lines of more performance-based requirement. If the animals are safe and it's not
Right.
loud and it doesn't smell and they're not creating dust,
Right,
I'm really not concerned with whether they have, what are some of our small animals,
Agreed.
you know,
Yeah, it's like potbelly
6
chickens,
rabbits
I'm sure.
or 8 rabbits or
right, in a hutch.
in a hutch. And
being-
I don't want to
managed.
necessarily get into counting people's rabbits and
Yeah.
chickens.
Yeah, little good comes from that.
And we're saying
And then-
10,000 square feet,
And then it goes back to impacts, where if someone has
right,
100 rats and they're climbing all over the house and there you have a problem, then we have a code enforcement case, and that's
right.
an impact which we can address using both this and our other code sections, nuisance
Small
sections.
animals could be pet rats.
White rats, it says.
Yeah, and that was interesting. I don't know where we got that language, because domestic.
Well, you know, that's good, that's,
That was,
Domestic animals
spot
are
'em.
white rats.
You can see the white easier than
no, it was,
my grandson, it's little white
it was
rats,
pulled
just-
from, a couple different cities had used white rats as a
There's a
reference.
reason, they're the pet
the lab
ones,
rats.
not,
and-
Right, they tend to be
wild.
more on the pet side.
I guess lab rats are
Lab rats
great
has
too.
multiple meanings, yes.
The,
Like a black bear or a brown bear really not, they're
Yeah.
not necessarily
And s-
that color. There's brown black bears and black brown bears.
That's true.
That's true.
but I think the rat one, there's a reason for the white one. I think it's more the pet ones are white, typically,
you may be onto something.
yeah, and the other
I-
ones are the ones we
Oh.
don't want.
It's, white rats and mice are in
Domestic,
domestic animals, okay.
not small animals.
Yeah,
Now, there is the director classification, so it does give the director some discretion
want to.
on adding or even classifying animals that aren't on these lists.
I saw that, which
And
is
that then
good.
it still gets routed to. the
Sort of
ver-
like similar to in land use.
Right,
Right, to make a determination,
right.
if something odd
Any of those outside.
emerges.
It's difficult to name every single
Yeah,
animal, but we were trying to
species,
catch
yeah.
some of the broader
I
perspectives
think
so
you did a
that
good
we
job.
can
Yeah.
fit those in.
No, this-
Potentially nudge those
Yeah.
in.
I really like what you've done. I do have a couple of questions.
I do too, but up to you.
Page 2, director classification. The last line, may be called up within 15 days. I didn't understand what that meant.
Oh, right here.
I think typically what we would do is if someone had some strange animal, I don't even know, some Dr. Seuss animal, and they wanted, the director made a determination that that was a medium animal, we would send a memo to the planning commission and city council saying this is what we
Oh.
decided. And then within 15.
emus are medium animals.
Emu is a perfect example
Yeah.
because it's not listed. It's not a parrot and it's not a,
Not a parrot.
and it's not a llama, but it's kind of a big animal, so we would determine that, that would be a reasonable determination, an emu.
And are we banning poisonous animals?
We said
And
Or are we
As
just
Mr.
listing them
Summers
under
said, those are
exotic and
probably-
wild, and they're okay?
I'd like to look into that some more. I know,
My little herd of Gila monsters?
I
I
don't
thought
know, are
those are
Gila
endangered.
monsters poisonous? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Are they? And we had a case a few years ago in Thousand Oaks where someone had I believe an albino cobra or something like that, and it got out.
Yeah.
And the whole city, the police department, everyone was looking for this cobra.
Yeah.
And it turned out that this person had several
Other-
poisonous, that was his hobby, was to keep poisonous snakes. But I believe that they were all illegal.
And some people have pet skunks. They're supposed
Well,
to make really
I'd
good,
recommend that they be
skunks.
illegal here, too.
Okay, we could do that.
They
Well,
take
all,
the-
all poisonous animals should
Yeah.
be not allowed,
Right.
you know.
I was
Right.
So that's fine.
curious. I got
If
a
your
That's
skunk.
fine.
church uses rattlesnakes, keep them outside the city.
That's, that would be
I'm not
covered.
kidding about
The
that.
religious
No, that would,
exemptions.
that would be under RULIPA, which we're
There's
gonna
a-
discuss under
Yeah.
Title
Okay.
10 update, so.
There's a bucket of federal protections for religious activities, is what Mr. Fiss is noting. RELUP is the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. So religion gets not a pass completely, but special treatment.
Regardless of public safety.
Public safety is defined by federal case law.
Okay, all right.
That's a longer conversation than we can have in this moment, but we can
So
bring that.
if
forward.
if the commission is fairly comfortable with these, what we can do is next time we could even notice, we can come back with a draft ordinance and notice it,
I had,
public notice, and we can still make changes at that meeting.
I had a couple questions.
Sure.
So on page 1 of 4, attachment A, number 3, it says, animals shall not be without attention for a period of time in excess of 18 consecutive hours. Where did that come from, and is that pertaining to all the animals we're talking about here, or?
That probably came from another code, we
Yeah.
looked at. My dogs have been without me today for 18 hours, so.
Right, exactly. And I
Well,
can leave my
cats,
chickens
cats,
for
who
like
knows?
a couple days with all their feed and
But
water,
I
and
think
it's
it's
like,
really
fine.
more of one of those performance standards in terms of, in general, we want these animals to be kept in a humane manner and well cared for.
And that's without attention by their owners or keepers or something.
Correct. We wouldn't,
Okay.
we're not standing out there with the stopwatch. but
Okay, I just-
If a
curious.
neighbor were to complain that
So basically, checking,
dogs are left alone all day and they're barking all
Right,
day.
and then I had one other one.
But I would strike the 18 and not have a time period on it.
Yeah. The other one I wanted to mention was,
Well, it has to be defined somehow.
Yeah,
You know,
you
what
gotta
does
put some
excess
kind of
mean?
yeah.
number on it.
I mean, it basically
Well-
means you have to look in on your animal once a day.
Yeah.
So,
We could take out the 18.
That's-
Well,
yeah,
I don't know that
You
I
could even
would.
say something like,
Or would you?
in an inhumane
Or
manner.
is good, just made every day, take care of the animals.
Correct, correct. And I'm not a fan of putting in requirements which we can't enforce.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna bring this one item up, and if it gets shot down, so be it. But the question about roosters, I completely get not wanting them in the downtown core, but what about larger properties on the periphery? What does everybody think? The opposition?
I'm just going to defer to the commission on that one. That's.
Yeah, I know.
I
I
don't
mean, it could be controversial.
Exactly.
I mean, I'd say no roosters, but but the whole non-conforming thing is a little, I don't know how you handle that. You're not going to go around and tell people they have to get rid of their roosters, are you?
You can do that. I mean, if they're
That's what
outlawed,
this would say.
yeah.
No, we would allow existing roosters. For example, if
Unless you got a complaint.
I
Chair
guess you did say
Quillisi
that, yeah, before,
mentioned that your neighbor has a rooster,
yeah.
and
At
But
least one, yeah.
if one day there's 3 and we receive a complaint,
Then,
we can start looking into it and make some sort of
I do want to.
determination based on history and number of complaints and whatnot. And normally what I've found in my experience is that people aren't really that attached to their roosters, and they'll just get rid of their roosters. If they have them, they have them.
you do get fertile eggs. I mean,
Yeah, and some people
Do they
do.
taste better?
And,
they're-
s-
they have
and some
qualities
people
that
want to
are for
breed
you.
their chickens,
And you
so
want-
they
if you
have
wanna breed
more
your
chickens.
Yeah.
That
So
might
those
be
are the
considered,
two.
that might be considered a commercial use, if
Well,
someone's
no,
breeding.
for
Well, no, even for a
themselves.
homeowner.
No, I mean for
okay.
themselves.
Yeah.
Like Commissioner Nolan was saying, after a few years, you usually have to reflock your chickens because they're not laying as much. So if you have a rooster, rather than having to
Wanna
go
raise your
buy
own.
chickens, you can, you
Yeah,
know,
you get baby chicks.
you raise your own and you
I
get
grew up
baby
in the
chicks.
suburbs, I don't.
And fertile- and
So,
fertile
yeah,
eggs.
and that's part of the challenge we're having is
Yeah.
none of us are real, I mean, Kathy probably has the most experience, I think, you know, with
goats before,
with
not
farm
growing
animals, and, you know, we're all kind of urbanites talking about
Which is
Well, I don't know.
non-urban animals.
Yeah.
So based with our own biases and everything.
And I've had chicken for sort of
I
years.
do want to,
Can I just say one thing about the chickens, though? I mean, we did have a chicken somewhere. I think it was actually pretty far away, but we could hear it every single morning, and then
It
one
was the
day.
rooster, most likely.
It was the rooster, yeah.
Most likely, yeah.
But it wasn't in the immediate neighborhood vicinity. It was some distance, but we heard it every morning, and it always woke us up, and then one day it was no more rooster. So it's been very
I just
nice.
thought I'd put it out there because it's, I think, a consideration, but, you know, I completely understand that it's really the noise issue.
yeah. And I just do, I want to weigh in just in terms of, I can quote this letter, yes, that we got. So, Councilwoman Francina sent a letter to all of us, and she did write about just her thoughts on the rooster, which is that she objected to a ban on roosters in the city limit, and that she had a rooster on West Eucalyptus and lived next door to one on Shady Lane, and the rooster was no problem at all compared to many other noises. So that's just, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing, I'm just
Staring at,
bringing that
I
up.
would not object to just deleting the prohibition on roosters, peacocks, and peahens, because they're still subject to the noise nuisance rules.
it's true.
Yeah, we can address it from
That's a good point.
a nuisance ordinance.
when the rooster crows at 4 in the morning every day, but is he really violating the noise ordinance?
Probably.
He needs to be served all
Depends how
Probably.
loudly.
In which case, we would, from a code enforcement perspective, speak, if we received complaints about it, and if it was something we felt we needed to enforce, we would probably, our first goal is always to work with the
Absolutely.
both parties, and we would ask
They should
them
be
to
working
keep-
with their
keep-
neighbors
keep-
before it even gets to you.
Exactly.
Right.
And we would ask them to keep their rooster indoors until 7 a.m., construction hours, or something like that.
He'll
We'd
still
have to come up
crow
with some.
No matter where he's at.
But again, it's not something we receive a lot of complaints
Yeah.
about.
I had a question about some of your performance criteria here. It says to reduce, this is the third bullet down on page 3. To reduce fugitive dust, corrals, and other animal keeping facilities must be watered prior to use. I did not understand that. I know all those words,
It's like construction.
but is this one time prior to use or continuous use, or how often do you have to water your stable to meet this requirement?
I think the intentions here is for the use, for when you're about to use the corral, that corral,
You mean like have a
Have a-
horse in it?
well, when you're about to use so basically mount the horse and ride the horse. So you're getting ready to ride the horse.
Okay.
That's really what it comes down to. Because typically this is the thought process with this, and I'll have to admit I did pull a portion of this from other cities, with some modifications to it, a little bit addressing it up to fit some of the comments that were received from the last commission discussion. And typically, when you have a horse just walking around, it's not creating. This is my thought process. It's not creating a lot of dust. However, when a horse when it's being ridden, it changes the dynamics completely. So that was the whole thought process with that.
I think you're spot on.
So
Okay.
maybe the wording isn't necessarily there yet.
Some
yeah.
particular answer. I
That
was
was
trying to understand
when
the thought.
when I'm
Yeah.
adding development standards like this, or performance standards, if you will. I'm thinking about what the impacts are, before and after and during, I guess.
So Elizabeth Silva
Yeah.
addressed this in the letter that she sent to respond to Susan Francina's letter. Did you read this?
I haven't seen that.
Where she said, on page 3, the way line 3 is written, water down the corrals and other animal keeping facilities before use is vague and weirdly written. I think it should be more broad to say that fugitive dust, and define what that is, can't go beyond the livestock and horse owners' property lines and must be controlled. Watering down the property is only one way to do this. There are also materials that can be used. OVS Lower Campus can tell you what they used in their horse facilities that help keep the dust down and aren't damaging to the environment. And then she goes around to talk about riding rings and round pens and all sorts of things like that. And she said that that they would be out of town.
Yeah, that's what she addressed, and then
And Susan Francina requested that perhaps if it was not so close to the holiday, that perhaps more animal people would be around and could participate in a discussion that she thought might be helpful, just in terms of getting input, so I
In
don't
terms
know.
of,
Soul show up tonight. But I think that's people's
in terms of,
choice.
again, we are using other local cities. Santa Paula was one of them. So they are baselines, and these are,
Right.
we're not making this up from whole cloth. The issue on the fugitive dust, it is a little vague, and we can strengthen that. We can do some research and check some more equestrian-oriented cities, and I'm sure there's some good language out there.
Check
which we
with
can,
OVS, because they do not have a dust problem
That's true.
in their corrals down on
Right.
the lower campus.
so
So
they may be
ask how they
using
deal with it.
decomposed granite or
I
something.
don't know what they're doing. I mean, there are horses
and
out
I-
there all the time, and there's no dust.
Right. So we can certainly strengthen that. Eliminate the prohibition on roosters. I don't have any problem with that.
I do want to bring up one other thing, if I could, from that letter. And it's attachment A, page 404, with the manure management plan, it's the first bullet point. Last line says The manure cleanup shall be considered and addressed prior to the animals being kept on the property. And the reason I'm quoting from this letter is, Elizabeth Silva has been a horse owner and a horse trainer and a teacher and is very knowledgeable about horses. So she wrote regarding that line, I think the frequency of manure cleanup needs to be stated, not very as in the way it's written down, considered and addressed prior to the animals being kept on the property. Who is doing the considering and who is addressing this? Will it be required to be reported to the city?
Right, in other words, you have to turn in a manure management plan. Would that be when you, if you had to do the CUP, or when? Yeah, or,
Yeah, what is
Our-
the, what
our
is the
city's not
process?
currently requiring a
No.
permit for animal keeping.
That's correct, and we don't have the resources
Yeah.
Yeah.
to handle such a thing,
Yeah.
and we would have to handle it on a
just a
nuisance.
So we're
recommendation.
back to your very good desire not to make rules that we can't enforce.
Right, yeah.
Correct,
Maybe
correct.
this is a
Um,
recommendation,
and the wording,
not a rule.
again, that wording, can be cleaned up. I have no problem doing that.
And I guess, I think that this is a really good start here, and
Yeah.
maybe it can be fleshed out a little bit, but that the intention is not to be counting everybody's animals, but just to have some tools to work with in case there are problems.
Right.
And this manure management, just looking back at this manure management plan thing that Souza sent
From
around,
the county.
and it says, again, the frequency of manure cleanup is a key item or factor to be included in any MMP, manure management program. But that's all it says.
It depends on how many animals you have too.
I agree,
More manure, or more animals, more manure, yeah.
but
And it's horses.
if you could find something with people that keep larger number of horses or cows or something, maybe it's once a week if you have one horse and twice a week if you have two horses, or, I don't know.
Every day,
I don't know
yeah.
what the parameters
Well,
are.
clearly, when those people moved out of the house that Elizabeth Silva had so many issues with, which is up the street from me, and I know who bought the house, and they should be fine. They must have dumped a lot of horse manure in the trash can, which blew over, and then there's horse manure clumps all the way down the street. So they clearly did not have a good manure management program.
I mean, just to say that the frequency of manure cleanup should be considered, it doesn't give the average citizen any kind of an idea of what the standard might be.
But it wouldn't take much to do a survey of horse owners in the area and find
I-
out what their
I
best
don't know,
practices
yeah,
are.
I
We
suppose.
There's
don't have
so-
content information for horse owners.
Yes, or Thatcher.
The staff doesn't necessarily have that information, but we could do some research. One point.
We
to
have
cons-
resources with other cities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can look into
One-
that.
And
That's
I
our,
would talk to OVS because, I mean, they still have a manure management problem, even though whatever they're doing with their corrals is keeping the dust down. They must have some protocol that they go through, because I know a lot of the students there have horses.
Not to mention composting options and,
I get manure. from-
ways
Whatever.
to use manure
Oh,
as a resource. Manure is a resource.
Right, Ray?
On page, I just have one comment. On page 1, under the humane treatment, number 2, I just thought it might be a good idea to add, we say proper shelter and protection from the weather, but I would kind of like to add something about shade as well, because in the summertime, I feel sorry for horses that are out there with no protection from the sun.
Proper shelter doesn't
Proper
connotate
it
shade.
could,
from
it
the
could,
weather.
Might, but it might not.
might not. Proper shelter, comma, shade and protection from the weather, maybe something like that.
That's a good idea.
And if you go to the next one, number 3, which Commissioner Nolan mentioned earlier about the 18.
Right.
I rewrote that, and I'm wondering if it will serve the same purpose, and rather than being a not to be without, is more of a positive statement. So I wrote, animals shall have the attention and care required for their breed and species,
I wrote,
with no,
shall not be without
Time on it.
consistent daily care.
but like Kathy said, she leaves her chickens for 2 days sometimes, so they don't need
Because they've got.
daily care.
But they have daily care, they have water and they have food.
Oh, yeah, they do. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
not neglected, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like that,
Mm-hmm.
I understand what Ray is trying to work toward, but it seems a little more vague than what's here.
It is, but what I do like is changing these from negatives to positives.
Yeah, I
Yes,
like that.
absolutely.
And I have,
I do too.
I have no problem with that. And one of the things I like to do, if it sounds like we're kind of now just really fine tuning what we've presented here. I think I'd like to bring this back to the Planning Commission in January as an ordinance, public notice, properly noticed draft ordinance, and that'll help with the issue of,
Then
our
we
next
can-
meeting is real close to the holiday, people are gonna be out of town, and we can properly notice it and
You've
bring
given us a
that
great
back.
set of bones here,
Yeah,
from my
for
point
sure,
of view.
thank
For
you.
all the
Thank you
research.
very
And a
much.
lot of meat on the bones, we may just want to pick at the meat some more.
Sure, and
And in January, all the Christmas puppies would have been received already,
Correct.
so we'll have.
And this is thanks to Mr. Seibert. Lucas has done all this research and has done a great job on this, and
Amen.
and
Thank you.
his staff.
Agreed.
And
Deal.
Forging our own territory here.
On the exotic wild animals, I presume where it says chapter XX, that's really Article 24 of chapter 2?
Yeah, it's meant to be Article 24.
Okay.
I did have XX.
I
You
always do
didn't
that
have
for
the number right in
placeholder.
front of you, so you put XX. Yeah, I understand, I do that.
All the time, yeah.
So we don't even really need a motion, just an
Okay,
acknowledgement
if you
of-
feel
of
like
the
you've
commi-
gotten enough feedback from the commission at this point for the next step, then I would suggest we just move on to the next item.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's only 10:15. Okay, item 5, proposed topics to discuss at the January 14, 2020 joint meeting with City Council. I like the ones, I mean, this is a holdover from before. I personally like the topics that we have listed here. I think they're good as is. But,
Yeah.
Well, it might be too many topics, but since we didn't meet at all last year,
Yeah, we haven't met all of you.
and I altered my schedule to try to make a meeting, which didn't happen, I still think we need to talk about the tree ordinance and get something going on that.
what do you think we need
Oh, I
to
do
do?
too.
Ask them
They
what
made
they
some
want us to
changes
do?
several years ago that I don't think are a good idea, and I think that we need to look at those gaps, and also, in alignment with becoming a tree city again, hopefully, I think we just need to look at the ordinance, and I don't think there's enough protections for the trees, the beautiful trees that we have out there.
Especially when you're thinking about, too, about climate mitigation
Yeah.
and what have you.
Yeah.
And then we brought this up
So,
before.
an item 5 would
So,
be,
If
would
it's
the
too many
council be
topics-
interested
yeah,
in telling us to go look
Yes.
at the tree ordinance
exactly,
again?
yeah.
Okay?
And I know we've had that on our, it's probably on, where is it at? Item 6?
So I have a question, because those meetings go really quick. Do we want to
an hour.
prioritize this list now that
You
there's
know,
5
and
items?
Ray, if it's too many items,
No, but
maybe.
I feel yours might be, the, speaking about the tree ordinance might be more important than one of the other ones. So I'm wondering if
And
we
it's
need,
something that can be answered fairly quickly. It's a yes or no kind of thing. Do you want us to go look at it?
Right.
We'd like to,
And we can say why.
Yeah.
Give them the
Okay.
why behind it.
Okay. Yeah, it should be kind of quick, I would say.
so you
I-
don't feel these need to be prioritized to make sure
Well, I
If we
think
run
there's-
out of time, we've
Right.
hit the
Yeah,
most
I
important
I
things.
wouldn't-
Too many topics right now for an hour, just based on all the
Right.
other ones we've had in the
Right.
past.
We
That's why I
haven't gotten
brought
through
up.
3 in any given hour in the
That's,
past.
that's
Maybe-
why I'm speaking, maybe we need to prioritize
Yeah,
them.
maybe it's 2, maybe 3 at the most, with the tree ordinance being a quick
So
one.
maybe 1, 2, and the tree ordinance for right now.
General plan update.
What are we asking about affordable housing?
I'm not sure.
Well, I think, there are all the issues that
That's
Ray's
going to be
brought
part
up
of the
that we
general
think are
plan update,
important.
right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
part of the
in
housing
fact,
element and all sort.
Aren't we
yeah.
starting work on the housing element?
Yeah.
Hasn't that already started? So that's
The
underway.
contract was signed, last week and last week, and
So that's like,
and
that's gonna
the
happen.
meeting's
I
gonna be
think,
next
I
week
think
to
it's a
kick
really
it off.
important topic, because I think we need to really find out if the city council really wants affordable housing, or they just feel like they have to talk about it. And if they really want it, what are they willing to do? I mean, how much can we offer or give up to entice people to build affordable housing here? Is it an issue, or is it just one of these, let's just talk about trees because this is Ojai? I mean, I'm not saying they're not important, but I'm saying that it's important to know what the priorities are in this city. And we talk about all these issues, but then when they come to the table, nobody's willing to give up anything. And so I wonder, where do you stand on this issue? It's like parking, affordable housing,
Well, this is-
bike paths. Where does the city council really stand? Do they care?
This is
I
a
don't
good
know.
point, because actually it was the planning commission several years ago who requested from city council that we start the joint meetings. We didn't have these in the past. And it started with, we all kept saying, the planning commission, what's the vision here? What does the city want? Even though I know we have the general plan, but there was a lot of vagueness.
And we
And
still
a lot of
don't
times
have it.
projects would come and we'd be going, God, it's not in our code, but they're saying this and that. So there was some, we wanted some direction. So we had one 1-hour meeting where everybody went around and said this vision, and then we tried some other things, and then it just turned into us going in, like, what does the city council want us to work on? Which I get and I'm okay with, but it completely went away from this vision.
Right, because
And
we
so what
never,
you're
we
saying
still
right
don't
now,
have it.
and I agree with is, yeah, what do we, and maybe it all ties back into the general plan, but, yeah, what is our vision for affordable housing, and how can we as a planning commission help and work towards that?
I
or
think
review?
we need to take that approach to it, is
Mm-hmm.
what does the city council want us to do with
Based on-
regard to affordable housing? If they're not interested, they
Right.
won't ask us to do anything.
What tools,
If
We
they
just
are
spent
tools
interested,
can we
2.5
have
hours
to-
tonight.
pardon me?
Well, that's the ADU,
The
right.
ADU, I mean, we just,
That's a related topic for sure.
a chunk of time tonight talking about affordable housing, so.
So I think it,
I'm not saying it's not important. I'm not that vague on, no, what do I want to say? I feel I have a pretty good handle on what this particular city council, vision is and what they're committed to. Leadership
what?
changes, and then that's the challenge of the city. There's forward movement and.
I don't know what this city council's priorities are. I don't know what they're willing to allow us to do in terms of making density changes or parking changes, or what's in our tool bag to actually get affordable housing here. How do we address those issues?
so it kind of gets back to what Steve was saying.
What's the role of what do they see as the role of the planning commission with regard to these various topics?
And now, these
I
are
think?
things that we brought up. So I guess the question is, with the joint meetings, and we haven't had one for quite a while, it kind of gets back, well, why are we having it? Is it more for us as a planning commission to say, these are things that we're interested in, or we want to know, or how can we help? Or do we just bring it to them and they could say no, yes, no, or they tell us what to do? I mean,
Well, because what happens here is that we spend hours and hours on a topic, and then it goes to the city council, and we've made, 7 recommendations, and they say, well, let's talk about 1, 2, and 3, and then they, erase half of it, and then, it feels like nobody paid attention to anything that we've said. That they have their own agenda, and then, it's the same thing. Like, if you're not going to listen to people who have a background in X, Y, and Z, and you're just going to have your own opinion, well, that's fine, but let us know that whatever you say is going to go, and then what do you want us to do here? What's your opinion on it? Or do you want us to really take a look at this and really try and use our staff and use anybody who's got background in one area or another and bring stuff to you that you'll really digest?
It still comes down to, what does the city council want us to do? Here's a list of topics. Do you want us to get involved in these things?
Well, I think it's
Should we-
beyond that,
Should we
Steve,
come back to
because,
you with advice on these things?
well, they'll say yes, but then that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the truth. Well, I think we need
I
to
don't know
know
how
what
you
their
cope with people
I just
lying
think
to
we
you.
need to know what their priorities are. How do they feel about these issues? How strongly do they feel about it? And what can we offer up to help make this happen? That
All right,
they-
then
that-
maybe the
so that
first
we're
question
in
is,
sync.
what are your priorities
Yes.
for the planning commission to delve into topics and come back with recommendations?
Well, that's the work program.
I don't know.
It
The
is. They're
creative
kind of
work
tied
program, I
together.
can't tell. I can't tell what that means. The others, at
Well,
least.
special planning projects are the projects outside development review.
Right.
And, well, we don't do much code enforcement, but if we did, it's the other projects. It's the third category.
So
of-
is tree ordinance part of special projects?
Yes,
Okay,
Maybe we have
vehicle
a-
and park, and bicycle parking,
Yeah.
is that part of?
yeah.
So maybe that's kind of our
General
heading.
plan
overarching.
update is part of
And then we have-
special projects?
Yeah, actually, it would be.
Anything that isn't,
The biggest special project?
other than
Well, in my
consideration of
mind,
cases that come to us?
the special work projects, we have development review. Okay, what's the other category of projects? It's more, they call it advanced planning or whatever, so it's,
Oh, concept reviews, you mean?
well, no.
I think the distinction is-
long-term planning, and those projects, if you don't list them and think about them and prioritize them, all of the more immediate needs, which are development review, code enforcement problems, those suck up all the time, and then you never have any time left to do these longer-range vision projects that are important to the community, and it would be just, a lot of communities do have a work program that's specifically reviewed annually, and it's council's decision to prioritize it, but it lets everybody know, okay, we do the development review, we do the stuff we do every day, but we also are going to put resources to these other longer-term projects that last a year, 2 years, whatever. Or there are ordinances that that require research and analysis, so,
Okay, so how do we ask the question?
Staff?
You might phrase the question as, Mayor and
so-
Council,
so
we raised
that's-
these topics, what would you
Right.
like us to have on the work plan for 2020?
thank you, Matt, yes, that's right.
Exactly.
We know the general plan is going to happen, so, but,
Right, and we know we're going to have to
and we're going to
review.
participate, so we
Right.
do need to know what our role is, but the other things are,
I mean, if they could give us a little update.
well, the affordable housing is the housing element, really.
This is
Right.
this is new to me in terms of the commission. I mean, I saw this in other cities, but it's new from the standpoint of experiencing this and only being given an hour to talk about some pretty heavy items. I would have to
exactly.
say.
Or even-
These
or
are
even
always
not the hour.
problem.
this
That
is
is the
the
problem.
this is the
Yeah.
difficulty, right?
Well, how was that hour set? I mean, who decided these meetings were an hour? I've been
I don't
to
know.
2 of them, I think, in
Well,
the
we
last
sit in the
3
press-
of them, and,
How
yeah,
do
you
you do this
blink
in
and
an
they're
hour?
over. I mean, was that a council decision that they're an hour
The
long,
mayor
or-
would be the one who set that decision at an hour. It was, the current mayor inherited that approach from the past mayor.
That's
one
what
of
I
the mayors
thought, it
only
was
would have said it.
it was inherited.
The mayor could set a longer window, but that would be up to the mayor.
Should we
That would
request
mean
that?
starting earlier than 6 o'clock.
That would be okay.
which-
That
I
would be
mean,
good.
even an hour and a half, even an extra 30
right.
minutes
So
would
usually
Yeah.
we're like, oh, we're
Wow.
done, and then we're all going,
Because rushing through these.
It doesn't, it accomplishes nothing, and it
doesn't.
ends up
Doesn't.
being very frustrating.
Yep.
And let me add one more point. It's not really on the list, I don't want it to be on the list, but, you know, it would be helpful to talk about process in this city, because we have a tendency in this town for the process to be circumvented. Somebody gets mad because their project isn't being attended to the way they would like it to be attended to, so they go directly to city council. They'll go to a city council meeting and speak up at comments, and things like that. But the process should be really talked about, how it's important and why it's important. It relates to rule of law, consistency, rationality, and it's important. And the process should include coming from the bottom up, staff input, staff opinion, other opinion. It all feeds in, it goes up to the top. Council is the final decision maker, but they need to, it would be nice to hear them understand that they should respect the process, the value of staff input and staff opinion, and that if they allow this to happen the way that it should, it works its way up to council, and council then has all the information, and they're the ultimate decision makers, and they then make their decision at that point. They shouldn't be trying to dip down and interfere with the process at a lower level, or when it starts, or somebody trying to circumvent the system. And that has, I don't know, that topic has never been.
If it's agendized at the city council meeting. If people just get up during public communications and complain
No
about
action.
something,
Right.
then the council should say, take it to staff, take it to
Right.
the planning commission,
Right.
whatever.
Right. I'm just saying that I think there's a tendency for there to be a very dictatorial approach by council in the whole process and the whole idea, who gets to have input into this system. And it's important to have all kinds of input that bubbles up to the council final action and review, and anyway, I'm just expressing a little frustration because of what I've seen happen. And, but the problem is with the format of the work sessions, which are just quick and dirty, basically, planning commission gets dictated to by council. And there's no give and take, there's no opportunity for give and take, the format does not allow for that. It's just quick and dirty, kind of the conversation goes from one direction only down, and it's not back and forth. And anyway, that's,
and if that's the case.
I don't know
why
how
have
to
a
address
meeting?
that.
Just get the paper.
So how do we request a longer meeting and have that,
have a little more back and
Have-
forth.
and have that expedited for this next meeting coming up? Possible?
I'll speak with the city manager, and at one of his next meetings with the mayor, I'm sure we can have him ask that instead of doing.
Is 90 minutes an agreeable
That'd be a good
time?
that'd be
start,
great.
yeah.
That extra
Yeah.
half an hour would
Yeah.
be, and then, once again, maybe we don't have as many topics, but we definitely need that amount of time.
Realistically, each of these items could probably be talked about at least for 90 minutes. I mean, we spent
I agree.
That's what happens.
quite a bit of time just talking about ADUs.
Right.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah.
like
Right.
3 hours or whatever tonight. It's like, yeah. So,
So have we come up with,
well, it looks like we're gonna,
whether we get an hour or 90 minutes with the city council,
yeah, let's go back
what do we want to talk about?
It sounds like the work program, I mean, do we want to ask if we can, from now on, or if we can create the work program? And we can work from that?
That we've put off to the next meeting, which is going to be 3 or 4 months later, consideration of a list of topics for a work program.
I mean, we
I'm
can-
I'm
we can-
thinking maybe we say, we would like to put together a work program for 2020. Here are a number of topics that might be part of that.
Good,
Would you say yes or no to them one by one?
right.
Sounds good.
And we can say, yeah, and we can say why. I mean, some of these issues, come up, or things that we, as planning commissioners, have concerns about, and thus they're
Either
here.
way, yeah. But we're not supposed to go off and just study things and then
No.
send
Oh, no,
recommendations
exactly.
to
No,
council
They need
if
to
they don't want to
approve
hear
it.
about it.
And that's the
So
value of the
we
work
need, we
program.
need to
Everybody-
get that,
Right,
I
that
agree.
direction.
I agree,
I
yeah.
agree too. And we even have that in on our list over here.
So are you
Let's-
wanting to make a longer bullet list now of what a creative
Just
work
like,
We
program-
have another
just
meeting
like
before
city
this
council
one
gets
comes
a
up.
priority
So
list at
can
the
we
beginning of the
agendize-
year.
Can we agendize that discussion for our next meeting
Which discussion?
on what bullet points would be on a creative work program to,
On the 19th, like our next meeting in December,
well, so,
Is it the 18th, 2 weeks from now?
create that.
We can create that list of topics.
right.
I mean, we
that's
already
what
If we can agree to,
Some of them.
to that approach,
Yes,
then I think that we could probably list 10 topics if we
Yeah.
had 10 topics.
And they might say, well,
And-
let's
and-
prioritize.
Exactly,
And,
that,
yeah, and they could say yes or no to each of them,
perfect,
and we'd at least,
perfect. I like
so
it.
Get
let's,
started.
let's agenda,
that, yeah.
yeah, let's because right now, Title X
It
cleanup
could,
is
it
the only
could
discussion.
potentially even have
happening there.
implications for their budget decisions also. I mean, if, for example, we wanted them to finish the town planning survey,
Right,
neighborhood stuff.
yeah, which they might, because I know Sargent is one of the subcontractors, I believe.
Yeah,
good idea.
but
Yeah,
if that was on the list and they decided they wanted to do that,
yeah,
I mean, it could, some year it might have
If-
a budget
exactly.
allocation.
If I can interrupt and maybe help focus this, because we do have one more meeting before the January meeting, and I just checked with the city attorney. If each planning commissioner would email Mr. Seibert and myself what they think they would like to see in a work program, I'm sure there'll be some overlap, then we can kind of focus that and create a list for the next planning commission meeting.
Okay.
And then we can review it together.
And then we can review it together in a public forum.
That's a great way to do that. Yeah, okay.
Write that down for myself. Somewhere.
Okay, the other, let's move on then to item 6, see if we can finish tonight. Title 10 cleanup discussion, that's still on hold. I saw Suzanne yesterday. And we will schedule another meeting and go through all of that stuff, but it's ongoing, right? So
So
we
that's
may or
not-
may not discuss it at
So
the
we
next
may or
meeting.
may not discuss
Yeah.
that, okay.
Depends on whether we can make some more headway with it. Yeah.
Well, do we want to, part of my frustration sometimes, since we're speaking of frustrations, but it's not a heavy frustration, is, no, it's great, is that sometimes we do have really thin agendas when there's important things to talk about.
Yeah.
And if we take that Title 10 cleanup discussion off the agenda for December 18th, the only thing on the agenda so far that we know about is this
Topics
creative
for
work
the next meeting, yeah.
Right.
Right.
And the
So-
AD ordinance,
Yeah,
And
that's
the,
good.
Right.
and the ADU ordinance is coming back.
which certainly isn't a,
Yeah,
can be a long topic.
that could be a long topic. But if not, is there any burning agenda item we would like to request for the 18th?
I'm going to just make one suggestion, and I had sent this to our city manager, but I hadn't heard back from him yet. And it was about being able to put the SLRI, the Sustainable Living Research Initiative, on a review of that on the 18th. But I don't know that if he spoke to staff at all. Here's the question that I have. If I speak to the city manager tomorrow and I find out about it, is it too late to add that to the agenda, or if he,
It's 10 days. We have 2 weeks to do it.
if it felt appropriate with him and with staff.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, it
it's
wouldn't-
Brown Act deadline. It's not a
I just
public
want to
hearing.
make sure it's.
Right, it
it's
would be a
being handled.
presentation. There would be an action being taken, or would there be an action being taken?
Oh, so
There's
really
no
needs-
way too early for action.
Well,
No public hearing. At most, it'd be, the action, I think, would be
it's more of a,
direct. The presentation to be brought to the council for them to decide what to do with it.
I don't know if I understood that correct. So are you saying,
didn't understand.
We can bring it back.
we
It
could
can
bring
come
back-
on the 18th, yeah. That's fine.
What is your,
Subject to the city manager's
Ben
conclusions.
Werner has written to
No.
us saying we should sign this MOU.
no, I'm aware.
That's not something we can do.
No, 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 I think-
No, I'm aware of all that.
Yeah, basically, I'm trying to figure out how to say this. He was looking for direction, or just for the planning commissioners to review it and give some feedback. And part of the issue with the timeline is that there's a law firm who's actually doing some pro bono work reviewing it, and they needed it by the end of the year, December 31st. And then I know we did request to have it in January, but that review actually tied into
When
it.
you say the law firm needed it by the end of the year, needed what, a revised
Basically, he's
version
looking
of
for
the
comments
SLRI?
from, say, like the planning commission and what have you.
Okay, and this is based on his revised SLRI, which we've seen, but I don't know if anyone else has.
And it may
I
not be
have
within
to-
the city's bailiwick to provide comments on a private document under review by another law firm
Okay,
without
so-
the city council's concurrence and taking any kind of formal action.
Okay, that's
A
what.
presentation,
Okay.
discussion, but providing official city comments on something like that would take council direction because
Okay.
it's not within our current work program nor our current policy approach.
Okay, that's good for me to hear.
I got the email from Ben, and I actually meant to forward it to you guys, but I didn't like his characterization of what happened at the planning commission meeting. I don't think we talked about an MOU or signing an MOU at all. It was so, the stage that he was talking about was so preliminary and so vague.
Okay.
I mean, he needs substantial refinement to even, to really go forward. And anyway, I was a little bit offended with his characterization of the meeting. I thought it was really wrong.
Not to shut the topic down, but this isn't on your agenda
That's
this
not
evening.
Oh,
in the
sorry.
discussion item.
No.
I just knew that we were looking at the agenda for that night, so.
Was that a recent email, or when did he
I
send
think we
it
need to
back?
just
Within
drop
the
it, 'cause
last
it's
month.
not on it's not a
Okay.
discussion item, yeah,
Oh.
I just wanted to.
which I get,
Okay.
yeah.
You can discuss it after
But
the
we
meeting,
did
of
have, we
course.
did
Okay.
talk, we did have a presentation.
Right. I realize that was in the past.
A while ago.
Back in July.
And the question, I think, is whether this
You're right.
issue should be added to the 18th agenda or not.
Right,
That's certainly within your bailiwick tonight. The broader discussion would not be
Right.
tonight's item.
Looks reasonable as a discussion item.
Okay, so taking that away, on the 18th, is there any other burning agenda item that would want to be
The
considered?
ADU ordinance revision would be a public hearing item,
Right, that's on there, we have that.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And
And that, so taking the Title 10 cleanup discussion, that would be the only agenda item.
that's,
We could put Title 10 on the agenda, and if we have a half hour, an hour to discuss it,
start if we can.
we can,
Yeah.
we've done that before, so.
yeah, I don't think we finished all the land use tables, did we?
No, that's our first,
No, we're still,
That's,
first thing is to get through the land use
that we
table.
should do. We should finish, I think it's
We're-
2/6.
We're almost we're almost done.
Yeah. Okay. And others are farther in the future.
Well.
Oh, one question, on the second page, items pending city council, it says under landscape standards, September of last year, city council asked for more info.
but I don't know who they asked. They didn't ask us.
Where are you?
The second page, under item 6,
I know, I looked at that too.
next to the last item, says tentative CC hearing 9/24/19. That's 2 months past already. and it says landscape standards. CC asked for more information a year ago. Is there something we're supposed to be doing? What
We weren't
information?
asked. We weren't asked.
We will double check with the
Of
minutes.
whom did they ask more info?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I was
Okay.
at the council meeting, of course, but I don't recall off the top of my head. We'll look into it and get back to y'all.
Okay?
Or,
Or was it asked, requested by the council or of the council?
we'll find out.
Yeah.
We're not sure.
All right, item 7. Anything,
Wait, I have.
nothing to be reported yet.
Could someone define adaptive reuse? I'm going back on 6.
Oh,
Last page of 6, TBD, 2/26/19, so February, adaptive reuse.
Adaptive reuse is a concept allowing for historic buildings to be reused in new and interesting ways. For example, an old industrial loft building turned into condos, or a
Or an old packing house being turned into some sort of lofts and retail and and potentially residential or school district.
I don't
There's
think
lots of
adaptive-
different-
Yeah, I don't think the
Ties to
phrase
that.
adaptive reuse appears in the code right now. Maybe somebody wants to know if we think it should, and if so, what does it mean?
So,
That's exactly it.
items recommended by city council to planning commission to review. So we've never reviewed that, have we?
It's been on the work program for the CDD department for a little while now, and it has been ebbed and flowed as other workload, development review projects, things with more tight deadlines have intervened.
You're right.
But I believe it's still on the list.
Thanks. I didn't know what it was.
Important but less urgent. Okay, and I don't see anything where we have anything in the liaison schedule to report. And so without,
Should I do the complete streets real quick?
oh,
But I'm gonna
I'm
do it.
sorry, yes, you're right,
I'll
complete
do it.
streets, yes.
I'm going to do it very quickly. Gee, it probably was a couple of years ago, working with the Public Works Director, we, as a Complete Streets group, started doing a safe sidewalks program, and included with the Safe Sidewalks program, or basically what it was we were walking around the city, looking at sidewalk accessibility, but in addition, we were looking for like potential stormwater capture projects, street tree plantings, bicycle lanes, or just anything that we saw if there was a hazard or what have you. And basically, it was tied in with the capital improvement projects. So if we saw something that could happen in conjunction with that, and the city had funding or could get funding, or it made sense to do it at the time, they would have the information, and we were doing that. So with that, and then also along with our Complete Streets Master Plan, we were concentrating on safe routes to school and parks. And we identified the Topa Topa School as one area that we wanted to put it in the forefront. So we've done some work on that. Councilmember Francina and myself met with James Fang, our city manager, and Greg Grant, the Public Works Director, last month, and we scheduled a kind of a on-site walkthrough of what we're looking at for this Topa Topa kind of Sarasota Park area. So we actually did that a couple weeks ago with them, and came back with a report. We reviewed it today at our meeting. We have to just make a couple modifications and change the date with the intention that we will, and then please direct us on this to make sure we're going through the right procedure. So basically, what we're doing is our recommendations are for mostly like bike improvements that could be tied in with the capital improvements in that neighborhood or that area. So we'll have a report, and the question, I guess, that I have, and Commissioner Quilisi and I are both on that committee, is do we directly give that to the city manager and the Public Works Director, or do we need to bring it back to Planning Commissioner? What's the proper procedure for what we're doing? Please advise us.
So we're speaking directly regarding the safe routes to school, correct? And Yeah, I'm thinking I mean, we can certainly have that conversation, but I don't see any issues with us, with
Okay.
this commission having that broader conversation. Absolutely.
All right, if needed. So basically, we're gonna have the report probably, by the end of the week. And if I email it to the two of you and the city manager and Greg Grant, does that seem appropriate? And then you'll look at it and make the decision? Okay, just want to make sure.
It's more along the lines, I think, at this
Yeah.
point of, if there's room in the CIP
Right.
to get some safe routes to school and parks stuff done, and we're talking mostly putting paint on the street right
And it would be
now.
a pilot project, by the way.
As a pilot project, we looked at, we agreed that we thought there were 5 important intersections that are around Topa Elementary and down to Grand Avenue, where we could try as a pilot project, putting some paint on the streets to slow the traffic, bring people's attention to bicycle riders, and if we can, make it safer for the kids to ride their bicycles to Topa. I mean, we'd like to do it for the whole school district,
But we're starting
but this
there.
is the only one that's in the district, or that's in the city. The only elementary school that's in the city.
I think it's a great idea. I love the idea of creating those safe routes from point A to point B
Yeah.
to the school. So definitely, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
All right, so I think, yeah, we're gonna continue with the, more safe routes in January, but for now, we'll be ready probably at the end of the week to submit the report that we did. So,
Thank you. It was
Thank you.
exciting. We discussed something and made a decision to recommend something to someone.
yeah, it was exciting.
And the question tonight was, to whom do we make the recommendation
wanna make sure.
and stay within the city's
Yeah,
process?
Well, is the Complete Streets Committee a subcommittee of the Planning Commission?
it
It
is.
is,
Oh, then it would, so
yeah.
it would be very appropriate to bring it to the Planning Commission, right?
Yeah, and we can present it, Steve
Do
and I
that
can
too.
present it.
You could add
We
that
can
as a
tease-
discussion item on the 18th.
Absolutely, we can tease that information out and certainly that process and work through that. Absolutely.
Yeah. we can do that.
Okay. Good. And barring objection, we are adjourned.